151 Fallen Man. Have you seen those soldiers? I heard that they are all mortals without any magical ability. Standing on the corner of the street, a girl in a magic robe watched in horror as the rows of troops passed in front of her. These Aylin Hill Grenadiers carried their weapons, and their bodies were covered with dust. Some of them had just experienced the Higgs War, so they didn't have time to change their outfits, and they entered Voronezh, who had almost never faced a war directly. Jeeps stopped in the street. Sitting on top of the officers jumped out of the car turn. They looked curiously at the town in front of them, seeing abundance and tranquility, as well as many decently dressed aboriginals in the magical realm. Not all people can quite become a great magician. Most of the indigenous people who can only field magic keys labor over their ordinary lives, but they can enjoy the many benefits of exploitation brought magic empire, so they lived more prosperously and happily. He only need to live, pray for his family birth of a great magician on it. When encountering difficulties such as natural disasters, the Holy Demon Empire will naturally help them and collect free food from the Mortal Empire to help the people. Over the years, he have such good life, and now all their lives have been disrupted, because from now on, there will be placed under the jurisdiction to mortals. We all do not know what happened, and now they cannot believe that he actually lost the war, but still lost the war of mortals. Those soldiers are not stupid. He had not even mortal armies have to beat. The girl looked at the distance, jumped out of the car. Mortal officers, his face with a contemptuous expression, on the side of the companion complained. Standing on her body, the boy's side apparently does not like these occupiers from a foreign land. He is also a face full of disdain, looked at the soldiers, spoke and said, "You say that those who get to see, what is the use? Is it a dirty mortal with a weapon? It's disgusting to look at." Aylin Hill is not a god's domain, and Chris is not a god. Of course, he can't make all the people in the occupied area rejoice and greet his army with a pot of tea. Occupying a place to integrate a place is naturally difficult. The previous Aylin Hill was too smooth. Maine and the ferry were all under one battle, and the people did not feel the suffering. The war was over. At that time, the war between the two sides still had a hint of knighthood. It was no big deal to surrender if you lost. Then attack hit Fort North Shore, Desert Soil and other regions, and even Nauru and other cities. Alanxia virtue of its powerful influence of wealth. After all, the speed at which industrial areas radiate to the surrounding areas is too fast. Under the premise that the economic invasion is completed ahead of schedule, it is not difficult to bring civilians without ethnic consciousness under one's own jurisdiction. Therefore, the integration of Aylin Hill has been very smooth. Everyone accepts the industrial Ming, and everyone is very willing to follow along to make a fortune. Immediately after that, Arrant was merged into Aylin Hill, and Higgs's surrender war hardly broke out. The common people of the Arrant Empire also succumbed to the prostitution of the Holy Demon Empire and did not treat Aylin Hill. What a hostile emotion. Higgs, that side is even more interesting. The King His Majesty now become Alanxia Defense Minister. Higgs' war is to let everyone believe Alanxia powerful empire to protect their homes. All the way to this day, Aylin Hill has almost never worried about annexing territories. Most of the places they swallow will be as instructed as the mainland, accepting everything arranged by Aylin Hill. But now, such a good day seems to have come to an end. When the mortal troops entered the Voronezh area, they did encounter hostility from the locals. There were no flowers, no applause, and no welcoming ceremony. The black M42 steel helmet quietly entered the city, looking a little sad and cold. Even a village in the local Aboriginal occupation and where Mortal Army had a heated conflict, the final twist his arm not to thigh. Alanxia Grenadiers after being attacked each other, to tanks suppressed the riots. There is nowhere to go, be sale is a good thing. From jeep car jumped out to an officer, a lazy stretch waist, feeling a bit of air around what different places have not been found. Then verbally he laments. Behind him, rows of soldiers walked in neat steps, and everyone was looking at the world curiously. After all, this was once a forbidden area for mortals, but now it has become a conquered land under their feet. For Aylin Hill, The newly acquired Voronezh area is a very important area. Because this is a magic zone, Alan Hill can order the Aboriginal magicians here to produce a large number of magic balls of knowledge for themselves. Alan Hill has a sufficient supply of magic concentrate, and now they also have a place to replenish their magic power. The magic ball of knowledge has begun to be produced by hundreds of thousands to improve the national quality of Alan Hill. All children are appropriate after the free use of knowledge magic ball underage. They consolidate their learning foundation, began the formal acceptance of a more advanced knowledge of modern training. These children are the future of Alan Hill and the cornerstone that supports the continuous progress of this country. Compared with those adults who temporarily use the magic ball of knowledge, they have a more comprehensive understanding of the system of modern knowledge, so their future is unlimited. And this also means that the future of Alan Hill is unlimited. A knight with a white strip of cloth wrapped around his arm was dressed in sculpted armor, with a slender sword slung around his waist. He stood at the end of the street and saluted the Alan Hill officers around the jeep in embarrassment. Alan Hill's military salute is completely different from the etiquette of this world, so the knight's movements that are now being sold are very stiff, and he looked a little more funny in his armor. "Hello, knight. What's the matter?" An Alan Hill officer in a major uniform returned a military salute, looked around and asked. The knight's face flushed, and he held back for a few seconds before he replied, "Report to the sir." "There is nothing wrong. Since the morning, everything is normal here." What he when such a mortal and spoken. He had been to the Aranti Empire or the Dothan Empire, and the mortals there had to bend down and bow their heads when they saw him, and even the emperor had to be as courteous and polite as possible. But now, there is a mortal who speaks equally with him in his hometown, and even because he is a higher position, he still salutes the other person and uses honorifics to address each other. If placed a year ago, this would definitely be considered a great shame for a magician, but now, he can only endure all this. The people here and everything here have been ceded to Alan Hill. He is just an Alan Hill now, like a fake replacement. Very good. You must be doing a good job, conscientious soldier. The major officers all over his face smile, but look in the eyes of Aboriginal name of this soldier. That smile is really full of irony and ridicule. Large about 300 Ming Dragon Knight, 1 Ming Magic Infantry, 1,000 Duo Giant Horse Cavalry, as well as hundreds master forced to remain in Wheelong Sa. They now belong to Alan Xia military force, temporarily in charge of law and order Wheelong Sa maintenance work. Magic masters have been together, magic ball mass production of valuable knowledge. They are only responsible for this one day do the work, under the supervision of Frensburg Great Magician. Frensburg and his apprentice William have now moved to live in Voronezh. After all, they can practice and supplement their magic here. In his under their supervision of two, the first produced by the Knowledge Money Ball, along with the defeat of the Empire Trinity Payment Knowledge with Magic Ball and Sentences. Another great development of Alan Hill kicked off. More than 100,000 residents were trained by the Magic Ball of Knowledge to become qualified workers or farmers. The extensive use of chemical fertilizers has allowed a bumper harvest of grain this year, and the establishment of factories one by one has doubled the industrial production capacity of Alan Hill. Now open every day the plant's newborn production out of the car. It is more than the past week. Thanks. Thank you. The dumbfounded knight stood up and saluted again, because his commander emphasized to him countless times that he must always salute and be courteous when speaking with the Alan Hill officer who has a star on his shoulder. Need not be so shy. I have not the enemy. That major patted his arm, so he was covered in goosebumps, shuddered. However, after a brief contact, the major of Alan Hill turned and left, letting the formal soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire breathe a sigh of relief. Bah! Cowards! You watched this way. Those mortals tarnished this land. Passing by the Aboriginal soldier who was maintaining law and order, the Aboriginal girl who had just watched the excitement spat in disregard of her image. Turned out to be even mere mortals have to be. Shame. Walk in the girl body side of the young man, but also on the TV drama before Trinity Empire soldiers were on duty spat, bar. The soldier with the white cloth on his arm was full of bitterness, but he didn't know how to explain this to them. He also wanted to fight these mortals to the end, but the Holy Demon Empire negotiated and surrendered and ceded the eastern provinces out. What could he do? And, do not see, here before being ceded, those Trinity Empire westward retreat of the army through here. The remnants of defeated soldiers with blood-stained expressions and frustrated expressions. Didn't they just become like that after fighting with these mortal armies? At that time, why didn't you stop these people and let them stay and continue fighting? With a wry smile and shook his head, the knight standing at the entrance of the street sorted out the white cloth wrapped around his arm and continued to complete his task of standing guard, temporarily forcing himself to forget that he was already a mortal. Something real. 152 too much. On the corner of the street, the two young men, a man and a woman, were walking across the street and reaching the edge of the town. They had to stop and looked at the mortal army passing by on the road far away in shock. He saw a car next to a car, looking at the car dragging a large E-caliber artillery. They saw the soldiers walking along the muddy road with their horses and weapons on their backs. Roads have been in front after troops crushing, then a tank through here, that the roar of engines as well as nausea spit out the taste, so that the two young men standing on the edge of town is shocked. Such a unit can be said to have no sense of beauty, neither the elegance of a dragon knight nor the majesty of a giant horse cavalry. But they just walked like this, and the advancing team seemed to have no end. The king of Elan will never fall. The gods are always with your majesty. We are victorious and bathed in supreme glory. We win because of bravely killing the enemy, for the country, on the battlefield. The king of Elan will never fall. Away on the far hillside, an infantry queue does not blast out a basic tone of the song. All the soldiers are singing, the sound fluttering in the wind. A huge King Elan flag was hung on the flagpole in the square of the town. The flagpole came from the original Bear Nothing on the square of the Elan factory. Now there is a huge metal flagpole that must be raised every day. As for the Elanxia Great Territory, where every day a giant flag raising ceremony, presided over by 3 knights in armor, magic, take on not only the king of the flag to the flagpole, they also ensure that no one destroyed the flagpole, also at night to carry out the same ritualistic flag-lowering ceremony. When the Holy Demon Empire ruled here before, there were no such cumbersome rules. But now everyone must get used to it, because the villagers that refuse to raise the flag will be punished, or they will be investigated by the local garrison. Such resistance will not do any good for everyone. And among these marching troops, above the heads of the grenadiers of Elan, huge king flags were also flying. Black Eagle banner from the side of the road has spread to distant unseen woodland on the other side. Looks to why was spectacular. Yes, army too much of it looked at from yesterday seems to begin after Elanxia troops here. The young girl finally spoke his mind. Shock. She had never seen such a marching state. It had been a day since the first unit had left, and the following units hadn't even reached the same position. It is estimated that there will be tens of thousands of Elan troops passing by this road. Standing next to her side of the boy is a look of shocked, because he saw the beast. To move mountains belong to their holy magic empire, being mortal holding slow walk on the road. It was packed with all kinds of equipment, including a huge diesel generator. Enlight of course do not know the equipment, but he knew that they had belongs to the Trinity Imperial Beast. To move mountains, to move these animals a mountain next to one, there are about 10 head. Look. They took heavy steps forward step by step, walking among the densely packed Elan grenadiers. Even if they just watched the snaking Elan troops, these dissatisfied locals can only silently admit an indisputable fact: it is not easy to return to the embrace of the Holy Demon Empire. Things are up. The king of Elan will never fall. The gods are always with your majesty. We are victorious and bathed in supreme glory. We win because of bravely killing the enemy, for the country, on the battlefield. The king of Elan will never fall. Another group of soldiers after the two young men around. They sang the same song. Let them cry, majestic, too tight wrinkled brow head. Then, still one of his soldiers in their side through, then a car, then a tank, followed by more infantry, are more cars, is more tanks. I can export rifles, cannons, there are many industrial products. If you need, we can also export beef and mutton, fish. De Purcell sat on the top, and the Imperial Envoy Norma came to the market with Alanxi products. The Normu Empire from afar was interested in many products of Alan Hill, but they were also worried about the safety of the mortal empires south of the Dothan Empire, which belonged to their empire's subordinate countries. Alanxia expansion intentions clear to everyone now. Alanxia to the military. The defeated Emperor mortal countries accounted brought those forbidden magic field, it is simply the easy thing. Anyway, these places cannot be controlled by the Magic Empire for a long time. No matter how they support it, it will inevitably be occupied by Alan Hill. Mortals have obvious advantages in this respect. They can move freely in the forbidden domain, but magicians can't get used to places without magic. Support Mihuji Sinuo Empire, Par Lake Empire, all hope of peaceful coexistence and Alanxia Empire, and we hope to form Alanxia Empire ally. Exchanges with one another. Special envoy spoke and said Normu Empire. Alanxia Empire is a peace-loving country. We are very willing to sign a peace treaty. Opening Foreign Minister Cheng Manchistreet vowed Connaught Road. However, the negotiating officials who accompanied him didn't believe it, and Alan Hill was willing to put the cake on his lips and not eat it. He had in mind, Your Majesty, keep the main reason Dothan Empire Chris just out of consideration to save money. He was not really interested in peace. I are willing to purchase 5 Tiao step guns production lines. Purchasing 3 Wanzi steps guns need 500 pieces of artillery, 500 anti-aircraft gun. Then, envoy from Normu Empire began to weapons, who launched and Disio negotiation. He seems to have been Trinity Empire imported weaponry playing badly. It will be so urgent Alanxia want to equip weapons. Disio quickly met the requirements of the Normu Empire and sold hundreds of equipment to the Normu Empire. As is His Majesty the Emperor, Chris just exposed a face, would never say in the diplomatic negotiations, he put all his energy into in the 596 project above. Even eating and sleeping are left in the laboratory. He has never been so crazy about studying one thing. It can be seen that the previous assassination of the Puppet Empire and the help of the Vivian magician from Griken have brought him so much. He was determined that next time he faced the Griken mage, he would no longer have to rely on flickering and surviving without any cards. Wait for the next time the two sides suffered when he want them to see the real power of his empire that destroyed and pull out modern mortal great power. Just as the envoy of the Normu Empire was in the difficult negotiation of Ceres, further east and south, a sailing team sailed upstream along the Fallen River, and the Black King flag of Alan Hill was on the huge and sturdy mast. Flutter up. The fleet stopped at the port in the middle reaches of the Fallen River, unloaded hundreds of thousands of ammunition and supplies, and then turned the bow and left. The ammunition here is piled up like a mountain, and the roads here are also muddy. The Fourth Army was being ordered to move south, and with the support of sea and air transport, Modler was ordered to attack in June. In the finger within the army commander day to break the defense Dothan Empire, to the loss of 23 expense soldiers, horizontal sweep all the territory north of the Empire Dothan Mountains. He wiped out all the way south Dothan Imperial Army or go 10 million and last in Dothan Pass stopped. 620 days. Dothan Pass mode lay I was broken soul. Dothan Emperor country the whole nation to surrender itself please the Emperor to abdicate, regarded as the preservation of the lives of the family. Alan Hill used a blitz battle and only used the Fourth Army, which defeated the Dothan Empire, because many forces in the Dothan Empire had long wanted to take refuge in Alan Hill, so this time they went south to get the local people's support. Modler did not encounter any obstacles, and easily controlled the situation. What's more interesting is that the Longtaite family, who retreated all the way to the Dothan Empire and even gave up all the industries in the Arrant region, finally lowered its proud head this time. They surrendered all their properties to Longtaite Desailly, which is considered to have fulfilled their wish to continue the long Tate family. It's just that there is only one Dragon Tate family in this world, and that is the Alan Hill Dragon Tate family. The German Purcell also completed his promise. When I first met Chris, he pledged Chris 19 support 100 million gold coins, and now he really did. Count on Yalanti Empire the doth in the empire's industry. The 1.9 billion gold coins of the Longthaite family have become assets in the Alan Hill Empire. Not too unfortunately, for now Alanxia, the 19 years good as gold has had a huge effect. But for Dissel personally, this is his promise, and he is very happy to be able to fulfill such a promise. Who would have thought that while talking about his love for peace, Alan Hill ordered his army to go south to war, and in just 1 month, he would destroy a country. Who would have thought that the Dothan Empire would be defeated without even waiting for the rescuers? Trinity Empire, after receiving a distress signal, Dothan Empire did not send troops to participate war mean, so ignoring the downfall of the country's own subsidiary. The Holy Demon Empire, which has lost its vigor, is now fully restoring its national strength, and there is no time to take care of the mortal empire's nostalgia. So Dothan Empire sow to the demise of the Nottinghams, while Alanxia land area has been to make the majority. Chris were a little surprised. To the point, the endless sea east, west Wheelong north of Prairie Empire as far as the Dothan Empire in the west. It can be called a vast land with abundant resources and a large population. The fourth offer, Long Ling stayed up all night, went to sleep first, and soon a new climax was coming. Everyone stayed safe. In addition, yesterday Long Ling joined the Municipal Writers Association and almost forgot to share this good news with everyone. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you. 153 security issues. What does it mean to move the capital to Ferry City? Chris looked at the motion in front of him, frowned and looked at the ministers in front of him, asking suspiciously. Guofang Buchankastner opening replied, I have taken into account the assassination of impact of the event, considered the capital in place allows you to set up further away from the field of magic, is a very meaningful thing. If you feel wrong, we can set up an accompanying capital in Ferry City, so that similar high-level magician assassinations will become easy to defend. He looked at Chris and spoke out the defense plan of the Ministry of Defense. This is why you rejected my personal inspection of Veronza. Chris did not continue to say this question, but looked at Disaiya and others, and asked a question that seemed to be irrelevant. A few days ago he must prepare to go to the magic of Wheelong Empire ceded the region to look, but his idea is to press the guard's headquarters. Later, the Ministry of Defense and the Army participated in this plan, and Chris' westward plan could only be discontinued. Deans nodded, admitted Chris' speculation, and persuaded him. Yes, Your Majesty, if you go to the magical realm, we cannot guarantee your basic safety. We only rely on a great magician. Frensburger is not enough. Alan Hill, whose single Zolgia combat capability is not too strong, can only use the Forbidden Domain to protect himself. This is a strategy that uses the characteristics of mortals to protect mortals. According to AI Lanxia's idea, that is to wait for AI Lanxia's individual combat ability to rise in the future, can protect His Majesty the Emperor, then let Chris go to the magic field activities. Custer, satisfied, also endorsed this view, nodded and said, if you rush into the field of magic, perhaps Puppet Empire will be sent. Killer to attack you. It makes us very passive. Germany Purcell this time also joined in. Before I had imagined, if we can hire, or contact Drew Icon, make a hire magician to protect your security is not feasible, but ultimately we believe, put your security rests on Grikan's side, which is also very uninsurable. So my lifetime, we cannot set foot in the magic realm, simply because, magician afraid to kill me? Chris smiled, pointed to his nose and he asked these humanitarian front. The German side Purcell answer, then immediately said, this is not enough. If you do Majesty is a problem, then we will fall into a rudderless situation for thousands of years, so we have only one chance, so we cannot make any mistakes. Looking at the firm-eyed men in front of him, Chris finally chose to compromise. He knew that the other party was doing him well, so he had no way to refuse such kindness. So he only nodded his head and agreed with some of the commands and said, "Well, I can understand what you are thinking, but let me give Sears, moved the capital city to the ferry, it's a bit out of it." In his opinion, he is a bit reluctant to let him give up the city of Sears, which has been operating for so many years. I do not know Buxia this in person, or Buxia Foundation here. This time opening for a minister, Chris said, according to intelligence provided by Miss Vivian newspaper, senior magic strong activity in the field of forbidden magic is very inconvenient. If you can effectively increase their activity's distance, they will consume magic energy can also effectively reduce their combat effectiveness. Another minister in charge of education followed report said, "So, I have made a precise calculation. If you, Miss Vivian, this strong level crossing in the city, only Ware and Fransburg draw a tie." Chris nodded his head, looked at these working hard to ensure his security ministers, open asked, "That is, after that, if I went to the ferry to the city, as Vivian powerful magician, arrived in the city and no ferry is the ability to kill me?" Minister of Points that head replied, "Science. Such is the theory, but we also can ship crossing the city to retreat further east. See, ferry magician in the city is unable to continue flying east, so they cannot just chase final. I can give up and leave." "Well, I understand what you are mean. I will not insist on going Wheelong Sa, at least until I guarantee my own safety. I will not go Wheelong Sa inspected." Chris nodded his head. He acknowledged the words of these people. Chris really felt that he was too aggrieved. As an emperor, he couldn't even inspect his own territory. He must always be careful of those assassins from the west. Since Vivian arrived, this matter has been repeatedly criticized. Put on the agenda, the ministers suggested that Chris move his capital to the Arrant region further southeast, preferably a port close to the coastline. In this way, after the troops found the intruder, Chris had enough time to take refuge in a boat. Not two. You suggested that I moved the capital to this matter. I do not think it is being discussed. Good. If I have to move to secure a ferry to the city, then I explain how to most stationed in the west of the soldiers. He waved his hand and blocked the words of the ministers who wanted to continue admonishing. Not me. You can approve the compromise. I want to die. So if you can guarantee I die, I was willing to struggle a bit. Chris saw the following options. Opening continued. His mouth while pointing to the second program. I agree to put their finger command unit to transition to the countryside to separate fortification to mines as well as anti-aircraft defense intensive. This set of defenses is simply city level. Mine is led around, and then thick reinforced concrete fortifications are built at the core, and anti-aircraft guns are arranged around the fortifications to be responsible for guarding. Installation of heavy fortifications above probe measuring instruments, such as in the sensitive position of the inlet. Also arranged a large number of explosives, in order to can guarantee absolute safety. Chris. But there are still a whole new fortress since independence for own electrical system, and enter the elevator to the ground floor. There are 3. Chris watching nodded. Opening continued. I also agree that next base sides of a dedicated airport, you can get after the warning, take the plane to leave immediately. He knew that in this way, the troops guarding him could take Chris away by plane, which was also a very considerate design. When his aircraft from flying when all airports in the vicinity of the takeoff fighter will follow Chris eastward retreat together. Hundreds of aircraft Me-109 responsible for absolute safety. Chris in heaven. The same time I also approve when necessary can make all fighter forces take off and escort. Finally, I am willing to grant, to build an armored thick heavy powerful warships, as my Queen warships, waited at the ferry town, ready to take me out to sea refuge. To see the last time the page, or even see Chris arrived a warship specially built to protect him. With this battleship, after Chris's plane arrived at ferry, he could immediately leave at sea. Even if the magician had a way to chase, there was no good way to continue chasing and fighting. Even if a comparable and Vivian magic division, forbidden magic in the field of flight so far, There is no magic reserves. Storm a ship full of iron and steel of a gun. Well, are there any other issues to discuss? After he finished speaking in one breath, he continued to look at the other ministers and asked, the second issue is about the facts about the population encouragement policy. We are working hard to restore the population before the war, and promised to use the new tax law to prohibit the taxation of children. In terms of childbirth, we provide population subsidies, and the effect is very good. Tax Justice Minister spoke. He introduced their minister in charge of education also followed the opening, talking about the progress of their work. The education system has been propped up, although in some areas the lack of teachers, not too overall. Our 5-year compulsory education performed very successful, thanks to the magic ball of knowledge. There will be no more blind appearances in our country in 3 years. Not over our spending on education is too great. Even more than the military spending, is not it need to change? Gopang Bhuchankastner asked. No modification is required. I will also appoint the corresponding Minister of Education. As long as Alan Hill exists for 1 day, our education will not stagnate for 1 day. Chris waved his hand and rejected the proposal. He looked at his ministers and emphasized, after all, this is our foothold. We don't have the powerful combat power of magicians, so we can only use knowledge to arm ourselves. If we don't value knowledge, we will eventually one day we will also be eliminated by knowledge. The other topic is about the Navy. Because we have a hunch that we will not use the Navy too much in the next 10 years, I think this proposal by General Lawns is a bit too wasteful. He must be prepared to do what? Apply so much money to build 10 too large iron and steel warships? Who is he fight? In addition to Jisinuo Empire, Parlake Empire these messenger, he had no opponent. De Purcell also feels that investing money in the Navy is really not a cost-effective thing. Give him half of the approval. The other half will invest in Port Ozar. To build a dock there, we must ensure that we can start building more navies immediately when needed. Chris considered it and issued an order. Yes, Your Majesty. Several ministers recorded Chris' order, and then proceeded to the following topic. They have too many decisions to make. Because Alan Hill is now, it can be said that they are moving forward every day. 154 Demon. There is a well-known saying in the aviation industry called lead as when fly. Of course Chris also knows this sentence, and he is now walking on this seemingly beautiful road of no return. Now he had to betting on vigorously a miracle, above. Because for him there is no good choice. He is now reality and is no good way to enhance the combat effectiveness of their own army, because the machining of bottleneck has come. He could only silently accumulating here, so that the workers thoroughly understand the current equipment, in order to continue development down. Therefore, in order to enhance combat effectiveness, he can now be said to do anything to state pole. In 155mm Garnet the case of missile and artillery are still popular, he has begun to deploy its own troops 203 heavy artillery of a millimeter caliber. In the big guns cannot be the case out of scale volume production, the army began a preference for large E-caliber rockets. The Katyusha just served less than 4 months' time. Alanxia on the development of a 400mm rocket shells. M4 tank began to dress 90mm caliber long barrel gun, under the premise of a little fire already spilled, but also enhance the firepower to fight a large portion of the strike capability. The same kind. The entire Alanxia troops are suffering from lack of firepower phobia, began to frantically stuffing their ability to pour firepower forces. Modification also is starting to develop a more sinister direction. Empty military aspects. Me-109 fighter began to shut down and began production of the Mustang fighter, but when the production of this fighter, originally equipped with large E-caliber machine guns have all been eliminated, the dress was awful. 30mm cannon. 4 men 30mm caliber cannon pile opposition horse fighter wings, also mounted on the wing form 150mm rocket shells. Regardless of whether you can really hit a target the size of a flying person in the sky, the Air Force's idea is, I will improve the damage capability first. Even when the Mustang fighters did not have large-scale equipment, The Air Force also modified a batch of Me-109 fighters to mount rockets. Due to lack of confidence in their ability to intercept, the Air Force has also modified the production of B-25 bombers. In their frenzied B-25 bombers experiment installed 1Men50 rapid-fire guns and caliber. Air Defense Ground Environment Ministry team has not been idle. The first is SAR's Urban Air Defense Forces, who are all dress up 88mm cannon, as is possible when the Magician Airport, to each other to look ruthless. Even more frightening is that, like in the woods, a dense sample 88 Hind anti-aircraft gun. Alanxia also prepared a 127mm anti-aircraft guns to attack on the air. Originally ordered to deal with fast-moving target preparation of 30mm anti-aircraft guns seems a night of room out of date, and now we are much more optimistic about the power of the more powerful 88mm cannon. It seems that only more powerful weapons in order to deal with those terrible magician. In such a big environment, the Navy's battleship construction plan kicked off. Alan Hill's first true modern warship began to lay the first keel at the shipyard in Ferry City. In the fall of Alan Hill 2 years, after Alan Hill conquered the Dothan Empire and entered the stage of full recuperation, in the shipyard, a designer looked at the design drawings and opened his mouth to show off to his colleagues. "I have been thinking, if you cannot transport restrictions to lose, manufacture a terrible cannon can actually achieve what extent?" His colleagues naturally know why he is proud, because no matter who it is, they will feel proud of seeing such a warship built by humans. So he looked at the clear outline on huge sheets of drawings, open smiles. "Then watch you now be successful. Look at this, feel that they are not very rewarding. Yes, now I know that if you don't need to consider the weight of the shells, you can use machinery to load the ammunition, regardless of the weight of the artillery." It turns out that our strength can already reach such a realm. The engineer said proudly. "It's really ironic. The Army has always wanted large E-caliber artillery. The Air Force has been destined to be unable to equip large E-caliber artillery. In the end, the Navy was the first to come up with such terrible weapons and equipment." The colleague looked at the huge being pulled up by a crane in the distance. The gun barrel also said with a proud face, "That huge, horrible 305mm cannon can be said to symbolize the most powerful artillery manufacturing capability of this era." Not wrong, it is a battleship, an epoch-making super battleship. It can be said to be a new era of super maritime supremacy on Earth. It has a designated name of the times, Fearless, but in here, it also was named Fearless, represents an era, representing the true sense of the modernization of the Navy. Different from the original design, this warship cancelled the outdated design of the side gun, and directly used the vertical thick steel plate to fill the side of the ship. In the next superstructure, it is equipped with 4-door 127 Flak caliber, as well as 10-door 88mm anti-aircraft guns, plus strong air defense capability, and retained the powerful ability to strike surface targets. Coal ship, you can run out of the terrible hour 48 kilometers. It is faster than any known ship, which means that once it locks onto the target, it is impossible for the opponent to get rid of it. Due to the new and different battleship gun arrangement, which can be assembled in the front 3 turrets, 6 simultaneously fired guns can also be used in any one of the side hull. 8-gate gun against a target simultaneously. Such battleships are simply the sea monsters of this era. After seeing the drawings, Lawrence ordered the construction of 2 such battleships, one named Fearless and the other named Courage. An Almatal warship equipped with heavy steel plates as a defense. Weapons such as blisters are not a threat to it at all. Even no enemy warship can drive to a position where it can attack it. Looked at his masterpiece, the name of the project. Division Confident commented, "Yes, any weaponry on the sea right now is not actually a threat to it. In other words, once this kind of warship appears, the sea is its world." His colleague also said with confidence, "I hope you happy Joy. I send you a gift." Looked at the hands of then signed. Chris looked at the bike giant horsey-drawn carriage. Behind the carriage is an iron box with traces of a magic seal on it. I have a businessman from Drew Icon. We entrusted this to come here. A decent man standing in front of Chris' body, smiled and told who he came here. This is our second. There is a purchase price, and a live sample of the devil sent here. His mouth, aside, pointed to the huge box. Devil, there is not a senior devil, it's just a low-level corruption beast. Phil's IQ is not high, and very brutal. Not to it did not have much magic means, is one of the most common of the devil. We sent it. I hope you are doing some preparation in advance. The merchant then do not talk about this topic. Turn to another few carriage. The rest are the gold coins we sent. I also need more radar, and we also hope to import some of the mines. Protecting the border area is a troublesome thing. Mines may well save our hands. The merchant went to the last car of the time. He stopped, tilted his head and looked at Chris and said, "Hope you do not refuse, your majesty." "Absolutely no. I hope I can collaborate to defeat the devil invasion." Chris squeezed out a smile too, began. He is indeed real not want to sell a large number of mines, because he was afraid of Drew Icon will abuse this kind of thing. Humans have made many terrible weapons for themselves, and landmines are undoubtedly one of them. This weapon will turn a war zone into a hell, and until many years later, the area where landmines are planted will be dangerous and unsuitable for human survival. Even if there is only one landmine left in the soil, it will turn dozens of kilometers around into a terrifying zone that makes people hear it. The most frightening thing is that students produce easy, low-cost, convenient, embedded, powerful. It was simple and quick to mine, and it made people vomit 3 liters of blood when clearing mines. But he did not want to refuse absolutely Drew Icon request, because he knows that the other party may be a long period of time he can rely on. The only protected, at least for now, it seems that this country called Griffin is fair and peaceful, and it is a fairly normal force. Before Chris mastered stronger means of self-protection, he was still willing to mutually benefit with Griffin. Thinking of these things, he unknowingly walked back to the first carriage. Curiously, he approached the edge of the carriage and looked at the creatures inside through the gaps in the iron cage sealed by the magic. As a result, he saw inside the cage a viper-like eye was staring at him. It's like a reptile, or a chameleon. Chris wanted to take a closer look at the opponent, but a sharp claw rushed out and hit the gap in the cage, revealing only the pointed nails. Crack! This scaly monster hit the cage, seeming to want to swallow Chris outside the cage, and it didn't know how tired it was to try, as if there was no pain. "How do I get it out?" Chris asked, looking at the businessman in Griffin. The businessman nodded and opened the cage with a wave of his hand. A stench came out, causing Chris to cover his nose involuntarily. He frowned and looked at the monster in the cage, and finally knew why they were called demons. It looks like a huge dog, but it has eyes all over its head. This thing should have a very good ability to look around, with almost no blind spots in vision. It has an ugly huge mouth, which is full of fangs and dripping saliva. The disgusting smell comes from its mouth. Ask for leave. It's in hand playing. Please wait a moment. www.xxbike.c0m New content is updated. You need to refresh the page to get the latest update. 155 research work. Looking at the huge dog-like demon lying on the ground, Chris felt that the low-level demon sent to Sirius was not that difficult to deal with. And Vivian is not a sample. This is not tough fighting. The demons seem low. It is easy to deal with, as long as STG-44 heavy fire can be resolved out. I low for lack of confidence in their weapons and equipment, but only if the devil this level. I think I can cope with the army. Chris looked to send gold coins to the Drew Icon special envoy. Began. Busey Nessman's special envoy Drew Icon smiled and nodded his head and spoke and said, Miss Vivian also believes that Alanxia can deal with such demons. Not too. She also stressed that this demon, but the lowest kind of demon, at present, there is such a devil near the magic eye. Their IQ is not high, the numbers are limited, very easy to deal with. He pointed to the ground. Has been no devil breathing. Not too soon, perhaps only a few years, or a year's time. these dogs will be a lot lower. Demons appeared over 100,000 or even a million, the number of the other said, while watching the Reese said. At that time, Griffin hopes that Alan Hill's army can help eliminate these low-level demon creatures and save energy for our magicians. Can be enough to use weapons to kill these low-level demons. The magician can really save a lot of physical fitness. Apart from other things, even if the high-level magicians are allowed to replenish their magical energy a few times and take a few days of rest, they can cause serious damage to the high-level demons. What's more, Chris felt that the weapons and equipment in his hand would also have a very effective killing effect on more advanced demons. If necessary, I can troops marched battlefield, Chris opening said. Not me. Troops need is a strong logistical support, it must be guaranteed. I need to draw icon and before Alanxia, to or even build a railway, to protect my troops can effectively supply of ammunition. His mouth towards the exit side of the field experiment, in his behind 30mm anti-aircraft guns. We have begun to experiment devil dogs who attack effects. A cannon bombs hit the already bloodied devil dog corpses, thrown on top of a piece of gzwu. Because devil dogs are not as tall as dragons, they can withstand bullets slower. Standard Alanxia 7.92mm caliber sub-bomb would be able to cause enough damage to them. MG42 machine gun is more than enough to deal with the creature. Even the power worse than the standard 7.92mm caliber sub-bomb STG-44 sudden blow of a rifle bullet half charge can kill these creatures. The same kind of 20mm cannon as well as 30mm anti-aircraft guns could break down devil dog skin, or even hit the breakdown devil dog. Devil dog behind a variety of artillery can also cause such biological. The effect of killing and fragmentation is very good. We can't agree to the railway matter. After all, this is related to the territorial issues of other countries. The businessman said seriously, this is our creed. I believe your majesty is very clear. Just as Vivian said, Griffin seemed to be less interested in these low-level magic empires and mortal empires behind him. This ancient empire has always insisted on its role as a gatekeeper. At least for Chris, it is good news that a powerful magician is not an enemy for the time being, and he just needs time to accumulate his own power. Then I will open up the road between Alan Hill and Griffin. Chris doesn't care about the empires in front of him. He doesn't worry about what tricks the Holy Demon Empire can do. Don't worry about the Eternal Empire that is only a little stronger than the Holy Demon Empire. If these countries are acquainted, they will make way for him to reach Griffin all the way. If they are not acquainted, he will let his army kill from the territories of these empires. I hope your attacks won't cause too many casualties at that time. The businessman seemed to be less interested in Alan Hill's attack on other magic empires. I want to take away mines and mine samples, and the mine production line hopes that these equipment will allow us to establish a reliable line of defense near the Eye of Magic. If you are in need, I can sell you more weapons, including machine guns. Chris looked at each other, seriously suggested. I did not need to machine guns such weapons. After all, even the youngest child of Drew Icon can use magic to attack the enemy. The merchant seems to Alanxia the MG42 machine not very interested in guns. He replied the opening. Chris really wants to take a good look at the heads of these stubborn magicians to see what weird things are in each other's minds, which are so repulsive to new things. Isn't it possible to slaughter opponents in a simpler way? Is it better? After sending away the businessman from Griffin, Chris hurried to the outskirts of Main City, where Chris and his engineers visited Alan Hill's most remote strike method at this stage. Test firing of the V2 rocket. This new means of attack. Chris is after nuclear weapons for an attack hit ready. He wants to establish his own Toynan nuclear strike system immediately after the birth of nuclear weapons, land-based missile attacks and nuclear bombing by the Air Force. Although in this era, the attack accuracy of the V2 missile is really touching, but its terrible range is indeed very attractive. Because of the improvement in processing accuracy, Chris can guarantee that this weapon from the Third Reich can shoot more accurately than its original version. Chris, of course not allowed to prepare to take such missiles as nuclear weapons, throwing his vehicle. He is ready to accumulate more talent in research and development of missile, then the deployment of more advanced research and development of ballistic missiles practical. He then began to be in large-scale deployments later another familiar ballistic missile, which is the design and development of the former Soviet Union, the famous Scud ballistic missiles. With this weapon, he can strike his hostile targets outside the theater, and cover the real nuclear cloud over the heads of those opponents! Your Majesty. Such weapons are now. The distance is still a long way to go to combat it, stood Chris bodyside. Minister Smith introduced the technology sector's opening. Due to the use of a liquid fuel, so stability is very fair. Didn't we have confirmed this before? Chris looked far away, and the engineers wearing gas masks were filling the rocket with liquid fuel, and said to his henchman, "It's okay, solid." The state-of-the-art fuel is already in the research and development stage. Gyroscopic instrument of production. There is also a problem. If your Majesty wished to deploy fired several such rockets, we really can do. If you need a large-scale production of such missiles, we need to wait up. Sri Lanka Mai's opening remonstrate said, price expensive. Expensive. And the production speed is too unhappy. I know, technical art talent, how the exercise. Chris nodded his head and asked myself around. Smith said, I had to. Said, personnel training not only limited knowledge Moneyball. The latest group of students is known knowledge Moneyball trained, but there are still some flaws in the high-end technology. We are exposing them to more high-end technology. They lifted soon. Smith replied to mention. Chris asked. Very good. Very good. Chris nodded and looked to the west. There are many things he is developing now. Some are surprises he intends to give to the Magic Empires, and some are already given by the Magic Empires. His surprise. Chris just lift his head and look west. Alan Xier of Wheelongsa Province, Frontsburg Great Magician, is being looked at a dead body in front of him. Yes, it is a corpse. He carefully checked this god puppet from the Puppet Empire, and was trying to remove a magic spar on it. This corpse was the god puppet that attacked Chris. Chris was very interested in this puppet that seemed to be remotely controllable. He felt that he should figure out how this thing works, and then use it or develop countermeasures. Such an exquisite magic and such a terrifying magic infusion technique. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Frensburg felt that he was so happy that he was drunk. He had never had the opportunity to see such a powerful magic before, and he hadn't even heard of it. If I did not guess wrong, the inscription on the magic is in the key of this puppet of control. He stared at the inscription. Is almost covered with a puppet wreckage. Carefully stroked the carving above symbol. Constitute. This body is very interested in thinking. Its interior did not the so-called bone support. Supported by the magic spar and the rune array, it is a human-shaped magic device supported entirely by energy. Your Majesty, Chris said that this thing may become a direction for future research, but there are still too few samples. Too few. Seeing the wreckage of the puppet in front of him was disassembled a little bit, this Alan Hill's chief magic consultant said with emotion. Scored in the final after block of magic spar, this is supported by the body of magical energy up front. Finally taking the time seems to be a huge magical energy dissipated inside contains, into a bladder. Here magic atmosphere does not seem to support this high level of puppet magic operation. It has been paralyzed after being knocked down in weakness, in fact, have long been completely damaged. In his own pen in mind, the Frontsburg the Great Magician carefully recorded his observations. 156 accumulation. Alan Xier 3 years. The whole empire after 6 months of rest, has been a thriving state. The oil extracted from the Dothan Empire and the Higgs region, as well as the rubber rich in the Dothan Empire, as well as the earthen fort and the steel rich in the Arrant region, allowed this country to develop rapidly. Due to the magic of this empire has I can distant intentionally or unintentionally transport large sums of money, armaments. Development. Chris can be used simply to describe a tremendous pace. He not only set up a large-scale army, but also to many equipped army, many new weapons. In the sky, a large number of new fighters are equipped with troops, including P-47 fighters that emphasize firepower, and Mustang large E-caliber cannon models that are responsible for escorting cruises. These fighters, generally equipped with large E-caliber gun, with thousands of aircraft equipped with 20mm Cannon Me-109, make up a large-scale air force. If the former Eland Hill Air Force was a tactical air force, and the most powerful was the air combat on the front line, the current Eland Hill Air Force has enhanced its terrible strategic strike force the most. In crisis instance, at least 300 GEA B-17 strategic bombers in service, as well as before the equipment is at least 700 GEA B-25 bombers. This has been the Air Force's strategic offensive capabilities can be used to describe the Guards, to have such a number of bombers. Most it is mainly due to the accumulation and development of Elahir's industrial talent pool. Can be enough to have these thousands of bombers, is the real emboldened Alanxia. Now if there are National and Alanxia rush to war, then it has a strategic bombing force, can destroy a country's own war potential. What's more frightening is that if a war breaks out, the Eland Hill industrial system cultivated by Chris will be fully transferred to wartime production. These bombers and fighters can be manufactured from the factory and filled with dozens or hundreds of them. Front. That is to say, once the war, up to 2 months, Alanxia attacking force also promised will increase about a 20th of a day, if not eliminate frontline troops Alanxia a faster rate. Then this Air Force will fight more and more after the war breaks out. The same kind are to grow, and their Alanxia army troops, they now make up the expanded Tenge-Set Group Army, a full 150 million, in addition to the grasslands of 8 set outside the small number of military groups. Most of the army are under jurisdiction over at least 3 armies. The first 1 set group army was totally souped Panzer Army. The first 2 sets regiment in the army are trying to adaptation. Both armies are equipped with at least 3 armored divisions and have armored assault capabilities. Due to the performance of the tanks before the war, Trinity Empire in poor, so increasing the number of tanks Alanxia and not that much, compared with the increasing speed of the Air Force's thousands of bombers. It can be described as slow. Do not overground forces have not been idle. They focus on the development of armored vehicles on the track direction. While the army is equipped with a large number of tanks, it has equipped more than 400 armored vehicles in one go. Most armored vehicles are equipped with 30 cannon caliber for air defense cover as well as infantry combat use, which is based on the experience of Warcom lessons. Backup means Chris is ready for high-end magician. If there is Magic Division armored forces attacked at low altitude, these anti-aircraft guns into battle at any time, they can temporarily form a barrage, shot down those Magic Magician being released. The rest of the army effort, there are still some investment in a large E-caliber anti-empty gun. He had put a lot of iron and steel manufacture 88mm anti-aircraft guns. Put on these anti-aircraft guns mounted on rubber wheels of the trailer. Although these anti-aircraft guns cannot fire while on the move, they can help the army form a battlefield air defense area after the defense line is fixed, so as to force the opponent's Dragon Knights and Magicians to spend more energy on crossing the army's front-line defense. See military aspects. Alanxia established the first fleet commander is still Lawns. He may not be a leader without any followers. At least, the Sea Army Fearless 2 battleships, as well as 4 Sioux cruise ships, 3 submarines and such a large-scale fleet, most of the time but can only be parked in a port or cruising in southern waters, about deterrence several mortal empires with only sailing ships to the south. If a war breaks out, Lawns can quickly suppress all hostile forces in the southern waters by relying on the modified auxiliary cruiser previously equipped and the fast cruiser in his hand, and then land and fight where he wants to land. His Sea Marine Corps now has several divisions of the scale, and since a transportation fleet of hundreds of ships consisting only provide them with material support transportation, Genesis commanding naval fleet can quickly make all the other coastal cities a total standstill. In the south, the first responsible for the attack of 4 sets as well as the first military group 5 set in front of the military mission almost no obstacles, just a few days, They can surprise each other's hinterland. Almost a month will be able to put these southern countries occupy it all. Chry's idea is very simple. He wants to do is when the front of the battlefield may not be rapid progress, so that on 4 and 5 set group army southward rapidly expand their territory, those mortals empire occupied all down. In this way, he can have a war potential comparable to the united power of several powers in later generations, have more raw materials, have more troops, and can persist to the end in a protracted war. After careful preparation, Chris is ready for the war. He intends to take the opportunity to intimidate the Holy Demon Empire when Grukken summons him to participate in the War of the Eye of Magic, allowing them to make way and allow him to build a crossing. The railways of the Magic Empire also have roads. I estimate that Trinity Empire, after receiving our note, we will not agree to the plan. De Purcell looked at the road in front of the plan. Some concern spoke and said, this requirement, Trinity Empire crazy will agree to it. After more than half a year of the army expansion plan, Alan Hill was almost ready for a full-scale war. What everyone was waiting for was Gricken's attitude, not waiting for anything else. Therefore, in the letter of credential that Alan Hill is about to give to the Holy Demon Empire, their request is very excessive, which is equivalent to opening their mouths to ask for about half of the Holy Demon Empire. This is definitely the Holy Demon Empire will not agree. Requirements. When this request was rejected by the Holy Demon Empire, then Chris and Alan Hill's army would have reason to declare war on the Holy Demon Empire. As long as Grukken acquiesces to this requirement, Chris will be able to occupy the entire Holy Demon Empire within half a year. What the reality, we do not want them to accept our plan. I do not want one of my army, even 2 army, hanging in Druiken. Transport lines and behind them was under control in other countries. The former said lineback Wage Long Loud. He is a remarkable commander of the Higgs Theater, was promoted to become Admiral. He has finally become Alanxia highest rank. As the first person in the military, he is now the veritable Commander-in-Chief of the Alan Hill Frontline Army, and he can be regarded as the Commander-in-Chief of the Front Army. I have just give them a choice. If they choose to agree, then with the railway as well as highway placement, so that we in the ensuing war, you can more quickly toward the hinterland Trinity Empire advance. He sighed. He spoke his thoughts confidently and looked at Chris. In the eyes see from Chris after approval of the look, the Admiral went down. And if he did not agree, we happen to Druiken good show, indicate we have tried mediation. Is Trinity Empire, I do not agree with their plan. Has been a long time, have not tasted officials. Hunksing sector of the economy followed the opening echoed. Anyway, the war will always broke out, after the difference is only a few days, or nothing a year later. Although a large number of gold coins were obtained from Grukken as a supplement, for Alan Hill, who made his fortune due to war, lack of war was to wean them, which made the Alan Hill plutocrats, who could not continue to expand their incomes, very upset. He had a carefully prepared in case of a war. This time will naturally come out to drum up support for a declaration of war. They longed for war, and longed for Alan Hill to return to the era of making money from war. Dean C. also nodded his head and agreed with the idea of the Trinity Empire declared war. Indeed real, we cannot guarantee Trinity Empire is not behind us, trouble in our help. Druiken time, so we can only get rid of them first. But, Eternal Empire will and Trinity Empire a sample for us to maintain hostility. Side of the ancient Milo not that worried about Trinity Empire, he was concerned that the back of the Trinity Eternal Empire, as well as South the Normu Empire will have trouble. Well, count on those second-rate magic behind the Empire properly. Association is unrealistic, and he who would certainly afraid of our expansion. We did in fact ready to expand. Wage Long sneered, opening interjected! Exclamation mark. Yes, I have no problem really care about this. We really do not need to care about ready to expand. Chris smiled and nodded his head and said, as long as I do not find Druiken their trouble. Of course we want to hold everything you can hold in your hand. As for Druiken, I can always lie. I did not intend to conquer the whole world. He then finished, looked at his generals as well as ministers, and then we sent a laugh together. Yes, laughter. The machine is still in Alanxia tireless work with, And in those increasingly sophisticated production lines, A1 aircraft, AE vehicles is still a steady stream of tanks produced. 157 days. In a small village south of Higgs, a woman is standing in front of the stove with a sleeping baby on her back, waiting for a large pot of potatoes to be steamed. Her body side, two boys were grabbing a wooden stick into the car Mauser 98K steps guns. There are shops specializing in this kind of toys in the market, which are filled with toys made of wood and other materials. Girl happy joy kind of wood can be tweaked dolls, sticking handsome or beautiful hair. These dolls' face was outlined quite delicate. You can change clothes. Various each kind of cloth doll clothes are doing very fit, and some even spend a rare, only former aristocratic husband of talent dare to wear thin yarn. These materials are now very cheap, so cheap that this woman carrying the child is also wearing a tulle and colorful floral dress. Life seems to be getting better. At least this woman feels that her life is getting better. She used to worry about what to eat every day, but now she is worrying about what to do. Sounds like a kind of, from the front is not something to eat, so I do not know what to eat, and now it is too much to eat. She often headache food choices for dinner. Give me. That's my gun. Charlie. I'm going to beat Her Royal Highness Princess Magic Empire. A little boy looked at his brother waving branches and TV drama, really 98K steps guns, almost identical wooden rifles, shouting loudly. I do not give the runner that can support your pistol when own choice. My brother shouted back. Outdone hit his brother. You broke it. I didn't. My brother yelled out of anger. You have. Brother throat doors seem bigger sharper few. I didn't. You have it. Listening to her child chirping behind her, the woman's face was filled with a happy smile. She had nothing to dissatisfaction. After all, in addition to their husband's husband is not in his body side, such a life worthy of her love. Children can buy their favorite toys, and by Monday they can still walk the 3-kilometer flat road to the elementary school in the town to study. She can also visit those beautiful clothes occasionally while saving a lot of money. If she wants to, she can bite her teeth to buy most brands of clothes, because as compared to the tattered cloth before, every household textiles must be bad. The quality does not look good, and those factories produce just finished clothes. Cheap money do the same. Earlier we all still think that this is Alanxia side of the textile factories as well as garment factory in losing money earned crying, be waiting, more affordable clothes at a discount or even a hay price sales sold when everyone dumbfounded up. Men's clothes used to cost at least dozens of copper coins. At that time, everyone's income for a year might not be changed to a piece of clothing. Now men's clothes can be bought for only 7 copper coins, which is simply making money for transportation. You must know that the current income is much higher than before. Not only is the price of clothes falling, but the income is increasing, which makes everyone feel that clothes are cheaper overnight. Therefore, everyone is now beginning to recognize the so-called brand. The big families in the town are beginning to pay attention to the clothes of Cyrisi and nobles. Listen, to put it bluntly, it's breathable and comfortable, cool, detoxification, summertime hot weather, water and fire does not invade. Anyway, listening to those women wearing these expensive clothes describe these expensive clothes from Maine or North County, and their height may be improved after wearing them. Sad vanity. What can I complain about on such a day? Except that her husband is not by her side. The children now know a lot better than her. They can calculate numbers quickly, and they can recite some weird lessons. The teachers are really knowledgeable enough to make the steam run with the train. It's solid. She also met the train, when she sent her husband to leave last year, is seen on the train station to go on the town. The guy made of iron is really big, as huge as a dragon, and it emits white steam when driving and makes a weird whining sound. Last month, her 2 children had also taken a train. The school in the town organized the children to experience life. They went to Higgsner and lived for a day. When they came back, they began to describe it crazy. Speaking of a huge astonishing city, listen, say the towering huge chimneys, tall plant, filled with the roar of machinery. Listening to said there had hundreds of thousands of workers, from work on time every day, walking in the street when they are in groups. Listen to say that on in the streets with loudspeakers had broadcast day by playing the speech of His Majesty the Emperor. You can also hear the beautiful music. Listen say there. In short, it is a very beautiful place, so beautiful that even the air is filled with a choking smell, a smell that represents powerful, advanced, brave and hard. Dong not, Xabuli brother. Aside lift the lid of the cauldron, the woman without looking back with a loud voice to remind their children. Charlie gave me to shut up, not allowed to challenge your brother. Two children are quiet, because as they have smelled the aroma of potatoes. These peeled soft steamed potatoes taste very good, and they have always been a favorite ration of people nearby. The woman stood on the stove has been opened a good take-up of canned fish. Soup will spread to the inside of the potatoes on top of the pot steaming. Suddenly a house smell delicious to spread out. Food practices in this world are actually very common, and it can even be described as scarcity. After all, before Alan Hill ruled this land, everyone could not even guarantee the basic food and clothing. Who would have the mind to study how to make delicious food? For a long time, only a few very wealthy aristocrats would delve into what to eat, and their methods were limited to specific areas. Everyone's ingredients were different, and the things they made were naturally strange. However, with the expansion of Alan Hill, seafood was made into canned food for easy preservation, and conditions for tasting marine fish were finally available in the inland. After being processed in the factory, the canned food with various seasonings has now become a popular delicacy among commoners and nobles. Everyone guarantee certificate of food and clothing, naturally have higher pursuit, as well as inexpensive canned fish. Canned meat has become the choice for many civilians to improve life. Just go to the shop to buy a few boxes of these cans. You can save some condiments adults and children like to eat, but also save time and labor. Modern industrial production is unknowingly changing people's lives. Father eat. The woman provides food is good, with the biggest bowl of a full bowl of fish sauce potatoes, ended to the house, placed a delicate wooden table. She bought this table at the market, and walked back home alone. After all, home delivery is to add 1 silver, and she was not willing. At that time, she had a big belly. When she was tired, she put the table on the side of the road and sat on the table watching the endless stream of carriages and cars resting. Compared to low-cost clothing, furniture prices also seems to fall like state. In the previous farmhouse, there were only simple wooden utensils made by yourself, a fairly flat table, which is what makes people jealous. But now, as long as you are willing to spend a few silver coins, you can buy exquisite furniture. The flat tabletop is as smooth as a mirror, and it is painted. The legs of the table are even carved into a perfectly round and streamlined shape. The matching chair and even the carved lines complement the table, which in the past did not even dare to be extravagant for aristocrats. Now every household is using this kind of wood, which looks very beautiful, because the cheap ones make people want to cry. Lena, thank you for your hard work. The old man put down the carving knife in his hand, looked at his daughter gently, and asked with some pity, "Did the bastard have a letter? Did he die outside?" He is helping his grandson repair the broken wooden pistol. Although the price is not expensive, the old man who has been poor for a lifetime is still reluctant to throw it away. So he is repairing the broken shaft with tools. Speaking of irritating, it looks very cheap and simple structure, but because of the processing precision, it is impossible to repair at all. The old man pondered for a long time, but couldn't find a good way. Father Huck, a letter, sent yesterday the postman. I really did not think that in our rundown area, you can actually received a letter from Huck Week. Carrying a sleeping child. This is called Lena, the girl replied with a smile. The road at the entrance of the village has become sturdy and durable since it was repaired by a group of engineers. I heard that they used something called asphalt, which is harder than stone when it dries, and the vehicles that pass by are soft. The wheels, so the road is as smooth as new until now. Since this road was established, the village has no longer been closed. Everyone can walk along the road to the town. It is very comfortable to walk, much more comfortable than climbing over the mountains. It is precisely because of this road that letters are delivered faster, food is delivered faster, and life seems to have taken another step. See the entrance to the village posted a notice yet again from the draft. The old man shook his head, spoke and said, "Listen," said, "this time we Higgs to a full 21 recruits. It appears that the village has some years to go, light people." "Yes, I see. Here say our village had 30 people sign up. After all, high salaries, and subsidized food rations." Lena his mouth while out walking. If she do not go out and see, it is estimated that 2 out the greedy little monkey is about to scald his paws. "I hope my husband can come back safely." If he can come back safely, this kind of life really can't be better. 158 Dirty Send a big chapter. This day really cannot be bad. That had been in his own edge of town, watching the passing Alanxia army of female Mofaxuitu, angry, the magic hands down on the table, bitterly cursed. What she has lived these days is really unsatisfactory, because under the new national system, she didn't even graduate from the magic school smoothly. She didn't even get a certificate of a decent reserve apprentice of magic, so she could only go back at home. Because of her refusal to own Homeland Service business, he refused to accept Alanxia Empire for her work arrangements have wasted more than 2 hours of time each day, making a magic ball of knowledge to the school. She do not want to waive fees of their time, knowledge of what Moneyball is not willing to manufacture. Those poor mortals do not deserve our sympathy to use, so she can return to their homes, unable to go to school to learn any knowledge. In Virenza, many interesting new factories have been born. Those who can make magic supplements can make a living by making this kind of things, and those who can make magic balls of knowledge can also rely on this skill to find their own jobs in the magic balls factory. No one is above the top, everyone needs to work to make money. Although the salary has not changed much, and even because of the daily necessities produced by Alan Hill, everyone's life has been more convenient. But young people still don't want to get used to the life in front of them. Not all the occupied collar of people will immediately into the arms of the Alanxia. At least, in the Voronezh area, there are many young people who still dream of getting something for nothing, still dreaming that they can get more benefits from mortals without paying any price. "I have a magician. We should not work together and those mortals, those who touched places that are extremely dirty," she moaned wayward, for her boyfriend to vent their dissatisfaction. I know, but my family Danny had been warning me, so I do not appear in those rallies against Alanxia Empire." Boy scratched his head. He spoke and said some embarrassing. His parents were indeed real, has been seriously warned him, and elders, and of course know what the fate of the Empire against they want is to get a quiet life, rather than let his son fight Alanxia rule with their own to risk his life. "You coward." The girl, a face despise looking at her boyfriend, became cold tone. "If you are so timid, that in this life do not want to marry me." She had learned in the school of magic inside learning it not particularly outstanding, rebellious students who invited her to attend a number of rallies against Alanxia Empire, are also looking at this on her boyfriend's face. After all, she's just a school of magic are not even able to graduate, not the level of people, and her boyfriend, already through apprenticeship, is such a magical reserve of the elite. So she will have to take this boyfriend, in order to continue to address those rallies anti-Alanxia Empire. The key is to set forth their views, but inside her backbone, her statement: "Every time you get hot intense applause." "But my mother pro now has entered the factory work. My father also played for the Institute of Magic. They did not want me to give them more trouble. I do not want anything out of the egg." The boy is even more difficult for them. He came to such gatherings several times, but found that such activities became less and less interesting. These magical apprentices and young people who are not even magical apprentices get together, and at most they vent their dissatisfaction indiscriminately. These three sentences are inseparable from requirements such as privileges and benefits, which sounded offensive before. Because of his girlfriend's face, he had to bite the bullet and participate in such activities. But recently I heard that the military town next door, a group of Alenxia Special Operations Department arrested a group of secret meetings of the magic teacher, put them all in jail. His father-parent had warned him, but his father is looking at ways to recommend him to the senior school to study magic, which allows him to consider over additional question whether his girlfriend and so casually go downtown. What kind of benefits do you have for yourself? This is a very real problem. At least it makes him a little difficult to choose. If he continues to attend such inexplicable gatherings with his girlfriend, he is likely to lose his future, but if he pursues his future and makes progress, it is possible. Throw away your girlfriend. And ILL go to the city of high magic went to school. The boys seem to want strong tune about their future, so that my girlfriend to stop, but he still underestimate the other's stubbornness. If on the past, if he could just have the opportunity to read the High School of Magic, and his girlfriend will be very happy, and willing to unconditionally support his decision. After all, this represents the birth of a Mofaxuitu, which means I can definitely become a magician in the future. But now, his girlfriend seems to have the magic sound in his head, and frantically stands up from her position and looks at her boyfriend. Enough, you coward. I look down on you. Those dirty mortals, those disgusting mortals have made you depraved. We are over. You leave here for me. Her words made the boy a little dazed, and then he finally realized that he had no choice, because he had missed his love and could only pursue his own future. So he can do is get up, reluctant to look at the United States in front of its own beautiful girlfriend. He shook his head and sighed, taking the pace out of his girlfriend's house. He didn't know where he wanted to go along the way, he didn't know in which direction he was going, he just felt his heartache, and his heartache was staggering. Why do I have to make a choice? Where did I go wrong? The boy didn't realize that he had reached the edge of the town. He didn't realize that he had missed dinner time. I believe that there will always be people who have felt this kind of pain. The girl she likes has gone away from her, lost that love, and everything around her becomes no longer important. Just thinking about going to the bar to buy drunk, so as to forget that in her heart. Back view. When this hard-studied and talented magical boy suddenly remembered his direction home, he saw one after another cars full of soldiers, whizzing by the road beside him. He saw standing above carrying STG-44 Sutton soldiers Alenxia particular sector's hit rifles, soldiers wearing black uniforms, armed but not wearing the standard band, but also not equipped with grenades and helmets. These people are obviously different from the regular grenadiers of Alan Hill, and the Golden Eagle logo on their arms looks sharper and colder. The boys seem intended to know to what, suddenly began to catch up with those trucks back with his pass. He rushed forward, but he could only watch the trucks get farther and farther away from him, and so on. And so what? He ran side, while stretched out his hand, hoping to retain live what, but he did not catch, and after all, what could stop? Along the way he ran the sense of feel he was going to collapse, and this back into their town. He saw that the fierce Aaron Hill guards were already pressing a group of young people and preparing to leave. Around a lot of middle-aged people being screamed pray for those grenadiers who let their children, but the other did not intend to be lenient, but the handcuffs made of metal, one by one, these young men handcuffed together, scattered leaflets against Alenxia, organizing illegal gatherings, resisting imperial task allocation, but also to prevent other people with the normal operation of the empire headed by an officer of the meaning of words to announce the crimes of these young people. Every word is scary. They are just kids a woman rushed to the front of the soldiers. Against the arrest of these tasks soldiers shouted loudly, they had it to give them a chance of rehabilitation. Very sorry, we have previously posted notices. They stressed these violations are illegal and they also killed yesterday night a young man to go home. and that young people are to work in factories producing knowledge. Moneyball. For the first name of that officer, hands behind, cold look at the inhabitants of a small town. Opening replied. My God, he said, Elaine, is that these kids kill? An old godson could not believe my ears, shocked to see that the officer, do you have any evidence yet? He had a small town murder occurred last night, a 17-year-old apprentice magic reserve, as well as the way some of the sub-occlusion of the little girl home from the night shift in a short surprise attack killed halfway behind people. When her family found her, the body was cold. The girl did not squint, her face was full of shock, her back and chest were stabbed by the same dagger more than a dozen times, and she could see that the murderer was very flustered. What's more interesting is that this murderer is not much taller than the small Elaine. Because of the darkness, the footprints of the murderer were left on the scene. There is no evidence that they are in their mischief of arrested among young people. A girl's voice rang sharp, she seemed hysterical, desperately struggling in the crowd. He who planted them. Nonsense. I'm sorry, because of the special status Wheelongsaria, all the cases here, are Wheelongsar military investigation along with other Alanxia soldier that military officials have not a wire angry mean. Just hands behind sneer. He continued to explain. Evidence has been found at the meeting place of these people. There are bloody daggers, camouflage cloaks, and bloody shoes on the soles of the feet. My daughter. In the crowd, a fat woman with freckles no longer insisted on being inadequate. She screamed and rushed to the soldiers of Alan Hill. After being blocked by the soldiers' barrels, she used her fingers. With those who have been put on the handcuffs, young people, he shouted and said, Heraclotus and you are all students are how you shoot me. Do not listen to their nonsense, they just want to take away our children. A little magician suddenly saw town crowd, the hands of a large fireball thrown unexpected, loud greeting people around, and he had a fight. Rescued our children. Phew. At that magical time Division Sword, which were led by Alanxia officers, also followed an instant. The eyes become sharp up, flung his hands in front of the moment behind a big fireball flew to the attack coming fireball. The two fireballs collided and splashed in midair, forming a splendid firework. Before the people in the town were relieved from the shock, the officer named Alan Hill had jumped up and broke the other magical preparations of the violent magician. Everyone could tell that the magician in the town was just an ordinary magician who had just started, and the officer led by the Alan Hill soldiers was a senior combat magician who had been on the battlefield. Also promised theory, we are neck and neck magician level, maybe on combat experience. The two sides is not one on the first level. Just after a meeting, the magician in the small town was kicked to the ground by the officer of Alan Hill, and the magical aura on his body had already disappeared. You traitor. You turned out to be a magician. The magician in the small town breathlessly cursed when someone stepped on her feet. Don't you even want the dignity of magician? I am sorry, I really do not think Drew Icon than Trinity Empire more representative of the true meaning of magic. I seek his magic supreme glory, not a small empire of the Trinity. That magic teacher sneered retorted, moreover, I do not think, as Alanxia Imperial Service, is an embarrassing thing. Okay, now, who doesn't believe me? Stepping on the magician in that small town. The magician officer of Alan Hill raised his head and asked loudly. Behind him is a row of porting, dark STG-44 sudden strike rifle muzzle. I killed people. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Forgive me. A little girl who couldn't bear the pressure knelt on the ground and burst into tears, her cuffed hands holding his face. The voice screamed heartbreakingly. After yelling this sentence, she seemed to be relieved, and began to disregard the obstacles of her companions, and stated her crime. Danny made me do this. They forced me to let me kill Elaine. They will kill me if they don't do it. They say that if I don't do it, I'm not qualified to live in this small town. You, an annual light, stepped forward to stop this little girl who wants to cry. Crash. He was the butt of a hit in the shoulder. He immediately became honest. He didn't dare to provoke a troop led by a magician. Take it away. In the desperate and helpless gaze of everyone, the leader of the Alan Hill officer waved his hand. Those young people who had little resistance and had no guts to resist, were under the muzzle of the assault rifle. Bowed his head and walked forward honestly. We can be assured that he had the most people are not life-threatening. After all, Alanxior is a place to talk about the law. Look at those desperate parents. Military officers led us some unkind. Opening comforted, do not cross the border for a while. Some education is certainly inevitable. See, thank you. Someone finally repressed, as if taking away all the strength in general, is very difficult to speak the word of a simple sentence. I have to wait for them to come back. Danny, at his ex-girlfriend in front of their own to go through, just to catch up. Boys shouted out loud. The girl with bright handcuffs raised her head and glanced at the boy. She wanted to say something, but was pushed by the person behind and swallowed the words back. She lowered her head again, and walked her legs step by step like a soulless. On the once spotless magic robe on her chest, she didn't know what fell on it, and the dirt couldn't be wiped off. Long Ling really doesn't want to disconnect this chapter, so let's post it like this, and let it go. 4,000 words, Grand Festival, seeking monthly subscription, Bizarre Readers Adult. 159 I am sorry. Wheelong's area is not stable now, in which case we should not rush to go to war and Empire Trinity that will I have an advantage in the military, but we got there after the occupation. There is no way to guarantee stable rear A. The first two sets Group Army Commander Gen. Lester full of concern. His ministry team but Alanxior focus on building the main army. If his troops were blocked Druican people in the region, equivalent to half the army's armored forces have to be scrapped in the Druican. The more modern combat forces are, the more they rely on logistical supplies. There are tens of thousands of vehicles in the entire group army, as well as large-scale armored vehicles and tanks. There may be a lot of scrapped engines every day. If you leave the rear of Alan Hill, the entire group army will lose its combat effectiveness in a few days. More let him worry is that once Druican to reinforce, not a set only to use him. The first two sets regiment army, the may include the first one set group this main army. The may then count against the first rope over 7 their first 9 sets regiment army. He has been playing a total reserve of 3 set. Nearly half of the group Alanxior military forces are likely to take the initiative drilling an Empire Trinity inside the pocket. So, as for the first 2 sets the commander of the army group, he needed to let his obligation to His Majesty the Emperor, realizing that he is likely to face a serious problem. I have not put all hopes pinned on Trinity Empire. Noble sentimentality. Indeed real. The magician who has now become very excited to expand our work there. Some get the support of the locals, while others have been resisted. Responsible for internal affairs Dean C. followed began. Recently Wheelong's area does have some less stable. The first 2 sets regiment army, the first 7 sets regiment and military troops stationed there when can maintain a local stable. If these forces of launching leave, it will not be local. It is not very easy to predict what kind of disorder will break out. After all, it is not the Uranti Empire, nor the Dothan Empire. It has been ruled by the Holy Demon Empire for thousands of years. Their minds are deeply rooted. If they can change it in a short period of time, it will be a ghost. Unless Chris can reach in a short time out of the demise of the entire Trinity Empire, and all find more trouble hostile forces gave destroyed, otherwise it will Wheelong's areas. Such chaos continues, will it be possible a few years settle down? If the Magic Division rebellion, then give us a huge logistical pressure. If we cannot maintain a stable rear, we can easily mechanized units will be paralyzed at the front. The first one set Swall General Group Army to follow nodded and said, 3 years ago, Valda Young are still within the armed forces as well as ordinary Lester. Now they have 30-year-old age. He sat down on the position of army commander. This has to be said to be a miracle brought about by the magic ball, and also a miracle of the rise of Alan Hill. Yes, If those Farshi really attacked logistical supply lines, then I have the troops to be lost in the Druican. Chris is very worried that his department team would return. The other was stopped when the time he really wanted to cry without tears. It is very likely that the armored forces he has accumulated will be paralyzed and turned into scrap iron and Griffin, and the Holy Demon Empire will gain a short-term military advantage, retake the territory occupied by Alan Hill, and take Alan Hill's Higgs, and other areas have become battlefields. He who will use magic, we are hard to manage, just a magician, if desired, can seem to undermine our tracks, or fried bad road. Dean C is in charge within the Minister of Justice, so in addition to protecting Chris, in addition to his guards, the guards' soldiers who investigated and arrested were actually controlled by him. He in this regard have faced great voice, but recently the Ministry of Interior Guard troops arrested thousands of insurgents. Magician Ming Wilong's and areas add up to more than the insurgents elsewhere. When he was talking, Chris couldn't help nodding. The magician is really not easy to manage. These people seem to be born dangerous targets with guns. Managing them has to face countless times more complicated problems than managing ordinary people. It is a management cost. Really great question. They can attack us. We cannot effectively monitor their wage. Long was originally intended in the last few months of time on Trinity Empire. Total war can be because Wei Long's area the issue of turmoil. He has not yet prepared his own offensive plan. Once the attack hit, the start hoarding supplies dried up after Wei Long saw, from all of the supplies you need to transport the Higgs region. And if you want to attack the Holy Demon Empire itself, it is equivalent to saying that you have to span the entire Voronzon area and the war zone, and all the way you go are the areas controlled by the magicians. Once these magicians start to cause trouble to Alan Hill, Alan Hill's transportation is likely to collapse in a short time. Even if they attack the Holy Demon Empire, they will be in a dilemma, and in the end they can only draw most of their troops back. Near guards have arrested the next great efforts to respect people. Wei Long's area is not completely settled down. We can be effective supervision as well as the fight against gatherings premeditated activity, but we have no way to monitor that their actions alone. Magician Deans paused when he said this and looked at Chris. I fear we'll fall into the vast ocean of people's war. Did not wait for Chris to speak. After a pause for a long time, he was opening with a slow voice continued, if there are too many magic act alone division, there is no way to ensure the smooth flow of logistics. Will meeting room quiet a lot, and now no one issue unbridled laughter. They face the reality after being hit. Only Depressed admitted that he wanted to immediately defeat it before the idea of Trinity Empire, or too naive some. Alanxi are powerful, but its forces must rely on supplies is also very obvious defects. When there is no way to guarantee their own supplies, combat these forces, no better than that some armed with machetes, spears, soldiers too strong. I have a national book or change to try to go soft on some of the language. Trinity Empire sat Chris body desire aside, opening to tell their own suggestions. His words made everyone more silent. After all, they laughed in this meeting room with His Majesty Emperor Chris before, but now they can only give up their original plans and helplessly compromise with reality. No big deal. I have to send Druican own ideas, let them give us advice. Chris, out of the smile coming, spoke and said, if he had just think we need a railway to Druican go, then we will do what they say. Before I had occupied areas are all mortal. In fact, the contradiction is not prominent future. I have to face more and more occupied magic empire. Now is the time we have accumulated experience. Do not frown so. After he finished speaking, he got up with a smile and left the meeting room. Everyone's heart is heavy. After all, the war cannot be fought in a short time. This means that Alan Hill's expansion has entered a bottleneck stage, and Valenza has become a tumor that makes Alan Hill difficult to swallow. It was extremely uncomfortable in the eyes of the throat. Just when everyone was in a bad mood, Secretary Smith knocked on Chris' door and stood at the door of Chris' office. This big engineer, who is very busy on weekdays, brought the work report in person this time. and the joyful expression on his face couldn't be hidden. Theodore took a test report inside to Chris, opening a news report. Chris, most want to hear, Your Majesty. The quality department calls, the kind of life you want will be found a stone. You say the stone and so on. You say that the stone? Chris looked up from the piece in the head, looked to the trusted men Smith, a look of shock. You are to say, uranium-235 of the ore, we have found? Yes, Your Majesty. The geologists have found a kind of stone. Our reserves are not low, even with plenty to describe. Smith did not know exactly what uses the kind of stone. He is in charge of industries. The Minister of the People's Republic of China has no right to ask about the 596 project. Because for this version of the Outsider project from the beginning, all the data on all the top secret level, only a few specific people know. Many of them only know the details of a few aspects. Together, they constitute the entire huge 596. After all, no calculations and calculations are needed. All the details of Chris can be copied from the science books. Therefore, the most tormenting part of the whole project is not the design and manufacturing, but the search for raw materials. Now, this raw material has been found, which means that Chris has an incomprehensible super attack method. As long as he is really cruel, he can destroy a city at once and leave a whole area without any grass. Great. Now mining this ore is then sent to the purification of this mineral is responsible for screening plant is to go before that. We built the code Y of the factory. Chris shock move ordered. Then he remembered some questions and looked at Smith and said, the geologists and personnel searching for the veins are strictly in accordance with the regulations and prepared a full set of radiation protection equipment before entering the mining area, right? Due to trouble, as well as the difficulties of transportation problems, they are not fully in accordance with the mission. Smith said, there seems to 17 individuals now feel unwell. I know as much as possible settle him who do not make any mistakes. They are the country's hero. Chris went to the door, back to Smith told Road. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. Smith points head promised Road. 160 Unscientific way of development. In the history of the Earth, there may not be any country that can produce atomic bombs at the speed of Alan Hill. Chris because as a complete experimental data support, when he was developing nuclear weapons, speed is this. In raw produce very strict quality requirements while the centrifuge, he built 2 reactors in full compliance with the highest safety standards in the city and Fall Deep River crossing south of the mouth of the Ulanti region. Anti-shell heap began to build when the atomic bomb factory had already started in 2 places at the same time to build up. In order to increase insurance and increase the production speed of nuclear weapons, Chris has at least prepared 2 production bases, and in some links 3 or even 4 production plants. Mention pure plant codenamed the Y, in says there are other places to put into operation a total of 3. Chris order not to waste time. Waste did not consider the question of money. Because you want to support the whole project, Alan Breath built 50 large-scale fire power plants. Small power plants are just countless. Chris prepared all the power needed for this horribly power-hungry project. In order to build these power plants, Chris even took out his own royal savings. All the profits of those factories under his name were invested in electrical engineering, plus loans and debts, and the investment was calculated in billions of gold coins. More boast Jiang is still in the design of nuclear weapons at the time of the drawing. Chris has prepared a picture means, he is mass production of advanced ballistic missiles, is also being modified B-17 strategic bombers, it can carry an atomic bomb be dropped. Now it seems that the most reliable offensive strike means or B-17 bombing machine, it can guarantee certificate bombing accuracy, and because the technology is mature, will not fail. Let the bomb fall halfway or was detonated in the attack on the position should not be. In addition, the range of the B-17 bomber is also longer, at least longer than the attack range of the ballistic missiles currently prepared by Alan Hill. In this way, a larger area can be covered and more cities can be covered. Therefore, The production speed of Alan Hill's nuclear weapons is unmatched by any known Earth country. Even the fastest country is not fast enough to open Alan Hill, which has a simultaneous development of multi-line external plugens. Chris' investment has finally paid off. Before, he was worried that the world did not have a mineral such as uranium, but now, this concern has disappeared with the discovery of the ore. How's the centrifuge work? Chris stood in the quarantine office of the Y factory, looked nervously at the engineer in charge of the centrifuge, and asked. In order to ensure the safety of His Majesty the Emperor, although he may be the expert who knows nuclear weapons best in all Alan Hill, he was still excluded from the list of persons in charge of atomic bomb production. 2 Known uses knowledge magic ball. Complements the knowledge of nuclear physics engineer responsible for this project, and now they are all ready, waiting for the birth of raw materials. To make part of the raw materials for the production of goods plutonium, another part of the uranium, it will be made into a real nuclear weapons. Turn everything works. We can immediately start producing weapons of His Majesty. In front of the engineering division wore a thick glasses. Opening for Chris report said, according to the data I understand, this weapon about 31 done the above equivalent. I do not know magic protection shield defense mechanism, but at one point to bear 31 done fried drugs attack. I do not think there is magic tough defense to such a degree. With a hand of help himself face glasses. Opening said. Chris nodded. He also felt that no monster would be able to face such an attack. Although Vivienne described the dragon's toughness and the horror skills of the elves in magic, Chris was still. It is believed that nuclear weapons are comparable forces. 300,000 tons. I think it's almost the same. When we have plutonium and stronger nuclear weapons, the attack yield may be higher. Chris nodded in satisfaction, and the previous depression was swept away by the results. He has only been in this world for more than 3 years, and he has just built his empire into a country close to the level of World War II. And there are countless advanced and powerful technologies in his hands that have not yet been displayed. Those great technologies that can change the world have not yet appeared. How long do you think we can have the first experimental nuclear bomb? Chris rechecked the drawing on the desk and asked the engineer wearing glasses. Probably 2 months, maybe faster. That works. Glasses on customary divisions and shook their nose. Opening replied, if you want to increase the equivalent of the word of the speed necessary to compress some of their. Very good. Chris nodded with satisfaction. In accordance with the 3-month walk schedule, in addition to experiment with 31 done outside the experimental bomb, I have 50 megaton nuclear bomb before mass production. 10 pieces. If you wish, Your Majesty. That name engineering division erect, Chin replied, not me recommend, if you are willing to destroy the target, or please Drew Icon magic teacher who shot it, that might have mercy. Nuclear weapons to destroy hurt too horrible force. If the calculation of radioactive contamination, then such an attack may last for decades. Light radiation shock waves, high temperature transpiration and burning flames. Most of a city will be destroyed in an instant, and the remaining part may be destroyed in an instant. Chris raised mouth, chuckle a cry. Opening quipped, when we detonate a nuclear bomb test, and I wish all Alanxia the enemy can see them crying will pray for my forgiveness, and we will regret as an enemy. However, I decided to test this secret. I'm not going to let Drew Icon know I have nuclear weapons. We do not intend to let people know Trinity Empire. Chris tiny vent a little heart is not in full. After that, I changed my mind. Of course, he is unwilling to show his cards to let everyone know. He intends to kill the monkeys and find a hapless country to sacrifice the flag, so that everyone can understand the powerful power of atomic weapons, and then rise to power. After walking out of the office, Chris passed the thick concrete isolation wall, past the isolation field buried with a large number of mines, and walked past the outer security wall composed of iron wire and electricity, and walked out of this factory with only a Y code. There are several such factories in Alan Hill. Before they had only workers and machines, but they didn't operate to produce anything. But now the place is getting busy. Trucks with special containers are driving in here one by one, and the surrounding power plants are also beginning to emit billowing black smoke. Don't underestimate such a project. Driven by these projects, on with the support of Alan Hill's increasingly sophisticated industrial subjects, the speed of development in this country is getting more and more terrifying. With the support of materials science, transformer technology is developing steadily, the composition of electricity is becoming more and more advanced, the city uses more and more electricity, and the total power generation is also increasing. The current total power generation of Alan Hill is close to America was in the era of World War II. The same kind as the upgrading of mining equipment, whether it is oil extraction or just iron ore and coal production, are improving. With the support of these minerals, countless new equipment was produced, further accelerating the development of the industry. In 2 years, the first batch of young people who received the Gramming-style teaching has become very useful. Whether in the army or among the civilians, these people have begun to shine and start to drive the people around them to make progress together. Large-scale computer technology has in fact been on the right track. Transistor technology has matured. In a few months' time, Sears Computer Center puts their computing speed raised to the second 10 million times the level. In this era, Chris has issued a decree requiring all new style houses to be built with consideration of the issue of new lines. A large number of reserved pipelines have been laid out, and as long as there is demand, additional lines can be added. These are all prepared for the line reservation. When personal computers begin to become popular, Alan Hill can immediately become unfamiliar with the hardware problems that have restricted the development of the network for many years. In front of Chris, who has the golden finger of science and technology, it is not at all exist. The use of rubber and the research and development of the production and manufacturing of its substitutes have made Alan Hill's equipment production speed higher. In just a few months, the Alan Hill Coastal Shipyard, which lifted the ban on the use of iron ore, launched a dozen transport ships and 7 or 8 new style destroyers. Plastics have begun to rise, gradually replace many materials appear in the eyes of civilians. In the laboratory, more new materials have been prepared, but there is no way to mass produce because of the lack of equipment. After getting the uranium mine, Chris once turned into a drawing madman, writing books or drawing crazily every day, which fully proved that his nickname for the human-type self-propelled drawing machine is definitely not an empty name. On the second day after Chris returned to Ceres from the uranium refinery, the special envoy returning from the Holy Demon Empire sent back a piece of news that was not known for good or bad. After weighing it over and over again, the Holy Demon Empire finally nodded and agreed to Alan Hill to seek. That is to say, Alan Xia can build 4 parallel railway track in the territory of Trinity Empire for the war in the eyes of magic possible future outbreaks, the transport of their troops as well as transport supplies across the Trinity Empire. Let engineering troops leave it at will held after the meeting to discuss the pros and cons, and put off alone in the office think about their own about half an hour. Chris finally made its own choice. He gave the order to build the railway. 161 Jiao back! His Majesty experiment is ready to go. Came the messenger. German SS generals saluted reverently in front of Chris, spoke and said, with when detonation experiments can be carried out. Behind Chris, the virtuous Minister Purcell and other confidants that he had not fully come into contact with. Alan Xia of 596 works. So I do not know today will test the new weapon. How terrible. Of course, he who also know this must be a very powerful weapon, because if not, there is no need to put so many generals as well ministers convened over. Xia just looked at the familiar faces on his left and right, and he had probably guessed how terrifying the experimental weapon was. Germany sat Purcell around. Is the defense minister Kastner Grand Duke? His side are on the wage long. Leland General Mohammed put down just because Doth Empire was promoted admiral. Behind them were General Courier, General Bourgeois, General Wilkes, and General Capeluna, who had rushed back from the south. This was supposed to be the Queen of the Princess Royal Highness Higgs. in the formation of the first 9 sets regiment of the army during the performance is very eye-catching. Her organizational skills, in fact by large along only high not low, the rebellious character of some stubborn in many ways, the lady can even be Wagran's teacher. After all, she was in charge of the Higgs army, although young, but already very experienced combat troops that if just from the experience, the first Captain Wage Long says, it is actually not as good as the card Pale Luna. She enlisted soldiers in the Higgs region, soon to make the first 9-set group formed a military combat. After using the magic ball of knowledge, she gained modern military command experience, which made her a qualified military commander. In other places, Diane's and Strider also attended this experimental ceremony, and Gerlo and others were also present, sitting in 2 dense rows. Inside the experimental base, behind the thick glass protection, an officer walked up to Chris, stood at attention and saluted, and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, everything needed for the experiment is ready. Ready to start the detonation of the light of destruction." Experiment. Here his mouth around one side has pointed to the construction of reinforced concrete cover good body. To introduce Chris said, "We have about from the center of the explosion 11 kilometers. The entire fortifications from several meters thick cement constitutes the stereotype iron. It can resist several direct hits from heavy artillery. You and the guests are here to watch the experiment. It's very safe." Fred Lentz William Berg there, as well as the ferry has been in service with the city's poor magician Barkalov, have heard the words of the officer, and they are all feel a little weird. He who does not believe there is any weapon can do damage 11 within kilometers sturdy defensive positions, where even here where there will be any breeze. After hearing this, Chris nodded and couldn't wait to give the order to start the experiment. Well, now, the detonation experiment of destruction light can officially begin. With Chris' command, Refer Command Room Mail and Xia officer loudly gave the order to start the experiment. Down. Timing begins. The staff in charge of initiating the explosion was wearing a white coat and pressed his finger directly on the red button. His sweat already oozes out of his forehead. He stares solemnly at the red button under his hand, and presses it down in the next second. As soon as his order was issued, the staff on standby over the began to get busy. They frantically adjusted the machine in front of them, then looked at the lights on the panel, and counted down firmly, 5 inches. For reciprocal cry then cry already has been recorded in the side ready to shock. The instrument as well as dozens of other equipment filled every corner of the room. These devices will record reliable data and record important moments in the development of weapons in human history. No one wants to put through this enough to change the history of warfare experiments. Every detail must be recorded in detail, so that a careful study be used in the future. 3 loudly sing back. The timing of the officers standing starched. Chris already tense took out a pocket watch, looked to the numbers above. He wanted to record this important time, a scene he had never seen before. The officer might be nervous, so his voice was a little excited or even trembling, but when it was time for him to play, he still shouted loudly, too. The ministers and generals sitting behind can also hear this anxiously waiting countdown. They are in a bunker half buried under the ground with thick glass, watching the detonation field a few kilometers away in the calm waves. He did not know why His Majesty the Emperor so firm and summoned them to come here. They only know the code for the destruction of the superlight weapons will explode after a second. They were shocked. Burst transfer of the power of. The term one atomic weapon is still an unknown mysterious weapon in Alan Hill. It is indeed a name that makes everyone a little stranger, but its power is beyond doubt. Detonate. The officer who sang along let out a hysterical roar, and the rows of small lights on the detonator stage were finally lit up. And these signal lights are all lit, which means that an artificial sun in the distance is lit up. Super strong light radiation in less than 1 second of time across the observation base. Powerful magic. That powerful light than even dazzling magician used 100 or even 1,000 times, even through colored glass. Everyone still narrowed their eyes involuntarily. In the place closest to the core of the explosion, Those objects that were directly destroyed by the light radiation will instantly vaporize and evaporate. A nuclear explosion with an equivalent of 300,000 tons was a terrible explosion that was nearly 3 times larger than when the United States tested its first nuclear weapon that year. If there is no security guard, who watched directly on the danger from the burning would immediately be blind their eyes. Immediately afterwards, the shock wave with a speed exceeding the speed of sound spreads out. Nearby buildings temporarily erected to test their power will be torn into pieces by this man-made wind magic, and experimental tanks and trucks placed near the explosion point will be overturned by the airflow. Burning heat between temperature suddenly rises. Gravel transpiration can instantly put into glass particles. Only then did the most terrible explosion spread, swallowing everything it covered. The earth was burnt and burned, leaving nothing but desolation and death. If the effect of instantaneous damage is the most shocking, the subsequent radiation damage caused by the atomic bomb is actually terrifying. Victims killed by nuclear radiation will suffer even more, with various diseases and mutations, and will not get real peace until the moment of death. This is a terrifying weapon capable of changing the landscape. In everyone's stunner, the seismic detection equipment began to shake violently. Everyone sitting at the location of the observatory felt the slight tremor. People first have class time in the history comparable to the forces of nature. Armageddon is no longer a wish, they accumulate after development. The future may even destroy their own people. Even do not know Chris himself. Is it right or wrong to develop this weapon? What's that? Seeing the huge fireball on the horizon in the distance, Mr. Gerlo, who has been in charge of economic coordination and other aspects, suddenly fell from his chair to the ground. He never wanted to. Mortal can have such power, even if he had already clearly no elixir order to prepare for such weapons. What? How to pay a heavy price? He knew that Chris had even hollowed out Neku, and he knew how many extra kilowatt-hours of electricity had been sent out for this weapon. The mushroom cloud rising from the explosion in front of him suddenly felt deep in his heart that he and the colleagues around him were worth all the hard work. It was a sigh of relief, it was a sigh of joy in grasping one's own future. My God! Ah, I see what met. The same kind of excitement, as well as sitting on a chair desire. In front of his eyes, a mushroom cloud towered high between the sky and the earth, as tall as the figure of Chris in his heart. At this moment, he remembered the time when he made the decision that he wanted to follow Chris as a businessman who invested in the Emperor. At that time, he was just a rich young man, but now he has such a terrifying power in front of him. Chris has been honored that year to his promise. No other Dragon State family in the world. He is now the Tate Dragon Master of the house, the young master of the house, too much for adults. And the so-called elders of the Longdaite family are now all subordinates crawling under his feet. Bukaref, who didn't know what his mood was, sat in the corner, looking pale through the stained glass, looking at the huge black cloud shaped like a mushroom in the distance. He didn't know what his compatriots would use to face Alan Hill in the future. If the previous Holy Demon Empire still had the power of a battle, the current Alan Hill was no longer on the same level as the Holy Demon Empire. Such a powerful force. Barker appears in love. Mortal Ming has been out of magic come to the front, because mortal force for the first time above the magic out. This is a very terrible thing, because they were enslaved for thousands of years. Those ordinary the ants of now finally have the ability to overturn the elephant. If you decide to liquidate his mortal suffering they have faced, they bear all the before. If they want to get back injustice, that this war will not stop until the magical world destruction, the war will not stop. Fred Lentzberg also very depressed. He felt his own research in the face of this terrible weapon is simply a bunch of pediatrics theory. He didn't even know where such a tough mortal would end. This kind of Ming can continue to develop. They may destroy the sky, move mountains and fill the sea, dive into the ocean floor, or fly to the sky. What else in this world is something mortal Ming cannot do? He even deeply doubted whether God saw the fall of the magical world and deliberately took back this world, leaving it to mortals who are more willing to progress and be more powerful. If not, then this in front of all that, What thou shalt make, why not release it? In the most exciting field people, than those senior generals from the military, and one by one they excited watching that Armageddon forces. His face is still exciting, looked shocked. I have been invincible up. I does not turn eyes staring at the mushroom cloud in the distance. Defense Minister Kastner Archduke opening softly whisper. He had always felt that Gruken, the magician powerhouse, was like a sharp sword hanging over Alan Hill's head, depressing him to breathe. But now, he felt that the sharp sword had disappeared. Even if Gruken had the courage to assassinate the Emperor of Alan Hill, he had the courage to start a war, and he would not have the courage to face Alan Hill's crazy revenge. As long as technology surgery continue to develop, as long as Alanxia will not stand still, as long as Alanxia reliable means to such weapons thrown Ruiken to each other will destroy. Clouds enveloped the entire world. Mortals and magic teacher who does not exist who can unilaterally destroy this situation. We have to destroy each other's way. Once the war broke off, the final outcome is that we are back to thousands of years ago. I like Juan this bomb. I looked at it as if seeing the victory. Wage long hands across their chests. A smile to hide his face could not conceal all. He before coming to Sucris tell him some details, so he showed some of them more calm. Not too shocked he was still in front of the bomb arrived. He really hoped that such bombs can be deployed directly to the army, so you can make the army invincible. Sitting among a group of excited military generals, Capaluna didn't know what she was feeling. She just sat quietly like this, looking at the mushroom cloud that was tumbling upwards. She had many thoughts in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. She always felt that she had been integrated into Alan Hill, but suddenly realized that the mortal world was completely no longer what she was familiar with. Everything she knew, everything she was proud of, had been crushed and ruthlessly lost. In the corner, waiting for the mold to rot, is a new world in front of a large door. Mere mortals can finally equal standing in front of the magician, which in her view dared thought about, even now so taken for granted happened, so she wants to have a laugh. The urge to laugh to tears, the most excited moving, is standing in front of Chris. Maybe he didn't even notice him. His hand was pinched on the white railing in front of him. The joints were already white because of tension and pinching. He just stood like this, standing and watching the explosion in the distance, watching the terrible mushroom cloud fly to the sky, stand in his own position, leaving everyone behind him with a jealous back. In the past 2 days, Longling participated in the training on collateral studies organized by the Provincial Writers Association. Today, I am really too busy and can only offer one more. I'm very sorry, everyone. I saw many great gods and all kinds of happiness. 162 Forbidden Curse and Telegram. Recently, Jess almost all of the Empire as well as the port of Connaught Lake Empire spread in a strange legend about a ghost ship that doesn't know its name. Listen to say it, the ship did not have a mast, it is burning man's soul forward. I go there and hear the cries of the ghost ship, a sailor categorically said. Before he finished speaking, another voice sounded, forget it, you are simply bragging. The Roma I was on was the fastest ship around here. We drove downwind at full speed that day and it had already sailed for 18 knots speed. But that ship, ghost ship, will never catch up with us far away. The boat black smoke, like a witch, like surgery, but they have at least 25 festival, which ensure. Do NT be kidding me? 25 knots? That ship has at least 28 knots. I promise you with my head. Apparently someone opposed this view and said, that day I had seen on the sea south of the ship without a sailboat, sink into the sea, we are to go rescue it, float themselves up. A bearded blowing more and more mysterious corner, a sailor put down his glass and loudly said, you have said that's wrong, that's a devil's messenger ship. They are responsible for transporting the dead letter to hell. I saw that day their captain is a zombies with feet. More and more strange smell different things up and spread among the sailors, as more and more Alanxia warships, beginning in the waters south of the movement up. In order to train his navy, Lawns is training these warships in groups of 3 to 5 for ocean combat capabilities. The most frequently performed task of these warships is to chase some southern Mortal Empire sailing ships at high speed, and then follow these sailing ships, maintaining a safe distance from the artillery fire, and quickly simulate the pursuit. Even so, these ships will be ordered to accelerate over the car to the front of the boat to seize the T-word first array position. What made the Mortal Empire sailors in the south nervous was that these warships, which were fast enough to shock them, did not use sails. These warships were billowing black smoke, and their sharp bows cut through the waves, looking majestic. No one dared to provoke these warships because of the black golden eagle flag hung on their masts. This king banner represents the mighty Mortal Empire Raylan Hill, and represents a terrible country that can fight against the magic empires. Jess Promise Empire. There are still required to pay Parlake Empire Mortal Norma heavy taxes to the empire, so they are looking for Aelan Xerov. They opened the market for Aelan Xer, allow Aelan Xer on their land as desired as a way to ensure their national security. This time, on a battleship going south, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, General Lawns, was leaning on the railing of the warship's ship, looking bored at the sea in the distance. Where his ship is the Navy's flagship Aelan Xer Fearless number battleship. The ship has 10 men's super battleship heavy artillery. Warships can be said that the super jumbo on the sea. Even if this kind of warship does not need its own artillery to bully the weak, its heavy armor can also allow Aelan Hill's battleship to easily hit and sink enemy ships in front of it. After all, the Jesno Empire and the Palak Empire's navy are all made of wood. It's just a sailboat. In fact, the world is also progressing crazily because of the progress of the Alanhil Empire. Before the Fallen River, the Dothan Empire defeated the Alanite Empire by the power of the Holy Demon Empire and sold Alanhil to Asia. The artillery technology of the Rand Empire began to spread. The so-called Red Cannon technology already has spread to the south of Dothan Empire, even into the empire still hungry Jisinuo Parlake Empire. With the expansion of Aelan Hill, ordinary civilian-grade machinery and equipment have become commonly seen cheap commodities. With the technical support of these devices, whether it is a mortal empire or a magic empire, smelting and casting technologies are making rapid progress. Everyone naturally applied these technologies to artillery production. Today's front-loaded red cannons are actually not the original dumb version of technology. Not before. In front has been equipped with modern artillery Aelan Xer troops. These technologies are still lagging behind, even ridiculous. For example, there is now the Imperial Navy Parlake Jisinuo Empire in general are equipped with red guns. Large E-caliber heavyweight are deployed on coastal fort. Small diameter is used in the Sion military sailboat. He had often seen before Aelan Xer south of armed transport sailing, so it imitate the swivel guns of this design, the kind of broadside cannons dozens of warships. There has also begun in Jisinuo Empire appeared in the navy of the Luck Empire. But without thinking about it, you can know what level these warships are in front of the real battleships of Aelan Hill, which have abandoned their sails, adopted all-metal hulls, and are equipped with rotating turrets. Due to have been imported Aelan Xer weaponry as well as Trinity Normu Empire, many countries have begun to imitate these weapons. After all, both Normu Empire or just the Trinity Empire worth mentioning, have higher price all kinds of armament production equipment from Aelan Hill. Morza 98K step gun has been completely diffused among a large number of equipment to the frontline troops. Whether it is the Jesno Empire or the Palak Empire, there are troops using this weapon. The same time, 130mm caliber cannon technical art are spread. Aelan Xer the drawings as well as production equipment sold to Normu Empire, and the Empire Normu is crazy to start exporting the Parlake Jisinuo Empire. These weapons also have matching shells. In order to restrict the Mortal Empire from rising like Aelan Hill, and no longer subject to the discipline of the Magic Empire, the Normu Empire only sold artillery and shells to the Jesno Empire and the Palak Empire. but did not directly sell the production technology. This restricts the Jesno Empire and the Palak Empire. Can Alanxia here has not been idle. Chris is also the Tajisinuo Empire. Empire Palak outlet 130 caliber artillery shells, in order to support the Empire against the mortal now Alanxian Magic Empire. Just like he has become the leader of the Mortal Empire and is supporting the anti-magical empire movement of many mortal empires. As a result, with the dual support of Alan Hill and the Normu Empire, the Jesno Empire, the Palak Empire, and even the Holy Demon Empire and the Normu Empire itself are all modernizing their weapons and equipment. Not to still have a lot of problems plaguing these countries are equipped with new weapons, because their industrialization is not perfect, so they cannot completely meet the needs of his own military weapons and ammunition. Seemingly weapons and equipment of both equipment levels are closer. What can the gap between the two sides of the reel is being expanded, and is the kind of exponentially expanding. This time we went south, mainly to show off our strength, to persecute these mortal empires, and sell the southern mines to us as soon as possible. A man walked behind lawns and said as he walked, his head shape is very characteristic, it is bald shining in the sun. And he still has a big beard, which looks very funny. Not only had, from the beginning of the fall of the Empire Yalanti, or that the real rise began from Alanxia, few people dare to laugh at him. This weird look up. Manchester Reed looked slightly thrown. Waves of the sea, the same kind of leaning against the railing, without a word of Genesis began. Lonely, Ministry of West Reed long wishes to make my former city ferry civilians who live a good life. Genesis without looking to continue looking at the sea, he began. Without waiting for Strider to answer anything, he continued to talk to himself. Your Majesty has satisfied me and helped me realize this wish. The current Daku city is simply a paradise on earth. People are greedy. So after I realized my wish, I found myself a new goal to become the overlord of the sea, invincible across the world. Lawns pointed to his nose with a mockery of himself. But, look now, my wish has come true again. In place of his eyesight, and the other a battleship being black smoke behind the HMS Dreadnought, that was the other battleship Valor of Alan Hill. Following the Valor was the cruiser Albatross, and there were more warships behind, forming a huge fleet. When the fleet went south, even Alan Hill's own sea fishermen were shocked. They hadn't seen the entire fleet of their country dispatched for a long time. After all, one dreadnought was deployed at the ferry and the other was deployed at the southern large port of Ozar. Austrian Tsar fishermen, where have I seen such a powerful navy? More than a dozen warships south, the courage to converge here. Battleship, there are a dozen other warships, merged to form the Alanxia fleet, escorting diplomatic corps south next. You only realized two wishes, not too much. Strider laughed, touched his beard, and said, when I first went to the Aranti Empire, I saw that the Prime Minister named Clark is very difficult. Later I stood in front of him, but he didn't dare to disobey any of my requirements. Alan Hill gave us too much. The most precious thing among them may be the courage that is enough to support our dignity. He sighed with emotion, said, anyone have respect strict, even if it is a poor civilians. He also has his own dignity. But because of the poor, because there is no power, so often we have the courage to uphold this dignity. Once upon a surface of the Mage Empire, Empire mortals do not maintain their own dignity, courage, and he had not really no dignity, but without the support of the power of their own courage Baal. Alan Hill gave the mortal strength, so the mortal remembered the dignity that he had forgotten in the corner. The current Alan Hill people can already build their own railways on the land of the Holy Demon Empire, and the current Alan Hill has begun to transform into a superpower from the inside out. Supporting this confidence are the millions of troops and thousands of tanks on the border of the Holy Demon Empire, thousands of advanced fighter jets roaring in the sky, and the 20,000-ton class ship at the foot of Strider battleship. It was the loud noise far away on the grassland, and the mushroom-shaped clouds that rose up after the loud noise. As long as I look at the fleet that sent me, I am fearless, because I know that my motherland is so powerful. So I dare to ask for any conditions from the Jesno Empire and the Palak Empire. Strider was determined. He said, because as in any case, they always give the final yes. It always needs to be given. If you can't get it, I'll call them to beg us. Lawns showed a bright smile on his face, and involuntarily turned his head to look at the deck. Those who looked the extremely sturdy barrel with the battleship's 305mm heavy artillery. Lawns is sure to destroy any coastal target. Unless these mortal empires to the south don't even want their own coastline, there is no way they can refuse Alan Hill's request. This is a heavy gun with a caliber of 305mm. See military's unique huge caliber. To know that the army is now the largest caliber gun equipped with only 283mm caliber railway gun, less than the Navy Fall 22 Homey. Any target hit by this artillery, even a thick and hard city wall, will instantly collapse. Although because of the popularity of cement, several empires in the south are using cement to reinforce their city walls. There may still be only defenses against this type of artillery attack, only in Alan Hill. Just as the main force of the Alan Hill Navy was heading south, Chris received a telegram from Griccon. There are two parts to this telegram. One part is to ask if Alan Hill used the forbidden spell, because Griccon felt the fluctuation of the forbidden spell some time ago. The inquiry was very sincere. Griccon even frankly said that they did not feel the magical breath, so they were not sure about the scale of the forbidden curse, but they were sure that there had been an attack on the forbidden curse in the direction of Alan Hill. They hoped that Alan Hill cautiously used this terrible power similar to the forbidden spell attack, because it will cause irreparable casualties and losses. The reason they used the telegram to ask for warnings at this time was because they hadn't planned to ask this question before. But recently they changed their minds, and asked them to change their minds. It was the second part of the electricity that asked questions about the curse. Magic eyes Risu, it has been confirmed recently, have begun to appear in human form. Demon magic around the eyes, leaving the world of all time is running out. Watched the second part of electricity, Chris, but there was no nervousness on his face. Even, he has some small expectations. He is now fully prepared, because he has mastered nuclear weapons technology, or that he has mastered a powerful force comparable to the magical world's forbidden spell attack. Long Ling returned to Shenyang today and continued to have motion sickness. There is only one update today. Tomorrow, the update will be restored, and it will definitely be added before June. Sorry everyone. 163 National Policy. Golden on the glorious hall, everywhere souped up electric lighting of the large hall. Every corner has a bright flavor. A man in delicate armor stepped on the carpet step by step, and the sound of the armor impact gently echoed in the hall. The armor on his body was inscribed with a faint light, indicating that this armor was an armor blessed by magic. It is not empty here. On the contrary, there are many people going back and forth. Some officials in military uniforms are talking and debating with other officials in ordinary uniforms, but they can't hear clearly. The man ignored the miscellaneous people waiting. He walked through the hall step by step. The guards helped him push the door in the corner. He nodded and walked in, leaving this still lively place. Then take a spin. Turn staircase is not so busy, although there are also windows and lights, cannot but have a noisy crowd. On the long revolving stone steps, he didn't stop in the slightest. He just picked up the steps like this and walked to the top floor, standing in front of the huge door with a handle. Two guards side of Unchin pushed open the door to help him. This middle-aged man walked into the room, facing the young man sitting inside one knee. He knelt in front, left foot pine on a soft carpet, right hand on the left knee. Looking down with a floodlight voice, Singh said, "Save the Queen. Long live His Majesty." Get up. Chris didn't even lift his head, still looking down at a magic book from Griccon, not knowing what he was studying. The middle-aged man just stood there respectfully, waiting for Chris to finish his work. A few minutes after the bell, Chris closed the magic that this profound book, looked up, his face barely squeezed out a smile. shrugged his shoulders and said, "Magic is really a dark, astringent, difficult to understand what I just curious. I took a look and found that this thing is far more profound than I thought." Speaking here, he paused, the conversation turned off. "That's why I need you who work for me, is not it? Tell me, recently we long saw, what's the catch? I have executed 326 people, arrested 1900 due to alleged infidelity in violation of the law. Alanxia, the situation has been contained, the current security environment has improved, discontent within the army are reduced." That the man replied. Chris nodded, tapping his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. It took a long time before he spoke, and said to the man, "What I want is not cold data. What I want is real people's hearts." Magic nearly guard corps always stand on your left. "Your Majesty, our loyalty is no doubt." That middle-aged man, erect, chin opening for Chris, said, I know you are loyal, but I want his recognition of the magical world of Chris." Fingerhead still did not stop, he thought, thinking that he is not doing something wrong. Based on the innumerable expansion experience in his own mind, he is thinking about whether he wants to change his decision to adapt to the latest Alan Hill expansion. This is an important decision to change the established national policy, so he just has such a bud in his mind. At the time of the rise of Alan Hill, in order to unite all the forces that can be united, the established national policy of resisting the tyranny of the Magic Empire was drawn up. This played a positive role at the time. The Arrant region, the Prairie region, and even the Dothan region and the Higgs region are all closely united around Ceres because of this established national policy. As a result, Alan Hill stabilized the occupied area, acquired a large number of talents and population, and grew rapidly and became the great empire today. But now, the original "one against the tyranny of an empire" magic slogan, the hair becomes obsolete again. After all, resistance has now become a joke, and the oppression of the Magic Empire has also become a ridiculous past tense. If you continue to shout this slogan and play such a banner now, the role of inspiring and uniting the people of Alan Hill will be weak, but the drawbacks will be more and more prominent, bringing endless future expansion of Alan Hill. Trouble. After all, the revolt magic tyranny of an empire flag, representing the magician's mortal hatred. If this slogan does not disappear first, the tragedy of the turmoil in the Voronezh area will continue, eventually turning all the magic fields into a burden for Alan Hill, making it difficult for Alan Hill to do anything. We'll have to let everyone united around Alanxia. Magician discrimination and discrimination mortals are not correct. This is Chris now. The idea is to think of his idea, but he will have to carefully seek support, to reverse the current established national policy. If they might, it is possible to make him deserted. If you can't get the support of the magician, but lose the support of the mortal, you will be digging your own grave. Therefore, Chris didn't reveal his thoughts, but calculated a little bit in his heart. Appropriately relax some of Voronezh's arrest work and establish a positive model. What I want is a stable and prosperous Voronezh, not a terror zone where everyone is at risk. Chris casually ordered. The man immediately lowered the head, opening replied, "Obeyed His Majesty." Chris nodded in satisfaction, and continued to command. In addition, the railway has been repaired to the western border of the Holy Demon Empire. You take the loyal Dragon Knight troops to the Eternal Empire to study. After all, there is magic over there. The breath is stronger. This is the benefit for these magicians who have taken refuge in. Chris doesn't mind giving them a better cultivation environment, or even letting them go to Grikan for a pilgrimage, as long as they are willing to give their loyalty. That Kerry Adams willing to provide them with further possible. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving us such an opportunity to get closer to the Eye of Magic. The man knelt on one knee again, put his right hand on his left knee, and bowed his head gratefully. I can follow you. Card Soul's honor. Go on. Card Soul. One day, the world would look like in our hearts. Chris waved a signal to Carl Nightlong can leave. The current Alan Hill Guards is no longer just Chris's personal guards, it is a large-scale organization, including the Ceres Guards Garrison, the Royal Guards, the Magic Guards Corps, and the Special Task Department of the Guards and the Royal Academy of Sciences are subordinated. Near Royal Guards troops still guard Chris. This force has now been expanded to the size of the division, under the jurisdiction of 2 Guard Regiment, 4 Camp Guard. Chris is responsible for the safety and security of its castle. Everyone in this army has been selected, and everyone is the kind of loyal fighter who is willing to give his life for the Emperor. They have undergone rigorous training, and even have strict selection criteria for height and weight. The Royal Academy of Sciences is a mysterious organization specializing in the study of core secrets. The most high-end research of Alan Hill is operated by independent researchers, including computer research and nuclear research. SARS Nearly Guards Garrison has replaced the First One Army, to protect the functioning of SARS. This unit is better equipped, more loyal in thinking, and harder in training. Apart from the fact that it is not as strong as the First Army, it has to be slightly better in all aspects. The Magic Nearly Longsar Legion is the magic zone selected out of loyalty to Alanxia Magic Corps, and now most of them scattered in Longsar perform tasks that only a few Wheelanti stationed in SARS. The implementation aspects of Magic Escort task. Card Soul got up from the ground, respectfully withdrew from Chris' room between, until the door is closed. Guard, he turned down the spiral staircase. Chris and other Emperor is not a kind. He did not want his men used to sit waiting to report what national issues on the throne. He is more willing to deal with the issue in his office. This habit and the popularization of telephones have increased the office efficiency of the entire Alan Hill by dozens of times. The entire empire has run faster and better, and the processing speed of some problems has also increased to a satisfactory level. With the passage of time, an instant onset of winter in most parts of Alanxia are beginning to snow, in the midst of peace and quiet. The Alanxia 3 years quietly to face. Due to mechanized farming also has extensive use of fertilizers, and increase food production so that the people in the Alanxia control area for the first time get rid of the threat of starvation. After meeting the needs of the people, the surplus grain is even exported in a small amount. In addition, due to wartime thought of being prepared, Chris also left a portion of the hoard food, used as future strategic food reserves. Grain harvest a direct impact on the expansion of population expansion. In a peaceful environment half a year without war, Alanxia the total number of babies born upgrade several times. There has been a sudden spurt of population growth. Another cause of population growth causes of long, because of leap-forward development Alanxia medical conditions. Everyone now generally believes that Alan Hill's medical conditions must fully surpass that of a low magic realm magic empire like the Holy Demon Empire. With good health treatment conditions of support, the population began a frenzied growth became inevitable. In the past, many men around the age of 40 were about to die of illness, but now because of improved nutrition and medical treatment, 40-year-old men can still be engaged in work and production. Just when everything was thriving, Frenzmig's chief magic advisor returned to Ceres from Veronza. He came this time because his technical research department had a new research result, and this result is very important in his opinion. 164 workers' arts. You are to say, William, of this study, successful? Chris looked at the machine-moving Frundsburg, frowning asked. He has not wanted to before. In the field of experimental combination of magic and technology, it may give rise to a magic machine. After all, in his field of knowledge, this kind of fusion technology has never appeared before. Not before. The young William Mofaxuitu, with their solid theoretical knowledge, devised an interesting magical device. I have from God Puppet Body Puppet of the Empire, under a complete extension of magical energy use magic. This magic spark can be converted to energy, so that the stored magic atmosphere can be sealed in special material. Flensburg brief introduction about the principle of work. The Puppet Empire's research in this area is already at its peak. It is a miracle that they can portray such a powerful magic circle on a human-sized device and make it work. Speaking of this research result, Frenzberg felt that he was excited all over. The puppet that was left in Alan Hill was simply a cipher gate of the magic discipline. As long as one cracked one of them, he could touch a wonderful world that was previously untouchable. Recently Vladimir Lensberg has been in the study, those who have been in the circle on a crazy puppet research body. He always feels that as long as these magic circles can be combined with modern technology, it may be an infinite future for magic development. So say, you were inspired by the magic of the Empire. Was developed this new device? Chris heard his words, opening questions. Fred Lensberg nodded, opening up praise. Yes, Your Majesty, I have inspired, so I was more understanding, and magic around the eyes, those old super powerful empire of magic. Compared with the powerful performance of this magic device, Chris is more interested in whether the manufacture of this device is very simple. So, can we manufacture this device on a large scale? Certainly, Your Majesty, can take advantage of this magic relationship between the spar and improve our weapons. Fred Lensberg pride spoke and said, my inputs were stripped of everything and now we have a back newspaper. I have been, you will not live up to my support. Chris smiled head, excitement continue to ask, can I see you? They do experiments. No problem. I have brought guinea pigs. Fred Lensberg made a gesture. Please. Opening for Chris said, it has been sent weapons test site. You can always experiment. Chris nodded, turned and walked towards the door of the reception room. He and Frensberg walked out of Ceres Castle one after another, got in a car, and came to a secret base in the suburbs, escorted by a car of guard soldiers. This secret base was a secret underground base built for Chris to take refuge, and the above-ground part of this underground secret base was the original weapon test site. Who was born here over the old 90mm cannon, and that when it is all handmade out, in the eastern part of the forest, and main castle battle in order to say as Seta he exploits. It is still lively here, and many new Alan Hill weapons are experimented and tested here. For example, new small radars, as well as the latest aerial cannons, howitzers, and new landmines. This time at the moment, the proving ground floor, covered with a canvas M4 tank, was parked in the middle of the venue. Several test site testers are curious-eyed car secretive special weapons. Isn't this an M4 tank? It looks exactly the same. A tester asked, looking at the magicians of the magic guards who walked into the field, somewhat puzzled. Even the magician has been found. This is to test the magic? It's interesting. Another tester said excitedly, it's been a long time since anyone from the magic guards has been invited. In his their guesses sound, rushed to his defense minister with Chris Kastner Grand Duke, as well as the great magician Frensberg together. They went into the test base. That vehicle M4 covered with canvas top of the tank will soon be opened. Then everyone would have scared surprised found that this car M4 tank is really different, or say, very different. Its armored steel plate is drawn with dense inscriptions, which is exactly the same as the armor style of a dragon knight standing not far away waiting for orders. Fred Lensberg mofax you against a side of the nod. The other quickly climbed up the car M4 tank, got into the turret hatch. Inside the car body, he inserted a magic spar processed into a cylindrical shape into a special device, and then twisted a knob on it. This around the knob has magic Ming. When the inscription on the knob line Ming the surrounding magic after a unit magic energy is from spread to the central magic along numerous Ming communication, has spread to the every corner of this tank. Now, it has a stronger defense, can meet the general magic attacks. You can also cope with a stronger direct impact. Fred Lensberg tilted his head to go. Chris introduced he and William have already tested the reliability of this device in Veronza. It can prevent the magician's fireball attack, as well as thunder and lightning or other magical attacks. Attack hit test. To see the results of Chris excited, loud command magic magician came to the sentinel, to attack to test the new tank defense. In his opinion, if this method can be used to increase the defense of the tank, then his troops will be stronger. You must know that the most difficult thing to increase the defense is to increase the weight. Now you can increase the defense without increasing the weight. It is a kind of bug-like existence. On the other side of the school field, a giant dragon, under the order of the Dragon Knight, began to spit out hot flames at the tank in front of him. Such attacks in the past, enough to make this car M4 tank explosion fuel burn up, but now the explosion did not take place immediately, and other time after the end of Dragon's breath. Chris saw that bike tank intact stay still, while all around was ruined Long Yan charred land. What a good thing! With this, tanks or airplane or whatever, can become more powerful. Chris has been satisfied, cannot be satisfied. Even if he saw the inscription on the magic of those tanks and armored has faded many, he is already very satisfied. If I could only arrived block an attack, this investment is worth it. In his opinion, in the future, all tanks, fighters, and warships of Alan Hill will be engraved with such magic inscriptions and begin to use this magic defense device. Your Majesty, I still have to emphasize issues. Fred Lensberg saw Chris' burning eyes, and quickly open, explains. This device is not without flaws, I must emphasize. What flaws? Chris a daze, and then looked to the Franzburg, he asked. The first is that such a device is very time-consuming magic atmosphere of magic spa but more expensive than the magic crystal mine magic material, although there are some Wilong Sa mineral deposits. But the yield is not high. If Lensberg disturbed introduce it. He glanced at Chris and said the first fatal flaw of this device, almost 2 such attacks may run out the magic spa. In the forbidden domain, the consumption may be doubled. The second problem is that this magic device can disrupt radio signals if turned on. Then a radio signal will not become disordered is not used, but dry interference. Great, paused. He began. Many magics have actually been proved to conflict with radio signals, and because of controlling Valenza, Alan Hill also found that his radio signals can make certain magicians very uncomfortable. This kind of mutual interference research is still going on. Everyone is trying to find the law inside, but there is no conclusion for a while. Vladimir Lensberg coughed, then tidied language. Continue talking about opening a third question. The third thing, magic defense of the surface of this quality is a magic atmosphere to form a barrier, so once opened magic defense, above people will be bounced off. A person standing on the tank will be very dangerous. It is recommended not to make people stand above the battle. The fourth type of defensive device is best used in the magic domain. If it is used in the forbidden domain, it will become a little unstable. Finally, he said a question that made him most ashamed. How not stable? Chris, curious opening, asked. He had just finished asking this sentence, and the turret hatch of the M4 tank was blown away by the heat inside. A thick smoke rose into the sky, and the entire tank seemed to be paralyzed and scrapped. This is an unstable state for more than 30 seconds. This thing will explode. Damage. Fred Lensberg awkward began. The forbidden domain is still the forbidden domain. Chris smiled bitterly in his heart. But being able to strengthen defenses in the magical realm is already an unexpected surprise for Chris. With this device, he can make his equipment stronger and harder to be destroyed, which is already a huge advantage. It's nothing. In the forbidden domain, magicians can't fight for a long time, so the magic device can't persist for a long time. I'm not surprised. Chris waved his hand and signaled Frensberg not to be depressed. Command to start the plant raw production mold. In all newly produced M4 tanks, placeholder increase such devices soon. He issued a student. Chris command magic new production equipment. He looked at the car's exterior, looks unscathed. M4 tank, satisfactory. Frensberg patted on the shoulder, opening with a smile. Praise. Flowers. Veins so nice. Have a craft like 165 revolutionary technology surgery. It really seems that Chris, magic defense disadvantage of this device, there are many, such as those shining faint blue light magic pattern, on the tank armor, so that the tank is like fireflies in the night as bright. Don't talk about concealment, You may be discovered by the enemy from far away. The prerequisite for a terrible blow is that its enemy has a long-range strike method. Not too he still felt that this enhancement is necessary, because this is for the enhanced magic attacks. How much weight is an enhanced without paying a price? Frederick Lensberg this time really brings a new technology, but also to Alanxia brings significant risks. Things on the real Chris at the end of the experiment after the way back to the castle of his own when he started thinking about a problem for him there Alanxia. It is very important issue. He had Alanxia can absorb magic or magical energy, as a new direction of development of industrial magic. That same in-depth study of this kind of puppet empire, is not to Alanxia magical world. The opponent's knowledge in magic control and energy conversion is far beyond that of Alan Hill. As long as they have mastered many of Alan Hill's industrial mass production technologies, the puppet empire may be the first to come up with something similar. Robot products come out. With these magic robots, the puppet empire can achieve many strategic goals that Alan Hill cannot achieve, which is a very dangerous signal for Alan Hill. Fortunately, Alan Hill now has a nuclear bomb, which can turn things around on the battlefield. But if the opponent can mass produce such terrible things as god puppets, then even if Alan Hill can win, the process will not be too easy after all. And in fact, perhaps Frundsberg himself did not realize that he sent this device, what means that at this time how great significance. This is a combination of magic and emerging industry has never been out now through technology. In this technical field, Chris is not a prophet anymore. Earthming does not have any weird magic technology, so he has no experience in the development of this technology. In this field, he and Frundsberg are both a pupil and a beginner. If this field is not good, it is the common future development direction of industrial Ming and magic Ming. Therefore, for this era, the single-function magic device in front of us actually represents the prelude to an era. Chris grasped this point, but Frundsberg did not realize its revolutionary nature. When Chris returned says, remote southern region far came the visit of Manchester read news. He just get inside Connaught Parlake Empire and Empire very high courtesy. Even on the other side of the Emperor he has great respect, and this is the same treatment as the Magic Empire. Alanxia seems to have become immortal. The Magic Empire of the world. Jess Promise Empire Parlake also sent back a message. There is a secret telegram sent back. Focal point for direct. One officer put the telegram on the front of Chris, and then turned and walked out. The mortal empire looked up to Alan Hill. They didn't even dare to discern the infiltration of Alan Hill's spies and merchants. So let Chris Mortal in the territory south of the empire, established a relatively complete situation report network. These networks can quickly transmit the intelligence of these countries, as well as some happenings, to Ceres, so that Alan Hill's intelligence department can analyze and sort them. But this time, the results of Minister Strider's negotiations in the southern region were quickly transmitted to Alan Hill via telegram. Stridma succeeded, and the Jesno Empire signed a treaty with the Palak Empire, recognizing Alan Hill's privileged behavior in many areas, because that can be a long time resident in the area of forbidden magic. So Alanxia, this mortal empire, penetration and control of other mortals' empire, to do more thorough than empire magic. The negotiations, Alanxia will be built in the southern part 3-hour railway connection between these countries and Alanxia. At the same time, the laws of Alan Hill will be enforced near these railways and will be under the jurisdiction of Alan Hill. Not over, the other side did not agree to the request Alanxia troops along the railway, while Manchester Reed nor too tough in this respect. He didn't want to force the garrison to expose Alan Hill's strong ambition to go south. Something indeed, in the development of national policy in Alanxia, Chris' southern mortal empire behind, that is, Jesno Parlake Empire and the Empire did not have much desire that his country has very large territory. Construction such a huge country takes time. It's really interesting to choose chronic death. These countries are really interesting. Chris threw the electricity in his hand aside, and then lowered his head to study the Gricken's magic book in his hand. Over the past year or so, Alan Hill has not only increased rapidly in population, but also made brilliant achievements in other fields. After a year of peaceful development, Alan Hill now has a staggering 120 billion kilowatt-hours of power generation. If you consider that many civilians in the Alan Hill-controlled area are still using cheap torches for lighting, the electricity in some areas is the same as in the United States during World War II. The same time, also because control of rich natural resources than the United States, Chris can enjoy squandering their production capacity in the latter 6 months. Alanxia factories produced a total of 45 cars. This is a very scary number. The entire prairie region there is no way couch U-45 1P cavalry, and Alanxia has rid itself of dependence on horses. Massive cars flooded the various army groups, serving with the horses and responsible for the mobile transportation of the entire army group. Although most infantry divisions and infantry corps have artillery dragged by war horses, the times have quietly changed. Large diameter 155 mm caliber guns have become commonplace. Alanxia Army, serving original 75 mm caliber artillery. It has been placed by the group at the battalion level. In the deployed with a lot of large E-caliber artillery, the Alanxia artillery units also equipped with a large number of Katyusha rockets. These large E-caliber rockets became the last war he did not show up the killer. At the same time, Chris also set up a new arms, which is the legendary Windforce. This unit, codenamed Dongfeng, is equipped with the latest Scud mobile missile launch vehicle secretly produced by Alan Hill, which can strike long-distance strategic targets. Chris did not stop himself before into the footsteps of his army, training fuller, more neat personnel. Weapons and equipment constitute establishment is more reasonable. Grassroots army commanders are also more professional. He also cultivated a complete staff system, established the general staff of Alan Hill, and appointed Fred Roque, a young staff member who had outstanding performance in the Battle of Higgs, as the chief of the Imperial General Staff. This appointment is actually full of meaning, because the Fred family is a very prestigious family in Ceres, and Liu Okai is the eldest son of their family. This appointment is an attempt by Chris to balance the internal power of Alan Hill. After all, with the expansion of Alan Hill, the power of Chris' original team seems to be gradually weakening. Although Deans still controls the internal affairs department, the Longdayite family, which has become stronger with the rise of Alan Hill, has also controlled the economic and production departments. Although Strider controls the diplomatic department, he is more like a nobleman with little real power, and he doesn't help much in the battle for power. And Chris has been dominated in the military forces, but also because the Higgs join get a little messy, at least in Chris' opinion. Wage-long loyalty is sincere, but halfway join in the Grand Duchy of Kastner it may not be up. After all, Alanxia and Higgs marriage is still pending. The first 9 set group army commander card Princess Pale Luna. Luna is not Alanxia princess. As a result, towards the church on the formation of a very interesting situation. The Higgs gang in control of the first 9 sets group army and the Department of Defense, they vaguely to Kastner, led by the Grand Duke. Longtate family also affect the economy. The leader of the production and other management departments is Desai. The old Ceres gang mostly surrounds Deans, including foreign affairs and internal affairs. There are also the Hanhai faction and the Ceres faction within the army, which are equally chaotic. So, in order to increase their own shadow within the army of influential, Chris established the Imperial General Staff, placed on one of the first to follow his nobility, that is, Liu Okai host. In this way, he not only held the military power more firmly in his own hands, but also allowed more obedient people on the court. Time passed quickly, and Alan Hill was gradually developing into a superpower in the East. This country is changing every day, becoming stronger and more terrifying. The length of its roads is increasing every day. The length of railways is increasing every day, ships are launched every day, and new products come out every day. Alanxia 3 end of the year, known as Westward Line of Alanxia to Druiken Railway construction more than half, spent hundreds of millions of gold coins, called up hundreds of thousands of workers, more flowering build together this the railway was finally built to the border of the Eternal Empire. About a third of the distance, there will be a rail link between Alan Hill and Gricken. This is very good news for Alan Hill and for Gricken. At least, siege Ruiken much needed fresh, canned, can be shipped by rail directly to the Eternal Empire, and to enhance transport capacity and speed of this period, is really turned upside down in general. 166 The Last Hope. Inside the spacious and bright new building, a staff member is holding a cup of special Alan Hill bitter tea and blowing white bubbles on it. This drink was developed by a beverage company, and it smells quite mellow, but the taste is not so good, with a hint of aroma in the bitterness. Although most people still like sweet drinks, there are still a few people who start with this Alan Hill bitter tea. Drinking is not allowed during working hours. They rely on this bitter taste to refresh their minds and feel very fashionable. There's nothing unusual about Nora's instrument recently. He walked to his work position lazily in slippers, put down Kuka and asked his colleagues around him. That is called Nora colleagues a lazy stretch waist. Yawning boring replied, there's nothing abnormal. And yesterday everything about my daughter stand up crying at night, magic fluctuations than this place can be large. His instrument is a monitoring fluctuations in magic, it can also monitor earthquakes and other natural phenomena of the instrument, is set here, in the meteorological statistical data about the magic number of areas. The overall reference for the weather conditions of this world atmosphere. Similar to this kind of very detailed subjects, there are countless subjects in Alan Hill. Everyone has a basic understanding, that is, the more you understand the world, the better you can understand the laws of operation of the world. Your daughter, but a great magic teacher. Ha 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 ha. Heard Nora say, put down the bitter tea of colleagues with a laugh. He pulled the chair away and sat in front of the testing instrument, and turned on another spare machine. Then he pulled out a front of their own records, and holding a pen above wrote a very beautiful word. 2 days, 4 house stations in the morning 8 o'clock, status of the instrument as usual, using the spare machine replacement work. This is his daily work. It seems to be very simple. But you must know that he will have to measure the wind direction, send visual weather conditions to the radio station, and check the hygrometer. His work is also very fulfilling. Well, pay you. I'll go home. Espinosa again hit a yawn. His eyes hung tears-tired. She said. He has been on duty here for 1 night, staring at these boring instruments and recording all the results. It is not an exciting task, so he has been tortured all night. Go back. I also know that you can't hold it anymore. The colleague who came to the shift was writing his work record, and said to Nosa without looking up. Noosa tried to stand up, but found that his feet seemed to be stepping on the sponge. He was taken aback for a moment, and then his whole body immediately became energetic. It's an earthquake. Damn it, it's an earthquake. You know, places were located, but the eastern province of the original Trinity Empire, most here is the plain areas. There was not any earthquake recorded. Even more frightening is that the colleague who was recording the work report raised his head in surprise, looked at the magic recorder in front of him, and said in shock, the magic Loro is being disordered. Look at this pointer, it fluctuates too much. What's going on? Nosa supported his chair, widened his eyes and asked, it's definitely not an ordinary earthquake. Hurry up. Contact the nearby monitoring station number 3 and ask them what's going on there. Is not a magic empire to me who started the war, right? Still can feel the man squad for shock at the foot of his arm vibration side placed Alanxia T, to see inside the water trembling. Some asked nervously. Who say? We near the border. A war that we can hear it quiet it. Espinosa also some confusion opening snapped. He jumped staggered to the door with this shock. The halfway when recording the vibration of the machine have been damaged because of the overload. Damn. He grabbed the body of the phone side, loudly shouted, someone, I want to do 3 number. Monitoring station 3. No, to 3 number. After the phone call, he asked nervously, there is a magic Laura disorder. and the tremor is very strong. Sound that side of the phone seems to be panic. Opening report said, yes, I have also monitored the vibrations of the location is very far away from us here, but shake the feeling is very strong. I do not know what happened, but I think there must be something big fat baby. Monitoring stations have been working for more than a year, worked in Higgs, worked in Wheelongs. I have never seen through this situation. Noosa said, clutching the microphone. Yes, I haven't seen it either. The earthquake is an earthquake. We have experienced many earthquakes, but we have never seen such a strong earthquake. The other party is also an old monitor, and he has never seen such a thing happen right now. Immediately reported to the SARS. We need to figure out what really happened. Espinosa hung up the phone, and catch up on the opening side told, here is Wheelongs are 4 house stations I want to direct. Talk to Ceres. Yes, we felt very strongly here since your side only felt a slight shock. It can simply infer, shock move is coming from the west. After the call is connected, Espinosa wrote opening report, I guess meteor is not magic, if magic, it's terrible. On the other side of words, shift supervisor says observation center hangs up the phone, grabbed the phone in front of a blue, spoke and said, hello, I am sorry to play interference, I was the observation center. The shock is it comes from the west and is related to magic. A few minutes after the bell, the door was knocked. Chris, wearing magic robes of several old men and several officers from the military walked into his office together. His Majesty has just sent monitoring results. To the west of Wheelongs happened strong vibration, and accompanied by fluctuations in magic, a military officer solemn opening report said, I suspect Winghang Empire or Druikan area, someone uses magic forbidden curse. Since the ancient times, there have been many records about magic forbidden curses, but even Gruken's magician can't retreat after using the forbidden curse. The cost is often painful, so the forbidden curse is only the last resort. Research director of a magic old teacher take the words open road was last demonstrated the use of magic Jinzu, a Druikan 300 years ago for the last attack of the devil. That once Druikan paid the 10 Ming most strong magic costs fall division, closed his eyes magic. The heavy book was placed on Chris' desk, and another magician pointed to the record on it and said, Chris looked at the above content and introduced in detail that several magicians used their lives to sacrifice, summoned super magic, attacked the demons inside the magic eye, and finally stabilized the magic eye for 300 years. That is to say, Jin's magic eye against the release of Chris beating in front of his own desk, then spoke slowly. She said, immediately afterwards, he raised his head and looked at the nervous ministers around him, then the matter is simple. If I didn't guess wrong, the magic eye opened again, just now. Druikan impossible without edge without cause release of Jin's magic, that's more terrible than the atomic bomb attacks even Druikan. The magician can participate in this level of attack, but also pitiful. In other words, Gruken's forbidden curse is a more powerful attack than a hydrogen bomb, but both the range and the number of attacks are rubbish. And Christ's nuclear weapons have greater advantages in range and number of attacks. If we count after Chris' power continued development of more powerful nuclear weapons, and that in Jin's magic as a weapon this point, there is no advantage. Even said that the Magic Empire's weapons of destruction at the national level are not as good as Alan Hill. I have now waiting on it, as if once their Jin's alike, the solution must magic eye, then I have to be reassured that the development of 300 years. Christ's fingerhead is still on the edge of the table beat. If he had failed, then we have to go into battle the magic eye. He looked at the German came Purcell et al. The tone is very heavy, Mr. Who might. We must choose our troops bound for Druikan after a few minutes. Germany Purcell and several ministers came a moment, then realized that the problem is related to the magic of the eye. For Desire, this may be a war that will not pay off. After all, fighting the devil will have no territory or resources that can feed back the country. Not him no, this is a must fight the war, whether it is for the world, also is to own mortal. If war broke out, I immediately ordered the cancellation of the workers' statutory holidays. All production will be about the war in the first place. Time to mobilize a maximum of only 30 Jixiao Shida. Purcell looked Kaluo, see each other's after nodding, he reported. Chris nodded. He knew that his country is a more powerful state machine than other countries. In front of this huge machine, the strength of any link is small and pitiful. Probably a few little later when, after sending a telegram asking 3 Drew Icon aspects finally responded to the news. The electricity was sent directly to Chris, and the content on it made Chris' expression more serious. He put down the electricity, looked up to the front of their own ministers standing, spoke and said, Mr. Who failed Drew Icon of Jinza magic? The magic of the eye is not as sleepy as the time is now, according to the plan of action. Well, we may be the world. The last hope. 167 Reinforcement. Wu. Police reported. Calm voice suddenly sounded in the barracks. All of a sudden have become noisy up all the barracks. Each soldier began to tidy up his bags. The weapons stored outside the barracks were picked up one by one, and the helmets hung on the weapons were also taken off one by one. The grey military uniform was illuminated with a tactical vest made of canvas, and Alan Hill's infantry equipment had also undergone tremendous changes over the course of more than a year. The original armed belt has been simplified and replaced by a more reasonable tactical vest design. The M42 helmet is still the classic standard configuration, but there is an extra layer of camouflage net like a fishing net on it. The soldiers walked out of the barracks one by one in silence, and lined up in a neat line in the open space outside the barracks. Stand at attention. At ease. Stand at attention. With a loud bang next to the slogan, ranked Long, the company commander who walked through his command of troops. Every soldier was nervous and full of energy. They looked at their officers with curiosity and desire in their eyes. The assembly of the 9th Division is complete. You can start pulling out at any time. An officer walked to the side of a heroic female general and stood up and saluted and reported, please give instructions to the army. Caput Middle. Luna of Discipline is not large, or even very young, but she is still the first 9 sets regiment army up and down. The most revered commander. She set up the first 9 set performances. Very brisk military mission work. Demonstrated extraordinary organizational skills. Now, the general, female, hands behind, erect, chin, watching the soldiers already lined up, is completed, nodded with satisfaction, gives his order. The hair deployed in Wheelong-Sa regional forces, a total of 4 set group army. These forces have their own strategic task. Drew Icon actually was prepared to support the troops. Mechanized first 1 and 2 set group army, which is famous Alanxia first 1 and 2 set group army. Not over because the railway is not completely through. The first 1 and 2 set group army because the highest degree of mechanization, but is not suitable for the reinforcement of Drew Icon. After all, it was not the enemy in front of Alan Hill's army that bothered the army, but the supplies behind it. So after weighing a bit, bring up the rear of the original charge of 9 sets regiment army, because the amount is moderate. Body. It had become the first to join the fight for most of the troops. This unit has its own armored unit, but there are also light infantry units that do not consume much logistical supplies. They can barely be maintained by half of the railway. And this unit comes from Higgs, under the organization of Princess Luna. It has the best training and its combat effectiveness is also quite strong. Within a few Wheelong-Sa railway station area, the first 9 sets regiment army tank loading forces are on standby. All the tanks are loaded on the flatbed train and fixed with steel wire ropes. On the armor of most tanks, beautiful runes are outlined. The soldiers crowded in the passenger carriages, and everyone curiously looked at the comrades waiting on the platform and waited for the moment when the train departed. Responsible for the cover of our Air Force One troops had started, and Drew Icon near the airport already repaired. Not 2 facilities ought to be transported, so, from out of the barracks, Caput Middle. Princess Luna body side first, followed by the 9 Army Chief of Staff, General Alfred looked up at the sky and said, transportation. Transport is not over yet. In his on their head, there are at least 50 GC-47 transport aircraft formation flying. Transport is responsible for these transport aircraft Air Force One Army ground crew, as well as a variety of essential maintenance equipment. Before Griken planned to help the reinforcements of Alan Hill to reserve gasoline, so the transportation pressure has been somewhat eased. At least the advancing troops have some confidence. I have also very good air support. Kazakhstan? Looked at the sky in those transport in convoy line, cap at middle. Lunar face emerges out of a smile. Come, I have to, for us to be in that side of it alone. Impossible, with the leave of the time, as well as Air Force paratroopers, about a teacher. It is to reinforce to us. Alfred, the army sitting in the front of the car, said to come back to Luna. A rocket artillery regiment of the 1st Army was also transferred to us, but this time we go to Griken. The light infantry is still the main force. Higgs, who never fear bloodless sacrifice. Cap at middle. Luna looked at his steam car passes. The road is lined up. Grenadier of the line. Proudly she spoke and said, I are willing to fight for the world, until the end. With her in the steam back of the car, it is a truck loaded with soldiers of trucks that dragging is a new 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. The long army of soldiers has no end in sight. The 100,000 level army is mobilized, and it can stretch for several kilometers. This kind of thing does not happen often, so the local civilians in Voronezh are also curiously looking at this. Soldiers about to go west. Mom, are they going to fight the Holy Demon Empire? A little girl asked her mother's arm, shaking her mouth. With a worried expression on her mother's face, she lowered her head to comfort her daughter and said, Mom doesn't know. I hope the war will never break out. In his time they speak, a whole body full of runes. M4 tank from her in front of their rumbling opened, holding a bunch of STG-44 sudden Alanxia grenadiers hit rifle. Overlooking these the civilians of Voronezh. He had some people bored the face. Some people have revealed the white teeth directed at those civilians who smile. Their tanks and cars rolled up the dust in the sky, making these people who were watching the excitement step back involuntarily, covering their noses. Over the heads of these tanks, a giant dragon whizzed past. The Voronezh area also assembled its own army this time. After the mobilization order of Alan Hill is issued, the Voronezh area will also send a force to accompany the 1st 9 Set Operations Group Army. How much of the logistics of this force is not required, or that the more they like traveling west will become stronger. This magic force will serve as an auxiliary force to participate in the 1st 9 Set Operations Group Army. In order to experiment the feasibility of cooperation between magic units and mechanized corps. In the 1st 9 Sets mighty build westward along the railway line when the military mission, within the distant west, drew Icon, a quiet cemetery. A country with big eyes of a girl kneeling in front of mottled stone block. She wipes a tear, weak adorable. Father Pro. U-300 gave their lives years ago, in exchange for Drew Icon 300 years of peace. Yesterday my old teacher and my fellow students started the Jinza magic together. They like you, gave their lives. Girl in front of the tombstone, crying definitely continued to tell their own sad. You did it, I had it failed. Magic eye remains still active in 10 than I am even more severe magician, and thus sacrificed in vain. Her tears fall on his knees in front of the soil in a crystal clear. Tell me, how else can we do? How do? Question of voice floats in the air, but no one answered. Vivienne. If this is our destiny, then we have to accept it, right? A white giant wolf squatted behind the girl, vomiting pity. Father Pro, I'm going to fight, in order to Drew Icon, for those who are weak behind us. Please give me strength. It. Her from the ground up, hand on the tombstone, passed to her heart, only cold. A magical lightning smashed down in the distance, and the magical aura of the dark clouded Griken area had been very disordered. Countless terrifying demonic creatures are scattered in the eyes of magic, and the once beautiful Griken has now changed its appearance. Putting the mask that Chris had seen on his face, His short figure swayed in the wind. Vivian became taciturn for the first time, as if she had really grown up overnight. Mr. Wolf, on the ground are reforming their army. Protection of the magic grenade Somme. Our reinforcements have hit the road. As long as we hold on, you can come after them, to fight back the magic eye. You are so optimistic about those mortals. Zhulang from the ground up, tall posture as a hot elephant's. When he spoke, the sharp teeth in his mouth gleamed with a cold light, and he looked like a very ugly guy. Puppet Empire, that side there is no news, as well as to reinforce the spirit of the dragon do not know when to reach. Also promised that they will never come. So, I have been able to count on only those mortal army. Vivian aside going forward, while opening replied, the magic robe on her trembles in the wind, and the light of the magic inscription exudes a peaceful atmosphere in the fierce wind, and, if you have seen those mortal weapons with your own eyes, you know what I mean. They don't rely on magic fighting, which makes them more suitable for war of attrition. When you say this, I have a bottom line. If they can help us guard the flanks, attacking the magic eye will have a chance of winning. The giant wolf followed Vivienne step by step, with white hair fluffy all over his body, fluttering in the wind. I have confidence in them. Let's go and dom Mentor's convergence. We must now fighting to protect those civilians to evacuate the area, but also to protect those important depot to the airport. Work can be a lot. Those mortals really more trouble. He had to fight. How need so many things? Zhulang hear Vivian's words, some angry complained. Don't complain. When they come, you will find that they are a group of very interesting little guys. Thinking of that interesting emperor, the face behind Vivian's mask showed a faint smile. 168 speed. He were really a group. Very interesting little guy. Now these little guys are climbing high mountains in groups, crossing the river, and advancing towards a place where they have never marched before. The mountains and plains of M42 helmets and countless carriages, trucks and tanks spread from Voronezh to the border of the Eternal Empire. Chris reference-seeking part now badly battered. They have never organized such a large-scale strategic expedition. About 20,000 soldiers, as well as support their operations ammunition and drawn out into a straight line on the map. At the head of this line, there are at least 2,000 G of various types of flying machines. And he with them westward, as well as the Eternal Empire of 21 to army. The force of nature is to reinforce Druiken. 5,000 Dragon Knight gathered in the sky. Spectacular images. So many saw the eternal imperial army of mortals will be unforgettable forever. Will be in the castle Sir's meeting room. Chris and his aides are discussing the specific issues related to the reinforcement of Druiken. The officials in charge of the railway department spoke frankly about the pressure on their side, filling everyone's face with worry. The pressure on logistics supplies is even greater than we thought, even for train transportation. It will also take a long time near the Eternal Empire. He later finished to look to His Majesty the Emperor, opening and then said, IM's schedule has reached maximum efficiency, the logistics still having difficulty, but for now this difficulty is still very limited. Once arrived Griken, we can get some of the oil and supplies we have previously stored. Ammunition due to the confidential relationship, no pre-Druiken transportation to go, it seems, is a failure. Ginseng Seek Long Road Liu Kai opening then words. Reference to Seek part is a straight. There are plans to transport a large number of arms and ammunition to Druiken storage, but this plan has not been approved by the Ministry of Defense, the two sides wrangling in the end. Until recently Druiken emergency staff prevailed so far. Reference to here Seek part over there to revisit the issues. Kastnish Wang Zuiatan voiced his concern. I have also cannot be shipped in advance. Do we put 10 nuclear warheads on Druiken? This are you kidding me? Liu Kai snorted, decided not on this kind of thing, and Kastner defense minister resent. Transport of nuclear weapons, transport waste only few cars. I am talking about the bullet. I have stored in there only 1 year. It is estimated that it will only take a few days to fire a bullet. I have to hurry. Rush is not it. In addition, We have ordered a halt to the Ministry of Team Transport the food. The rations are all along the procurement. Drew Icon also said there can be provided food supplies. Custer Carolina knows defense the ministry was too careful in this matter, so he also gave himself a step. After all, transporting weapons and ammunition to Griken is not an easy task. If there is no crisis in Griken for a long time, then these removed ammunition is likely to be completely scrapped in the Griken area. Therefore, Alan Hill, who had been expanding its armaments and preparing for war, lacked weapons and equipment, finally gave up the plan of the General Staff to stock up weapons and ammunition in the Griken area. That is why to this, Chris Kastner now will not go to the Grand Duchy of Trouble. The reason is very simple: give up hoarding ammunition. Plan this thing, though, is the Department of Defense put forward. It represents part of the Emperor's views. Even if there is no need to transport food, things are very urgent. If the number of Devil's troops is large, our ammunition consumption will increase. Just as Chris was thinking about these issues, Liu Okai of the staff continued to speak. Chris really opened his mouth and set the tone for this matter. There is no good way. You can only go over there and see the situation before you talk. I are working to mobilize 30 million workers into the territory of Trinity Empire. The railway is extended to the territory of One Hand Eternal Empire, then the expansion of the existing railway line will immediately be implemented. Officials of the railway sector saw His Majesty the Emperor wanting to change the topic. He immediately took the topic and started talking for himself. The mutual accusations between the Ministry of National Defense and a certain department of the General Staff have come to an end. Everyone turned their attention to the construction of the railway. You rewrite other railway projects to pause it. The transport staff to go along the Trinity Railway Empire. We have to in a month, along the existing railroad repair a parallel out. Chris Point's head agreed to this plan. Expanding transportation capacity is the only way to ensure that once frontline troops fight. In this case, building railways to expand air transportation is a good way to solve the problem. He must do it at the same time and commit at the same time. Talk about the mobilization of troops. I heard that Luna did a good job over there. Chris looked at Liu Okai, his chief of staff, and asked curiously. Liu Okai nodded, opening replied, the first 9 sets. Westward Group Velocity Army soon, now forward troops have entered the Eternal Empire forces. Troops Higgs prime quality is good and I have a little envious. Lift the first 9 sets Group Army dazzling performance. Kastner's face it enraptured up, he smiled opening. Chris report said, he who is looking at ways to accelerate the speed of the march. I heard that the Drew Icon 2 telegrams have come urging us to reinforce. Yes, I can see, Drew Icon now defensive pressure is very great. Puppet Empire to now no reinforcements Drew Icon, not because they are vulnerable, but they intend to sit back and watch Drew Icon destroyed. Chris bear some worry said. In his opinion, Griken's biggest allies should be those high-level magic empires that Vivian said. For example, Vivian is very respected by the dragon family, the elves who see the dragons without seeing the end, the dwarves, and the mysterious and very unfriendly Puppet Empire. According to the truth to say that even full puppet imperial ambitions, and that it should be resolved before the devil out of order after the invasion, and then engage in infighting. In such a crisis, he can't save him, and he has a face that doesn't understand his lips and teeth. This is not in line with the wisdom of the rulers of the advanced magic empire. Therefore, Chris has been worried about what the Puppet Empire is planning at this time, not afraid of thieves, but the thieves are worried about this feeling, so Chris has to take precautions. He sides with large-scale production of nuclear weapons, while R&D efforts are remote means of attack, is to one day in the future, the Puppet Empire tied to the nuclear binding of the wheel, the other constraints of various bad thoughts. Urging there is no way we now have the best efforts of their own transport troops. Ginseng Seek Long Liu Okai said with some regret, shaking his head. Yes, I have been best efforts, with the fastest speed, delivered to his own troops on the battlefield. Go Fang Buchang Kastner Grand Duke, nodded, endorsed, said. At the same time that this meeting about reinforcements for Griken was under intense discussion, Griken built a very level field airport. A C-47 transport aircraft engine roared from heaven, taxiing on the runway. Before the plane completely shut down the engine, the door on the fuselage was pushed open from the inside, and one by one Elon Hill soldiers jumped out of the plane. He had to carry their own weapons, wearing a tricolor wrapped in camouflage M42 helmet, looked with curious eyes everything in front of him. As the first batch of soldiers drew Icon enter Mortal Kombat, they saw straight away that the Sky Magic E.C. standing runway edge. They were greeted by Drew Icon residents. Gu Tight, holding his STG-44 sudden strike rifle, jumped out of the plane of a first Alanxia airborne before looking at their own pickup team, swallow a mouthful of saliva. The comrades standing behind him were not much better. He also stood there carefully clutching his weapon, for fear that he could not help firing on these familiar and unfamiliar guys in front of him in the next second. Welcome to the Drew Icon. Yeet, a large-size wolf hide, vomit, with a group behind and about the size of an ordinary wolf pups. Yao Tu Wang now standing in front of Alanxia paratroopers. I'm sorry, could you scare them? I was Drew Icon Molang family, in charge of security here to protect the airport. This is the first Lang spoke. He habit of shaking a bit of fluff his body so that the second frame C-47 transport jumped down on the transport machine. Paratroopers jump. Very, very high interest to see you. Responsible for the command of a paratrooper, Lieutenant Alanxia stumbling spoke and said, I were ordered landed here, waiting for battle orders after the build-up. Please forgive Drew Icon impolite. Magic Masters have all of the current collector junction at the battlefront. Fighting has continued. Behind the World of Warcraft can only let them come up defenses. Situation has begun out of control. You can thank this time lend a helping hand. Wolf sounds warm moist, began. It spoke, followed by one of the C-47 transport aircraft parked on the side of the runway. A team attached to a team of paratroopers Alanxia who jumped out of his plane. Although everyone was interested in a house-sized, human-speaking wolf, under the orders of their respective commanders, they quickly arranged the team and began to gather towards the distant lawn. So just the short time, there is probably 50 GC-47 transport aircraft landed at the airport. 1,000 more than the machine soldiers began assembling near field, accompanied by their landing, which is the transport of large quantities of weapons unloaded, bazooka to that side to go of, and mortar together. Establish headquarters near. The power of radio antennas erected. Tent. Those tents, careful, stood empty on desert grass, in the curious eyes of dozens of young wolves. An airborne regiment commanded loudly to his men. The paratroopers quickly established a field camp on the side of the airport. The tents were erected one by one, the radio equipment was ready, and the wooden box was pried open, revealing the diesel generator inside. 169 Reference War. An airborne regiment quickly being assembled at the airport, along with the arrival of the airborne regiment, also has a full 500 notoriously diligent person staff, as well as their tools and equipment. In the case of paratroopers to help, and soon busy airport, ground staff responsible for the oil to have exhausted the C-47 transport aircraft refueling. These fuels are in the reserve side of the airport's long tubing ready. The whole machine field are busy, because the aircraft's flight speed is higher, so the paratroopers became Alanxia first abutment Dagru Icon reinforcements. In several small after time, Alanxia Dragoon troops arrived in the same vicinity, arrived together with them, as well as the Eternal Empire Dragon Knight forward troops. Of course, because to belong to different forces, the two sides did not hoard in together. Alan Hill has its own camp, and the Dragon Knight troops of the Eternal Empire are deployed farther away. The second batch arrived Dagru Icon is Alanxia fighter troops. Ground crews were ready after the rush arriving P-51 Wild Horses in batches. Fighters began landing on the runway of the airport field. Due to lack of voyage relationship, Me-109 Putinkin honestly guards in the local community. This expedition, Alanxia the Air Force, basically can be said that the United States Department of Aircraft Troops transport machine is C-47, fighter using a Mustang. The bombers used B-25 and B-17, both classic American long-range aircraft. Because of the voyage, the Air Force and even the classic Il-2 attack aircraft did not take. It is difficult to imagine that the speed of reinforcements mortal, even eternal empire and speed as fast as theoretically their distance farther, so this is really a miracle. Squatting on the hillside, just the far end of the she-wolf, for it said a giant wolf with scars on his body who rushed back. I hope he can play a role on the battlefield. Not to look at those flying machine, a speed really is quite fast. That head Julang voice horse, spoke and said, with the kids out of here, retreat to the second line. How can I leave you? Leave it alone. This is our home and we should guard it. She-wolf overlooking depending huge airport, began. The giant wolf was silent for a while, then said again, this time, we may fail. So, take the children and leave. My dear, look at those mortals. They have no reason to come here to fight for us. If we leave, what are they paying for? The she-wolf licked the wound of the giant wolf and pressed her head against it. The giant wolf said softly, he who is fighting for their own in me, too. So, I just let you take the kids to leave here soon become hell. Julang Sai shook his head and said, hear my words. Most end. His eyes fell on those who were still playing with the young wolves. Wolf choked opening promised, well, if the situation got worse, I took them out of here. Just as he was when they speak, and a C-47 transport aircraft landed at the airport above, but also a group of soldiers pushed open the door out of the cabin, and is not the same as before. These soldiers were wearing magic robes. They are Alan Hill's own magic army. Open the door. Is not within another field airport in the distance. A command of unloading ground personnel allowed commands to proceed. Servant lifted the nose of a giant transport aircraft. This frame Me-323 transport machine, but Alanxia now produce the largest transport aircraft, and its main purpose is to provide heavy weapons and equipment for the transport of paratroopers. Note to all people, as the eyes, this aircraft giant Me-323 transport aircraft opened his huge head, exposing the deep space inside. Two pedal from the plane was thrown down a slope. Daku light tanks so slowly pull out of the cabin. This is a support tank specially produced for the Alan Hill paratroopers. It is actually a German number 2 tank. Equipment prepared 20mm caliber cannon in this tank. A member of 3 people can provide important fire support and cover for tackling paratroopers. After all, there is room to carry radio. Also stuffed Me-323 transport aircraft is not much in the tank, designed and somewhat redundant, so choose the most Huklas I-2 Panzer, to act as paratroopers fighting vehicles. After testing, the performance of this light tank is still very good, the price is cheap, and the firepower is still enough. Retrofitting 30 Afton caliber guns. Combat has also been a certain degree of improvement. It can make for frontline combat vehicles equipped paratroopers to perform combat missions. A Me-323 transport aircraft can barely stuffed under a 2-how paratrooper tanks. In order into a tank, Chris also Me-323 was a little bit of modification. This time the paratroopers reinforced Griken, and the number 2 paratrooper chariot became the main force of the armored forces in early support operations. On another spare runway of this field airport, another bloated and heavy Me-323 threw a dust on the runway. It landed from the posture of the potential. It can be seen that the plane inside the body is also filled with a heavy 2 Panzer. If you want to transport staff, then obviously C-47 is more appropriate. Has been uninstalled dozen vehicles. 2 Panzer to the machine is on high ground build field side. With these tanks, as well as while here unloading a paratrooper battalion. It's real Alanxia paratrooper commander who indeed is so arranged. They stick with me 323 to win, lose 2 Panzer, with the C-47 to win, lose staff. Anyway, C-47 large number, nothing to worry about waves issue fee. In addition to not transport other than transport tanks, capacity astonishing C-47 transport aircraft can transport almost anything. It can be installed load paratrooper. You can also carry weapons and ammunition, but also be able to transport heavy weapons, such as rocket launchers, such as large E-caliber mortars. On the first day of time, the amazing capacity of Alanxia Air Force to the delivery area drew icon 3,000 Ming paratroopers and 50 tanks. Combining the Dragon Knight forces that arrived later, Alan Hill's paratroopers controlled an entire area and formed a stable bridgehead. They were ordered to station here to cover the arrival of subsequent troops. Early in the morning, after learning of the arrival of the Alan Hill reinforcements, Vivian, the magician responsible for contacting the Alan Hill Empire, came to the defensive position of the Alan Hill paratroopers, and briefly explained the current situation. The situation is very bad, and I are working retreat. Yesterday, and I almost have 2 high-level magician has fallen. Vivian was very disturbing opening talking about the things that front. She looked at did not know George Air Force paratrooper Commander Hart, pointed to the distant paratroopers' defensive positions and said, I need you to have to move forward again about. You are a unit of distance, 12 kilometers, along anti-establish the river line, and then find ways to keep the creek. 12 kilometers on foot, then we probably need 3 small time when, if you need to prepare well, then I need about 10 small or so. Looked at his watch. George Hart opening answered Tau. I will hold those demons, they are mainly low-level troops and the devil dog composition, the number of very large, probably. There are 100,000. Vivian some blush, said, I'm sorry, you were just arriving in Gricken, you have to participate in such a high-intensity battle. I have no problem, Tenjik Xiao, I will create a line of defense in the river. Air Force flew bombers cover us. After contact with the enemy, I can analyze specific, how long we can. In roughly sketched out the map the pointed, responsible for directing these paratroopers Alanxia 1st Airborne Division Commander, Air Force Commander George Hart opening said. Vivian nodded, the face behind the mask was exhausted. She has been in the war for almost 10 hours now. The magic reserves in her body have been exhausted. The magic robe on her body is also full of dust, has long lost its original elegant appearance. Not her still polite, maintaining a high-level courtesy of magician, verbal thanks and said, no matter what the outcome, I still want to thank you for coming to help. Hart is no more to say anything, just gently nodded his head, then turned round and waiting the 6th Battalion commander shouted, a group of 3 battalion left to protect the airport absolute security ring of defense. The remaining part of the team, carrying only 1-day rations, take away the whole can take away part of ammunition. 10 points within the starting bell, go west. This is called the Borivage place on the map. Build defenses along the river. Take away all the weapons you can take away. We don't know how strong the demon army is, so carry bazookas and mortars as much as possible. He issued a following series of commands, but also look to the Vivian. I need you to cover some time aside to ensure that our effective weapon against the devil. You can leave. Vivian nodded and looked at the scarred wolf behind him. I will stay here with Mr. Borkin of the Wolf Clan. We need time to recover but help you deal with the devil dog. There is still nothing problematic. Behind Hart, back filled with ammunition paratroopers have begun to depart, and 2 stacks above the number of tanks filled with heavy ammunition boxes. A staggering forward shake sank go of the line. These paratroopers sang lofty songs, carried their fully automatic weapons, and walked neatly toward their battlefield. He who is the first fight, sitting on the roadside, Julang Borkin uneasy. Vivian asked around, you think they are reliable? Whether it can be reliable, it's not what I said. but it depends on their performance. Vivian was also not sure about these mortals who participated in such a terrible war for the first time. Do they have the courage to face everything they are about to face? 170 and as many demons. You say that the devil painted on, and the manual is not a kind of. They are so ugly. A paratrooper is waving shovels, dirt and assembled in front of the trenches, with his companions like digging in the earth below and tactics with shovels. Their next, a look is not how wide the river. Before he had tried the depth of this river, the deepest probably less than 2 meters in depth, to find some shallow areas. Larger size devil dog seems perfectly straight across the river. For this reason as such, so the paratroopers' commanders believe they should be deployed in defense along the whole river, rather than focus on a few can swim across a dangerous place. Listen, said the kind more ugly. Another paratrooper with a spade beat up front and assembled walls, then words and said, and written on the manual, I have hand weapons can punch through the other's skin. Lethality is enough. I do not believe that technical stuff artisan write it. Just saw, I would think that is true. The first to speak paratroopers stopped, wiping the sweat from his brow. He began, in these chat paratroopers not far behind, responsible for directing these paratrooper Commander Hart looked at the map for several of its own staff complained, I have had 3,000 people, is probably responsible for 1.5 positive kilometers of defense, pressure is already very large up. Yes, ammunition fairly adequate, this is the only good news. In addition, because only our fighting forces, the Air Force drew an entire region that we can provide support. A reference plan said. Another Ginseng Sikh nodded his head. I have just contacted the bomber units and terms, and they have drawn up a plan of attack, and soon action will unfold. This is really good news. Hart Army nodded his head and continued looking at the map and said, I have left wing does not seem to be broken, because there are Drew Icon in defense. Our main threat is on the right, where we can only defend with the increased depth and width of the river. Yes, very security risk. We carry a limited mines, most of them laid in this direction. The first argument to seek a finger sketched a rough area on the simple map, opening road. There are probably 200 people observe. Prepare troops have been deployed in this direction. In addition, we have almost half of the tanks to stay in the vicinity of the right side. Another reference plan followed, said, this is what we can cannibalize. Yes, the greatest strength. Hart nodded a little nervously, then frowned and looked towards the sky. He heard the depressing engine noise, which is the sound that will inevitably appear when the Air Force is dispatched in groups. As he carried when the head of all the paratroopers have taken note of their planes overhead, we have stopped the work of the hands. A curious glance from those friendly to formation flight. Those B-25 bombers stood next to each other, obscuring the sky from the sky. Over these bombers, as well as escorting P-51 Wild Horses fighter fleet composition. The superimposition of the two formations makes the entire fleet look more encrypted and airtight. Hart looked down to see the one standing beside Vivian. Open asked, you definitely know now there is no devil in the day? Am sure recognize, little before, I was still fighting these demons. Sky then safer, they are only some of the double-headed demon dog, can be some of the lower toe fire magic. Vivian said confidently. She is not accustomed to using Alan Hill's time statistical unit, but has to admit that this is a very effective and very accurate time system. Therefore, when talking with Alan Hill's troops, she would take the initiative to spend hours and minutes on these words that are a little strange to Grukin. Hart's light point head, again eyes to see distant bombers had flown. Almost exactly 200 GA bombers. This is just to support their first batch of Air Force Bomber Force Bale. Above the sky, Air and Hill pilots flying bombers are checking their flight altitude. Their planes are full of super bombs used for bombing. Some planes are even equipped with Air and Hill's mother of bombs. It is the powerful cloud bomb. In the air current, the plane was bumping slightly, and everyone was engrossed. After all, this was the first time they had fought a demon they had never met before. It can be seen that everyone is very nervous, but because there are a large number of fighter escorts overhead, this kind of tension is still limited. The height of 4,000. According to intelligence report shows that we are about to contact with the target. If pilot checked the map as well as data provided by Drew Icon, opening their comrades shouted, "Watch your step it. They may at any time appear. Find the target. Find the target." The pilot who flew in the front shouted loudly to the navigator next to him, "Did you see your feet? Did you see the moving ground? Drop the bombs. Open the door. Ready to open the door." Bomb. No radio inside. A loud voice. All the crew members are hectic together. Countless shouts echoed inside the headset. Drop height. Drop height of 2,000 meters on. It's okay. The opponent has no anti-aircraft fire! Exclamation mark. We do not need. Damn sight everywhere are below those damn demons. A throw bombs handle. Eyes move away from the sight of his side against his comrades shouted, "Do not save bullets." Fired. Chug chug. Machine head mounted 20mm caliber cannon began to roar up, and tracer shells on the ground and rushed directly into the fire in the dense marine devil dog. Devil moment. These dogs was swept down. The demon dog behind began to flexibly evade these ammunition. Not before, something that they cannot be circumvented, because above them, all the B-25 bombers have slowly opened their bomb bays. Cast shells start. Bomb started. No radio, which all the commanders in the command vote. Command shells have been pressed. All the bombardier control switch initiates the bomb. Carbazole. Carbazole. As soon as the metal friction sound, one next to a fried shells out of B-25 in the bomb bay. These bombs were scattered in the airflow, and finally formed a straight line with the flight trajectory of the aircraft. Due to the relationship between resistance, these bombs will soon upside down, hit in the ocean composed of demon dogs. The next second bell, the explosion began. A huge flame burst in the middle of the devil dog, and countless shrapnel flew across the flesh and blood. Chong shockwave suddenly chopped the surrounding devil dogs. The more distant the devil dog has not had time to escape. It was like a blast. Fragmentation bullets in general play into a sieve. Such explosions were next to each other, as if a blanket had been laid in the ocean of devil dogs. Two among the war's most famous carpet bombing, Alanxia Air Force pilots at the first time to fight the devil. It is accurate and effective. Copied out. Hit the gold standard. I feel so strange. Cry a bit. Here are all the target. A cast playing the hand to see to his comrades around them, loudly complained. With these bombers skimming the devil dog's army, the devil dog's body that was devoured by the explosion stretched for several kilometers. Charred craters and broken flesh and blood were everywhere, turning the originally beautiful plain into a realm of death. Offensive strike work. Attack worked. We do not have a bomb. Now in began to return. Commander Bomber Force on the radio loudly ordered. You can leave the first remaining things to us. Fly in the sky higher. P-51 field radio channel. Horses Fighter Force in a firm voice replied. Then, after the bombers began to return, near the clouds have been on the alert over the battlefield. P-51 Wild Horses Fighter Cluster, start a side of a flying dive toward those regrouped demon dog forces. Fire. Fire. It had broken up. With a then a wild horse fighter dive, the second round of attacks had begun. Installed prepared large caliber cannon. Mustang start. Snarled 30mm caliber cannon. Tracer shells. Demon dog population. Draw a road rail. The amount of ammunition carried is too small. The ammunition was burned out in one dive. In the headset, the pilot complained loudly. Although the power to ensure that, after the conversion can Alanxia Mustang fighter, the performance really not as good as the original due to the wing 30mm caliber cannon body volume larger, so the impact of the roll performance of the aircraft also affected the fluid structure of the wing. But that affect flight performance or small, after all. Able to catch up in the sky. P-51 warfighting machine. Things are not too much. However, the reduction in the amount of ammunition carried made the pilots a little depressed. He who is to the eternal fire prepared for the Empire or Drew Icon, playing Devil Dog. This goal seems to be a bit overkill. As a fighter jet dived and fired, the Devil Dogs on the ground began to chaos again. They roared at the sky, but it seemed that there was no good way to take the target above their heads. Not too soon they will again move up and began fragmented rushed to the river called the Bow Rivage rushed past. It seems that they did not use magic, cannot attack targets in the sky, they are the only place where people fear. It is that it can be a huge number of endless words. Standing on the high ground and watching the explosions in the distance, the giant Wolfbergen looked at Vivian next to him in shock. I can't see it. Those mortal flying machines that are not magical are still very powerful. Yes, off-key is. And those, like the devil, they are more than enough. Vivian stared at the distant explosion a little sigh of relief. 171 to same battle to kill. In front of the paratrooper's position, a small bush shook. The Alan Hill paratrooper lying in the trench frowned and focused his attention on the bush. The next second clock, a three-eye magic rabbit out of the bushes, ran along the other side of Crazy. Before the Alan Hill paratrooper took his gaze back from the demon rabbit, the bush that had just moved suddenly shattered, and a demon dog rushed out of it. This demon dog did not chase the rabbit over there, but directly rushed into the river. For the paratroopers, the terrifying demon dog was indeed much more terrifying than the image painted on the combat manual. Boom! A gunshot sounded. A soldier on the front pulling the gun bolt, so that a hot shell casings rolled down to his feet. His Morse 98K step has a gun 3 times magnification sighting mirror, which represents he's a sniper. A bullet penetrated the piece of devil dog's head. Blackened blood suddenly spread out in the river. Bird demon dog stand down in the river, along with the Boar River flowing. River flows downstream to go. This is over. A paratrooper looked to his companion, he who will not just to this. We have a long way to come from Wheelong Sa sent here. No one answered his question, because the second demon dog had already rushed out of the forest on the other side of the river, followed by the third and fourth. The snipers among the paratroopers began to greet their new enemy with gunshots. With gunshots after gunshots, the devil dogs fell one by one next to the flowing river. Immediately afterwards, more devil dogs rushed out of the forest, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Dozens of demon dogs are huge, some with scars on their bodies, and their heads full of eyes look fierce. These monsters rushed into the river desperately, jumped into the water without fear, and began to swim. They didn't even look at their killed companions, as if they had nothing to do with them. Chug, chug. A prominent part of the machine gun positions opened fire. MG42 machine gun spray spit bright flames. A trace of bullets flew into the demon dog tied across the river. Some of the demon dogs that were not hit by the key were spattered with dark blood and still moved forward bravely, and some demon dogs who were hit by the key were directly rolling on the ground. A battle that seemed to be a slaughter kicked off. Fire. In the open space behind the paratroopers' trenches, in front of dozens of mortars placed side by side, the gunners picked up a shell from the trapezoidal stack and placed it at the muzzle of the mortar. With a loud command, he had let go of his hands together, and let the mortar shells fell inside. Then accompanied by a tom-tom sound, forcing hit artillery shells fly to distant targets. Boom, boom. In the midst of being gunfire, mortar shells exploded on the other side. Lift to fly some demon dog mutilated. These fierce and undaunted demon dogs are still moving forward frantically, as if what they are after is the tragic death in front of them. These demons is not crazy. Him alive, do not you? A carrying STG-44 sudden attack of paratroopers rifle and watched the river struggling demon dog. Companion asked, frowning around. You put it they come to try? They just know way close to you nothing. If they have the opportunity, certainly will tear you. His companions aimed at the river struggled. A devil dog, pulled my trigger. Come a short shot. Sub-bomb accurately hit the monster, make it stop struggling in the river, and soon its corpse on down the river, and then crashed into another demon dog's body and stopped. If they are not ready to fill the river, see more and more downstream devil dog corpse. A paratrooper incredible looked to his comrades around them. The devil is not crazy. Then let them fill the river now. His body paratrooper side of reach for a rocket launcher, aimed at the other side where the most intensive devil dog, pulled the trigger. Bang! Surge of smoke behind him jumping. Rockets toward the distant goal mark. The people around squinted their eyes and waved away the unpleasant burning smell with their hands. Everyone looked at the place where the rocket hit. Boom! The rocket exploded in the middle of several demon dogs, causing a bloody storm. There were devil dog skins shredded by fragments everywhere, which looked disgusting. Everything in front of me is not a battle at all. It is more like a slaughter of animals. In the face of intensive firepower, those demon dogs fell down by hundreds, and soon the blood of these demon dogs darkened the water of the Boar River. Put down the hands of Wang Telescope, Paratrooper Division Heart. Some concern. Vivian looked around, spoke and said, "The other side of this attack, about how long it will last. It is likely to one day the maybe halfway end. Devil little action in the evenings, which can be considered good news." Vivian, staring at the situation on the battlefield, opening, replied, "This is just some of the appetizers. Soon, dual-head demon dog will appear. Those demons dog will use some simple magic. To the time you will not be so relaxed." Dueling Borkin, followed by cleavage of Buddhism and Taoism. Hatrai smile, opening, said, "I have now is not easy. So much fighting strength, ammunition, and soon there will be difficult supply situation. Hope the other side will be casualties sake. Stop this offensive." It just as he was when they spoke. Two P-51 fighters, one after diving down from the sky. They started shooting along the river, and the shells left two spectacular columns of water in the river. In just one dive, they maimed most of the dense devil dogs in the river. The remaining demon dogs passed the corpses of their companions and continued to rush towards the paratroopers. Soon, the individual weapons of the paratroopers began to join the battle. For a while, the devil dogs died more quickly. Most of them fell into the river, and even blocked the river. Before these devil dogs reorganized, the other two P-51 fighter jets skimmed over the battlefield at low altitude, dropping the rockets hanging under the wings into the crowd of devil dogs on the other side of the river. Because the relationship is close enough to the airport from the field, fighter taking off speed of very fast, a lot of time to replenish ammunition are back on takeoff, do not even need to continue to add oil and air support when and effective, so that the devil dog attack again and again frustrated. However, they are not without harvest. The Boar River in front of them has been completely filled with their own bodies. Day risk seems to have gone, so the paratroopers' open fire frequencies also increased up. Machine gun positions have been the first to open fire, consumed a lot of bullets. They are desperately screaming for more ammunition. At this moment, more bombers appeared in the sky, and strategic bomber troops from farther rushed to the battlefield. Sure enough, and determined before ever the same, because in front of this paratroopers were the first war with the Devil Department team. They were supported by the entire Theater Air Force. This is the best support treatment, and support of almost 9 sets regiment of the Air Force military operations, now in their support. A B-17 bomber next to each other opened its bomb bay at an altitude of 1,500 meters. These huge bombers joined the battle for the first time and demonstrated their huge destruction capabilities to everyone. The overwhelming number and the crazy behavior of dropping bombs at low altitudes shrouded the entire battlefield in an explosion of flames. The whole forest plus forest behind Horde's convoy devil dogs, fried directly by these huge bombs on the day. A dozen points after the bell, the paratroopers cheers. Demon dogs still have not been able to organize a decent attack. Although they were still frequently attacking the paratroopers' defense lines, they could no longer gather, forming a terrifying crowd of offensives. When everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a fireball suddenly flew out of the deep forest and smashed into the ground constructed by the paratroopers. The scorching flame smashed the breast wall and blew out a paratrooper in the trench. He fell heavily to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood, only to find that he had not been burned to death. Just because of the explosion, he had been thrown away so far. Dual-head demon dog. Proof behind the line of high ground. Dueling Borkin, sharp eyes up, staring at the distant woods, said, "Those high level to the little guys." Vivian's face becomes thickened, Standing beside him, General Hart said, "The situation is not very good." Two-place head demon dog appeared. "Usually have more devil dog. They will not be vulnerable to attack." Hart put down lookout telescope on the side of the staff, told the two, then went back to the side of Vivian. Will extend fire, neutralize each other's long-range attack firepower. I can allow civilians to help here. Put our arms and ammunition to the front lines to transport it." Hart now do not trust their own ammunition. Did not make the so-called dual-head demon dog in mind. The previous unilateral massacre was not a war at all in his opinion. The opponent had only just begun to fight back, and the situation of the battle was far from tragic enough to describe it! Balkan you can go to. Flanking help busy graph great mage, and here are my estimate on it. Vivian looked at the body dueling side. "If I were here need help, I will send you a signal." The giant wolf nodded his huge head, moved his huge body like a house, and ran toward the left wing of the paratrooper defense line. Vivian looked at the back of the giant wolf away, rubbed her wrist, and said softly, "I'm almost recovered." We still have a chapter update. Dragon Spirit will try to make up for everyone. Don't worry. 172 back view. "Okay, gentlemen, I'll take care of the rest." After Vivian had rested for so long, she felt that the energy in her body had recovered a lot. So, this time she wanted to stand up, let these mortal soldiers from afar, to see what their powerful considered. Although the landlord of friendship the next second clock, her whole person floating into the sky, magic robe no wind automatically, just like a high-speed fighter, rushed to the bore across the river. She hung in the air, spreading her hands in the sky, and two huge magic circles began to form on both sides of her. It was a magic circle 10 times bigger than when she attacked the fighter plane in Alan Hill. Immediately afterwards, huge energy began to surge near the magic circle. One after another huge fireballs rushed to the ground, exploded under Vivian's feet, and instantly swallowed all the demon dogs nearby. Looking up at the sky, Alan Hill's paratroopers watched Vivian's little figure flying in the sky, and couldn't help letting out a discordant admiration. This one man can on top of a bomber fleet, a paratrooper carrying weapons, in shock at the sky like the gods of Vivian, open mouth says. His words obviously resonated with many people. Everyone stopped firing, just watching Vivian, who was angry, and watching her slaughter the entire demon dog army alone. Those fireball arts seemed to be endless, one after another hitting the demon dog group, until the nearby ground became the same state as the surface of the moon. Vivian's attack stopped. Flying in the sky, she was like a superhero from another world, and the soldiers of Alan Hill admired her. The sky did not return Vivian head, because in front of her, who number more than to make people dizzy, Devil Dog, who once again gathered up and started toward the direction where Vivian wanted to come. Vivian didn't panic either. Her hands swayed in the sky, and there were two huge magic circles. She was like a heavy turret by herself, hanging in the air and firing at the demon dog group. Every fireball technique is even more terrifying than the terrifying fireball technique used by the Holy Demon Empire magician to use the magic circle. These fireball techniques exploded and engulfed countless demon dogs on the ground. Dafik, Asukexia, Luxikaza, Mukuzikamiya. After the fireball technique was used up, Vivian waved her hands gently and said something in her mouth, and a huge magic circle that kept spinning appeared on top of her head. From this giant magic, countless magical swords emerged from the array. With all his strength, Vivian pushed forward with both hands, and the rapier formed by the energy in a magic circle began to fly towards the demon dog in the distance. Unlike the previous elemental attacks, this time Vivian used a pure magical energy shock. Countless ammunition-like magical energy penetrated the body of the demon dog, nailing these monsters to the ground. Then the magical energy dissipated in the air, leaving only the demon dog with blood holes all over it. Behind the mask, Vivian screamed sharply. The magic circle above her head exuded a dazzling light again, and the magic long swords that shone with light were a bit more. This is a magician fight it. Horrible. Saw the dense magic sword attack, leaving behind a rising of smoke on the ground, all in the bore side of the river. Alan Maggie Wales soldiers who can't help but exude admiration. Ammunition. Hurry up and replenish ammunition. An officer passed through the trench with an ammunition supply box, and loudly reminded his men. Everyone started to get busy where he passed. Some people began to pry ammunition supply boxes, and some people began to carry various weapons and ammunition back to where they were from the ammunition supply point at the back. Everyone didn't want to be rushed by the demon dog when the ammunition ran out, so soon everyone used their precious time. Some people fill their magazines with ammunition, while others begin to strengthen their frontal defensive positions. Some soldiers piled up grenades in convenient locations, while the rest stuffed loose bullets into their pockets. Boom, boom. The two fireballs collided with the defensive magic circle that suddenly appeared in front of Vivian, and then bloomed with dazzling brilliance in the sky. The opponent began to fight back at Vivian, but compared to Vivian's attack, the opponent's counter-attack was no different from moaning. Soon, Vivian's attack hit the magic points to the location where the dog-headed demon, those headed to her also just spit fireball demon dogs cut into pieces. Is like playing sweep the yard, like Vivian position in front of the demon dog driven to a very far away, and then she put away the magic, flying back to the position Alanxia paratroopers behind. Her back returned Rue cheers, because there is no noisy bomber, shouting to appear larger. Some, even she heard some. Thank you for your compliment. After Vivian landed, she waved her little hand at the paratrooper. There were movements in her words, which caused the shouts of nearby paratroopers. I have been driven back them, no accident. Then, probably in the afternoon when they come back, I can seize the time to rest. Vivian talking about his combat experience. Heart to keep in mind in these laws in my own heart. But before he could thank him, a new round of battle began. Countless demon dogs gathered from afar and continued to attack Alan Hill's paratrooper position. How can this be? Vivian is afroze, then frowned staring at the distant battlefield. I do not know what to say. Magic Miss Division, you is not to say. It had the afternoon will come back to kill you? Heart opening asked. I do not know. It seemed to be more than that before I deal with too many. There are other evil magic in this devil dog army. Vivian was very restless watching from afar. Opening answer Tau. Then she sat on the floor, closed her eyes, refers to the command. Mr. Officer, I need you to fight for an hour for my time, perhaps, for a while there will be more terrible demon appears. Only I can deal with it. I see a small she. Me we should be able to do. Looked bombers again appeared in the distant sky. Airborne Division Commander George Middle. Heart Army firm said. This time the battle was not as smooth as before. The number of double-headed devil dogs obviously began to increase. The opponent's fireball bombardment did indeed cause casualties to the paratroopers. Not before. Everything is still within the tolerable range. Bo Rivage has long been bloody dyed black. These demons' dogs body and assembled together, it had almost spread to the front of the Alanxia paratroopers. Damn, aren't these demons afraid of death at all? An Alan Hill paratrooper burned out a magazine, then drew a new magazine from the front of his tactical vest, inserted it into his weapon, and cursed. His body side, a wounded comrade of Manly and Shixiu holding hands STG-44 machine gun, burst into the trenches to a demon dog beaten into a sieve, shouted loudly, "It have been come here, prepare for a hand-to-hand fight." Machine gun positions, deputy shooter Chagrin of the empty ammunition boxes put aside, took off from behind Morza 98K step guns, bayonets drawn to the waist, stuck in the muzzle. Come on him, not afraid you are. Not far behind him, an Alan Hill paratrooper unscrewed the back cover of the last grenade, pulled out the exposed fuse, and threw it among the dense demon dogs outside the trench. In order to Alanxia, one means the commanders drew their pistols his waist, looking at being climbed dense bed of devil dogs. loudly encouraged his soldiers. Most of paratroopers and equipment are STG-44 sudden attack rifles. They really do not apply together fighting knives. So many people have picked up the shovel tactical side. He had been about to exhaustion, but across the demon dog still or sight of the marginal. Now, it is their turn to use their lives to defend their dignity. After all, they promised to stay here for more than an hour. The enemy is getting closer, and even some people can smell the stench in the mouth of the demon dog. These fast-moving demons with sharp claws and sharp fangs can shred mortal bodies in a single instant in close combat. Just when everyone was desperate, just when the first demon dog rushed to the Alan Hill paratrooper's position, a long sword suddenly pierced out of the Alan Hill paratrooper's head and stabbed in. The devil dog's blood bowl was in a big mouth. Mister Who heard that you need reinforcements here, wearing a carved flower pattern armor knight sword pulled out from the mouth of the devil dog, kicked open with a smile looking at aspects of the trenches paratroopers asked. Behind him, countless knights in armor crossed the trenches and stood in front of the Alan Hill paratroopers. Alanxia Magic Sentinel, forward, carrying a sword, led by Knight Captain Big step forward. Behind him, and was kindled the flame of a heavily armored knight on another sword. A giant dragon from passing on their heads, and then facing the distant devil dog spit out a thick spray of flame. Farther away, one after another giant dragons swooped down, spewing flames and flying across the battlefield. Give our comrades 10 minutes. Let them replenish ammunition. Don't let a demon pass. For the Emperor. Leaving his handsome back to the Alan Hill paratrooper, the knight captain raised his head high. The sword pointed in the direction full of devil dogs. Accompanied by his shouting, his long sword was shrouded in flames, reflecting his back figure even higher. Call, you do not owe the reader an adult account there. Sleep, sleep, sleep. 173 Conflict. I think of the time these magic guys into allies. Quite lovely. Watched constantly cut kill, advance to the distant soldiers. Magic Sentinel, paratrooper Commander Hart rubbed on his brow sweat, exclaimed. He looked at his watch, then at Vivian, who had moved in the same place, and frowned in confusion. Vivian tell him, asking him to hold 1 jixiao or so, but he insisted up to now, has been almost 2 jixiao she, and Vivian did not wake up. Devil dog offensive did not stop. This is a very bad situation. The soldiers of the magic guards are not gods. They also need time to rest. The ammunition that is looted can last for about an hour at most. If Vivian is still awake by that time. Come on, that thing is terrible. Abandon this line of defense is not impossible. But Hart would not easily give up Bo Rivage defense. After all, if he withdrew it, behind probably 12 or so kilometers place, is critical to the wild battle the airport. Retreated machine games them not. That can also be part of the confluence of the paratroopers, supplies and easier. But the problem is that if the devil dog surrounds the paratrooper base, they really have no way back. Cannot retreat, and soon I had reinforcements will build up. Hold the position. It is more correct choice. Hart denied his retreat ideas. Look to the body staff side, grasping tight time. Replenish ammunition. We will cover the retreat of the friendly forces of the magic guards in a while. Yes, sir. Ginseng Seek saluted, rushed down the hill. The battle in the distance continued. Dozens of giant dragons hovered over the battlefield, spewing flames and destroying the ocean of devil dogs. Every swept the battlefield. Burning flames will be a devil dog, leaving a burning gully on the ground. But as time went on, the Dragon Knight obviously couldn't hold on. Giant Dragon also need to rest. They could not have been fire-breathing. The number of the devil in front of the dog can apparently too much, so they had to give to the Dragon Knight army offensive when the devil dog still did not retreat down. Come back. I have cover you. To get a resupply paratroopers against the edge of the trenches. Facing far has not killing the commander covered in blood. Magic Sentinel shouted loudly. That name refers to the commander's comeback. His face is black blood dripping along the edge of the visor. He carried the long sword whose flame had been extinguished, and walked back to the starting position step by step, What did you say? Be louder. I have ready. You can retreat back. That were paratroopers officer pointed to the positions in front of the Magic Guards regiment of soldiers, loudly shouted, "Good, understand." That magic teacher nodded, then walked back carrying a sword near his soldiers. Retreat, retreat, retreat to. Back paratroopers fast. In the distance, soldiers have been swallowed by the devil dog, and the screams and the roar of the devil dog one after another. The Magic Guards began to retreat, giving up a forward position full of corpses. In just such a short time, there were probably hundreds of soldiers of the Magic Guard Corps who died in the process of retreating. They used their flesh and blood to defend the line of defense and rescued the paratroopers on the verge of collapse. Afterwards, the paratroopers who had been supplemented with ammunition continued to fight, and they once again suppressed the demon's attack with fierce firepower. At innings when potential once again stabilized the combustion flame of the forest, a group of tall figure looming. Soon these huge bodies came to the edge of the forest, and the paratroopers also saw those terrifying monsters. What's that? Seeing those as orcs, but a full height 5 supermeters away stage huge bipedal monster. A paratrooper stared, looked to his comrades around them. See you? Is that a giant? I do not know, stupid. Goods. RPG. His body of soldiers, sides screaming loudly answered the questions of their partners, and then loud to remind each other. Quasi. Prepare heavy tank fire, call reinforcements. RPG. A paratrooper dropped his STG-44 sudden strike rifle from under their feet. Have taken up a rocket, aimed at the Riven monster. Sure. He reminded his companion loudly, and then pulled the trigger in the next second. Wow! The rocket dragged along white smoke, rushed to the tall bipedal behemoth, and then hit the behemoth's chest, exploding into a fiery flame. It didn't fall down. Keep firing. After dropping the bazooka, the paratrooper shouted to his comrades in disbelief. In his shout, another paratrooper picked up the rocket launcher and aimed at the behemoth with heavy smoke. Exclamation mark whoosh, and a rocket bomb crashed into the goal. Then blast off on the body of this goal, returned a deafening explosion. Boom. Roar. That giant beast screams thrown back down, hit a few demon dogs' body directly to those demons smashed into dog meat. It seemed that the guy was unclearly injured, but he was still struggling on the ground, obviously not dead. Grenade. 3 Dianzong direction. Salvo. Send that bastard to hell. Saw the strange beast fall. A paratrooper company commander out of hand, pointing to the location of that monster down, loudly ordered. Several deputy shoot your own Morse 98K step gun butt on top of the soil, then put a grenade launcher set in his own rifle muzzle. They muzzle quasi monster direction, then the garnet bomb placed inside the grenade launcher. Boom. With cries squeak siang, U3 bombs fell on the painted arc that monster's body. Then these grenades exploded, making up the last blow to this monster. Hum, hum. Behind the paratroopers, the mortar troops were also desperately loading shells. They received the order to fire shells as much as possible to cover the front battlefield. Boom, boom. A gun and then a bomb explosion in the side of those monster. A monster behemoth after another fall. But these behemoths is too strong, and after all, there are a few strong to rush to the vicinity of the paratrooper position. Chug, chug. Paratroopers did not flinch. Holding their own automatic weapons is sprayed toward these crazy monster, shooting until they themselves with the monster's arm shot fly out. Tutu. Tutu. Behind the position, a number 2 tank that had run over the soil revealed its low body. On its turret, a 30mm caliber machine gun fired a row of tracer shells, directly hitting the behemoth that was raging on the ground. Great sun playing in the behemoth, who played a large basin hole. Black blood flying everywhere, along with the paratroopers of shouting and cheering. The giant beast finally fell, and the surrounding paratroopers began to use the giant beast's corpse as a cover, and continued to fire and attack the demon dog that was close at hand. The second tank drove up the hillside and began to shoot at the target on the other side of the river with its own weapons. Tracer bullets flew over was filled river tide, and hit the river those beasts across the body, but also set off a reign of terror. Alunxia long live. A paratrooper stood up straight from the trenches, put STG-44 against the Devil Dog fire in front of them. Behind him, another paratrooper stood up, his face covered with black blood, tore open the fuse of a grenade, and threw it at the demon in the distance. Liang Tank's swagger in position to rush ahead, the Devil offensive and beat down. Before the people cheered, the second round of the Devil's offensive began again. The King of Elan Hill will never fall. The gods are always with your majesty. We are victorious and bathed in supreme glory. We win because of bravely killing the enemy, for the country, on the battlefield. The King of Elan Hill will never fall. On the hillside behind the paratroopers, a group of newly recruited paratroopers sang war hymns and stepped neatly onto the battlefield. These paratroopers were the troops that arrived at Griken afterwards. When Hart set off with the soldiers, they hadn't landed in the air. Just now, after they had assembled at the airport, they were ordered to reinforce the Pol River. About 1,000 recruits, with more ammunition, took to the battlefield. Hart army received strong support, his defense is more stable. With these 1,000 recruits, his frontal position can continue to hold on for more than an hour. Paratroopers of the 2 division may come soon. If these demons do not retreat, then I'm going to start fighting back. Hart army has been staring at the flame and blood everywhere battlefield. Opening whisper softly, he really is contemplating counterattack. As long as he blocked the front of this demon army, paratroopers of the 2 division can initiate a counterattack from the flanks. Do not say this to wipe out demonic forces. Hit the other is to be expected. At innings when potential slight improvement, the ugly face of a staff ran over, pointing to the location of the Boar River. Opening report said, the situation began to get worse. The Devil has to cross the river downstream from our flank. Outflanking seems to backshot his report. Paratroopers flanking minefields began explosion. Apparently there is something touching those mines! Exclamation mark. Damn minefields, they will soon be the stepping the we know natural barrier. Guard troops are not many. Hart army frowned, loudly complained. The group damn the Devil. How many troops? According to common sense Alanxia Sophia's fighting, even if the other side there are 3 divisions. Now we have casualties and exhausted, completely collapsed. But at the moment, the demon dog troop that suffered such a heavy loss, instead of stopping the attack, launched a more desperate attack. This is completely inconsistent with common sense, and Hart feels that he is playing very aggrieved. 174. The rest comes back to eat. That is what is special. What? Damn thing. The sky has not given up. Attack strike fighter Air Force troops. An Air Force pilot drove his Mustang fighter, brushed over the battlefield, to see those tall a huge humanoid beast dive. All the cannon shells hit those guys who, his lead plane pilots, to see targets that are not within their knowledge. So, whether it was out of curiosity or out of consideration of attack efficiency, he chose those giant beasts as his attack targets. Beware of the fireball surgery. Avoid ground fire. I left you a right. Separate attack. No radio. The pilot of the lead plane reminded his wingman, and then began to decrease altitude with double dog demon to enhance the number of heads. Ground attack is no longer a matter not consumed. It just has a P-51 fighter fireball shot down, so we now expand the attack. We are very careful. 2 fighters, one after the passing of the battlefield. They are in the middle of those monster shuttle, drew a graceful S-type, found a convenient attack angle, began to pour their own ammunition. The 30mm caliber machine gun has shown amazing power, and it is very obvious that it stops working on these giant beasts. Any target hit by a machine gun will soon scream and fall. Hey, I hit it. Did you see it lying down? Ha ha ha. The pilot of the wingman cheered loudly on the radio, causing the pilot of the lead plane to crack open his mouth and smile. Before the cheering voice of the wingman pilot was over, a huge piece of iron revolved and chopped the cockpit of the wingman pilot, instantly splitting his P-51 fighter in half. The plane disintegrated and exploded in the sky, spreading out with that huge iron piece, and blooming into a splendid firework. Damn it. After making a huge evasive maneuver, the pilot of the lead plane hovered to observe the ground nearby. He wanted to find the target to attack them. and then reward all the remaining shells to the opponent as afternoon tea. Listen to see it, Hank. Hank, damn. I did not see your parachute, Hank. Hank, bastard. Hank, yow up your own dashboard. The driver of the lead plane irritated once again, he turned his fighter around, like a bald eagle patrolling the battlefield. Whoosh! A huge stone blocks flew up into the sky. This time the driver saw the lead plane attacked him. Something terrible monster that is a four-legged, long upper body turned out to be a similar body, like apes, but it moves slowly. His body is even bigger, and his strength is so powerful that he can grab things around him and throw them into the sky. Go to hell. Avoid the huge stone blocks, driving fighter pilot muttered, pressing the joystick on their own hands, so that their aircraft toward the other end monster dived down. Chug, chug. Cannon shot cannon remaining bombs, tracer bullets and made a straight line in the sky, directly throughout the four legs of a huge monster. The cannonball hit the torso of the monster, where a black blood mist was splashed. That strange beast to eat under pain growled, but the foot is staggered to his knees. 30mm caliber cannon shells might still quite terrible. After lighting ammunition, the lead plane pilots saw the monster stalls down on the ground, no sound. And he pressed through words. A report of their experience refers to the command headquarters of the ministry. I see a lot of new demons have not seen before. They can attack the aircraft when the mission must be very careful. Friends remind the different problems they see the military on the battlefield. One must also do reminding friendly forces to pay attention to changes in the battlefield as soon as possible will help reduce casualties and accomplish tasks better. Receive. Receive. You can return it. Ground refers to the command center issued a command to return there. Hank was shot down. I didn't see his parachute, the captain pilot reported, crying. No radio was silent for a moment, then continued before the opening command said, Yun, maybe you return replenish fuel and ammunition as well as completed. I immediately return, and buy, at high altitude and fly in a circle. The lead plane's pilot looked more and more troops on the ground. The devil dogs are not willing to drive their own aircraft, leaving this airspace. On the ground, Vivian finally opened her eyes. She stood up from the ground, twisted her neck, and looked at Master Hart embarrassedly. Sorry, I just recovered too long. It does not matter how the rest, like, put down the hands of Wang Telescope, taken away his eyes from the battlefield. The generals looked to Vivian Hart, open asked, if not enough, we also cannot again hold half Xiao or so. No need. Vivian shook her head. She has recovered most of her condition now. It can be said that she hasn't rested so well since the outbreak of the war. I feel the breath of the devil. And the other party also has a powerful magician nearby. This tricky guy is handed over to me, and the line of defense is left to you, okay? Vivian retracted his gaze from the battlefield, asked General Hart. Hart Army nodded, then shook his head and said, Air Army immediately began bombing. I think if possible, we will help you find the damn devil. By that time you and then shot, too late. Although the flanks have been surrounded by demons, General Hart also has flanking reserves that can be used. He wasn't too anxious to let Vivian participate in the battle to waste his magic power. He felt that it would make more sense to let this female magician take cover at a critical time. Vivian heard Hart built a moment after the meeting, then nodded and agreed and said, well, I'll wait for you. Their messages tell the truth. I never thought you could behave so well. Please Alanxia, the Empire's help may be the most correct choice we have made recently. Thank you for saying, yes. Not hungry? Here we have canned food. You can eat some. Hart Army opening polite way. I hear the tank. First two words. Vivian first froze a moment, then his eyes filled with the glory to be happy. How? You do not like happy? Hart Army looked curious. Female magician does not speak, do not know why. The other side of silence. Hi Juan. Vivian sheepish opening replied, there? Canned fish do. Hey, you are who canned fish? Throw a few come. Hart Army tilted his head to go against its own staff as well as radio tent shouted over there. Soon, like throwing a grenade, a few cans were thrown over, and an arc was drawn in the sky. Vivian opened a pothead, which tasted delicious fish when Alan-Xia massive bombing started again. With the previous experience, this time Alan Hill dispatched more planes than the previous few times. Almost 150 GA B-15 bombers of the first bombers in the sky, with these B-17 back, is a full 300 GA B-25 bombers. The bombs carried by these planes can almost pave the entire battlefield. Fortunately, Alan Hill had stockpiled some ammunition in Griken before, otherwise the Air Force might have run out of ammunition and food. Boom, boom. A deep fried and then a bomb explode on the ground, setting off a piece of clay, so that a plume of black smoke beneath the ground, where the bomber passed. Hundreds of demon dogs were blown into the sky, cut into pieces, and blown into bloody corpses. And the explosion on the ground than. Those were two-headed demon dog to break out of the fireball. Pitiful, even negligible. Vivian didn't speak, just eating the canned fish in front of her bite by bite. She was also waiting to see how long the other demon who commanded this troop could endure. On the battlefield in the distance, the air wave caused by the explosion spread, blowing a demon dog. When the demon dog was halfway flying, it was suddenly pinched by a thick palm. It is only 4 fingers palm head slightly hard. It was the devil dog crush his head, turned into a beach will not move the meat. With a light flick of the sturdy palm, the body of the devil dog was thrown into a crater in the distance, hitting a pile of devil dog corpses that were killed by the bomb. Our armor, height Jiaogo 3 meters. A strong Chinese side stood 2-headed demon dogs, cold and evil eye passing from the battlefield. Alan-Xia bomber, the real demon behind the huge bat's meaty wings, slowly opened, and a terrifying roar came from its mouth. Go ahead. Behind him, more demon dogs rushed out. These not very intelligent creatures rushed forward regardless of life and death. It seems that only in this way can they vent the irrepressible desire for destruction in their hearts. Accompanied by his cries, his whole person, one from the ground jump into the sky, into the sky. His hard skin and heavy armor resembled a cannonball, smashing a B-25 bomber at once. And this demon that flew to the sky, after crashing and destroying the bomber, showed no signs of injury, and fluttered his wings in the sky, as if the god of war was descending from the earth. Don't get dirty, I will continue to eat the rest. Putting down the canned fish in her hand, Vivian whispered to General Hart. She lifted her feet into the air, her magic robe dancing in the wind, like a beautiful lark, finally came out. I found him. The battle will be over soon. You just need to stay here. Don't worry. Me go and go back. There is another update tonight, but it will be midnight. You can watch Longerling tomorrow morning, but you have to ask for a monthly pass in advance to subscribe to the collection. Thank you for your support. Longerling will work hard to update it. 175 Warm Fish Cut Devil. A magic robe was hunting and dancing in the air, and Vivian rushed through the defense line of the paratroopers and swiftly advanced over the devil dog. She's very fast. Just a moment of effort that came to the devil in front of the sky. Roar! The demon roared, and the heavy armor was as light as cotton wool on its body. After spreading the 4 fingers, a magic circle appeared out of thin air. Vivienne rushed forward, and her 2 slender palms protruded forward. 2 huge magic circles formed in her palms at the same time, and 2 lightning bolts rushing toward the demon at an incredible speed. The magic circle in the heart of the devil's hand was also shining. After the light was fully revealed, a huge black lightning rushed out of the magic circle, just hitting the lightning struck by Vivian. 2 lightning hit together, issued a shining light, but Vivian and more out of a lightning. Lightning just this split in the evil magic of the body, the other side a lot of back and sent a roar of pain. However, the next significant other's resisting ability is very strong. Terrible lightning split the devil in him, not even to his life completely. Vivienne didn't expect to kill the opponent with a single blow. She didn't take back both hands, but flipped her wrists and drew a huge circle in front of her. As the spell in her mouth chanted, a larger magic circle condensed in front of her face. The demon obviously felt the danger, and turned around and flew farther away, but Vivian obviously didn't intend to let him go. She moved quickly, shortening the distance between the two sides in an instant. You know, Vivian went to the sea in Alan Hill, saying that she could destroy the entire Alan Hill in his heyday, a powerful magician, so when she used her full strength, the power was really amazing. The huge magic circle in front of her face suddenly rushed out a huge magical energy, condensed into a beam of light and illuminated the demon's body. As if the high-energy laser gun hit the target, the irradiated demon began to scream and struggle wildly in the beam of light. Magic can be washed. Strike. Vivian stopped chasing Hit, both hands on the edge of magic, loud drink out of her grasp of the most powerful magic attack skills. This attack skill is very powerful, and it has been hitting the invisible distance without any weakening trend. The demon struggled in the magical energy for a while, and then was evaporated and destroyed by the purely extreme magic. Only then did Vivian retract her hands and stood above the sky, overlooking the demon army under her feet. Courage also lost a finger. Commander of the demons began to give up the dog attack, as Lost Dog began to retreat. Once, countless bombs could not make them retreat half a step, but now, they have no will to fight at all. Just at that moment, Vivian killed that will fly the devil. In fact, only a few minutes less time. After flying back to the position where the paratroopers were stationed, she picked up the half box of canned fish on the ground and enjoyed it with relish. It had not come back. Will take at least a few days. These devil dogs will regroup. Vivian chewing a big piece of fish. Ambiguity of Diley on the spot. Paratrooper Commander George Middle.Hart said. Sure enough, it had already been about to leak out of the paratrooper's wing. Devil Dog does not try to continue to attack. Turn tail. Dingy retreat. After leaving tens of thousands of corpses, they withdrew from the plane, as if they had never been in the future. Is not it, because experienced numerous bombing and shelling, Bo Rivage in the West Bank is now in ruins, is simply no difference, and the surface of the moon. The corpses of devil dogs were everywhere, as well as the wreckage of several airplanes. Not too soon. They've never come back. You have played well, even better than I thought. Vivian mouth that swallowed the fish. The fish bone stuck too straight. Shenbozi, sad out of the such a dumbfounding compliment came. In his behind them a dozen kilometers, then one of a C-47 transport aircraft is landing, brought a variety of weapons and ammunition, but also brought in a team of paratroopers. Yi Liang then a truck, and two Panzer from the Me-323 transport rolled off the transport trucks and above loaded with ammunition. There are a number of ground staff, are busy with the maintenance of the machines as well as equipment from these giant aircraft on dumping set down. Heart Army of a paratrooper division has been put in place. First two paratrooper division in the process of being transported. There. City. Chief of Staff Liu Okai with a pointer pointing to the location on the map. Chris introduced the deployment of the front line with other officers. Magician Miss Vivian's people withdrew. Icon, the defeat of a demon attack. They are very tough, not afraid of death. A huge number. An officer opened the report, opening introduction from a variety of the look of the demon I saw. Fortunately, it has very rare air defenses. Vivian said that they have the kind of flying. Have the effect of air strikes, attacking each other's tight formation. Let us attack is very effective. However, the other side of the number too much, cannot stop bombing each other's attack. He referred shall finished fighting the case, stopped the chance to speak left to the others. Chris hands behind standing at the front of the map, staring at the front line of defense areas, frowning. The paratroopers arrived early and guarded the Bull River defense line. However, in his opinion, the situation is still not very optimistic, because the demon forces have controlled about an fifth of the Grycon area. Ammunition consumed quickly, but not too many touches. Army casualties. Sentinel Magic lost about 150 people. Paratroopers lost 170. Competent officer casualty statistics adds openings. Just from this injury, it seems that the Devil's army is not strong. A minister to look at the body human side, began. His body man shook his head side. Their colleagues explain about the current situation. I have this time at war. Paratroopers breath polish the bullet near two ammunition storage points. Cries. The other gasped, and some incredible asked, their logistical support. The challenge here. That informed official member shook his head, spoke and said, in Druiken their operations, logistics too much trouble. Cry sighs from the front line all the way to the east, has almost stopped in the first to cross the eternal empire of 9 Sets regiment military body. He was silent for children, and then open asked, Luna the army of 9 Sets? Group army, with ample ammunition now this case. There is no guarantee of adequate ammunition. Guofang Bujang Kastner opening Grand Duke replied, not our troops as much as possible to carry the ammunition. It now appears possible while still supporting of. Yes, advancing very fast. Hans Highness Princess Luna mechanized troops have entered the Druiken, then there a few days, they can arrive at the designated firing positions. Luokai with a pointer pointing G where Reese was staring. He stroked and said, the first 9 Set group of army troops actually part advancing soon. Their day can advance almost 150 kilometers, is simply a miracle in the history of war. Custer satisfied actually very worried about their daughter, opening complained, not to most of them get lost infantry, paratroopers, and we can only fight together. But Royal Highness Princess Luna said that in the supplemented fuel and ammunition after the first 9 Sets group army vanguard immediately available for combat. Luokai was also worried that the troops were advancing too fast, which would affect their combat effectiveness. In fact, they don't need to be too anxious. I heard that our paratroopers have defeated an enemy attack. The enemy cannot organize a second attack so quickly. After all, that but for the 100,000 level demon dog troops, it is impossible for the opponent to get together easily. Make sure he supply, then ordered them to rest after 2 days in order to join the fight. Chris stared at Kastner. There are 2 people Yuochi, open asked, can protect, permit it. Can 2 people do not dare cross section 9 Sets safety kidding group army, stand at attention immediately replied. Heard this answer. Chris nodded his head, then looked to his chief of staff Luokai, opening told, and Druiken discuss terms. If they allowed the Air Force Command execution plan for the next Devil's Demise attack, use atomic bombs to suppress. Don't waste precious ammunition. Your Majesty, this direct use of atomic bombs, is not it? Said Luokai worried opening. Do not need to worry about anything, because we have more advanced weapons have been put into operation. Cry's fingers pounding behind the back of the other hand, face a serious command said, since I have to instantly destroy the enemy ability, there is no need to risk the life of a soldier. Yes, Your Majesty. As you wish. I will immediately send a telegram, and Druiken aspects discussed matters related to the use of nuclear weapons. From the southwest Reed rushed back to the same kind of serious replied. In addition, let the general's heart judge for themselves, is not to let out their defensive positions. Do not stick to a few useless field airport, mainly to save power. Chris looked at the empty military commander Buchu Oli. Buchu Oli Asia saluted direct. Chin replied, I will command His Majesty obeyed heart. Save military strength. Chris back too far behind to see to their own ministers as well as generals, spoke and said, Mr. We place thousands of kilometers away from their hometown of battle, troops of the supplement, ammunition, supplementing, is very difficult. Therefore, please be careful to direct your troops to fight. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone answered attentively. Yes, that's right. This chapter was named by a certain genius, and Long Ling used it directly. Thanks. He 176 risk insurance products. I have to oppose why? A bearded old man leaning on a wand, looked to the side of the magician. These mortals ask this question. Is not too cautious. Caution is a noble quality. He were more cautious, more to prove they are eligible to join the 7 countries, dedicated themselves to this continent. Body of the old man's side, another middle-aged magician wearing and Vivian the similar magic robe, praised. The old man nodded his head, Then look to the Mofaxuitu sitting in front of the telegraph. Opening told, return to power. Alanxia told them the devil through the place has been Baron Jedi. If they have strong a powerful means of attack, we suggest that we should immediately go into this war. Puppet Empire to now did not show up. I think this time the demon invasion conspiracy must be something in there. A middle-aged magic division of some concern to see to the old man. I have Drew Icon is not unprepared, really on that day. It was a last resort. Jinza compared with a magic attack means hit the magic eye but also compelling. Drew Icon must frankly accept their outcome, but before accepting the outcome, we have to fight for this country to the last minute. The old man said firmly, let mortals to use their weapons. If he sufficient number of weapons they can each be used once in our two wings. Silent child. And the old man added, middle-aged magic teacher's face is actually very interesting. To see him Arai smiled to the old man, spoke and said, who would have thought, but rather Eternal Empire responsible for the lot. There is a problem. Then they suffered heavy losses, barely withstood the devil attack. The mortal empire over there, I heard that damage loss is not much. Yes, Vivian gives us a chance. If this time Alanxia no war. I are now going to start the final contingency plan. The old man some helpless said. Of course he knew. Start moving contingency plans would mean that the world is abandoned. Drew Icon behind as long as the Gruduikenki action contingency plan. The army will be devil dogs over their intrusion into the Eternal Empire as well as the back of the Trinity Empire and Normu Empire. At that time, no one knows whether the mortal world still exists, but the magical world will definitely collapse completely. In order to survive, magicians can only retreat into the mortal empire, and they will be unable to do anything without magic. Too many, not a chance. Middle-aged magic teacher sighed interest cry. Opening said, I am looking forward to him. Their secret weapon, exactly what kind of power I am looking forward to. Hope that he had sent to give us some surprise as we go. The old man's hand holding a magic wand slightly hard, very curious she said. Hey. The telegrapher far away in Ceres tore off the recorded content from the telegraph and handed it to the officer waiting next to him. The encrypted telegram from Graken. The codebook is not with me. I need to translate it. Submit it to your majesty afterwards. Good that worthy officer took the message. The message quickly went Alanxia Code Translation Services, the telegraph and handed the officer in charge of the translation. From Drew Icon class top secrets. Drew Icon agree I have used a secret weapon. A few minutes after the bell, Chris saw the message, then nodded his head. He looked to keep his body in the side of Butolia, gave each other the message, command your unit team plans to perform it in place. Drew Icon perish required, throwing 2 atomic bombs to help them hold line of defense. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. Am looking forward to the strategic air performance. Butuoli Asian excited saluted with head held high loudly replied. No one wants to let the atomic bomb explode on their own land, but letting the atomic bomb explode in someone else's country is full of expectations. This is a cruel sense of expectation, expecting countless lives to pay the price of death for their own toughness. In the remote far Drew Icon, inside a heavily guarded field airport, a specially modified B-17 next to the bomber. I feel it is simply crazy. Aside of him back in his own parachute, while complaining about the captain Paul in front of their crew members. Driving through a modified bomber, transport with a super bomb flew 10 kilometers altitude. Foot of all the devil. Want me to say, all of the tasks are crazy, including my own. Throw bombs hand grinned and laughed at his own bomber. At that side, the ground crew has great volume rocket bomb hanging in B-17 bomber specially adapted bomb bay, and checked all equipment. Rather than descend height, this is where things lost, can put all living within our radius of several kilometers have evaporated. Technology officer surgery department carefully explain the contents of the task this time. You need to do. It is confirm the status of the bomb before dropping the bomb. Then turn around and leave immediately after dropping the bomb. 20 G B-17 bomber will follow in your left. Before bomb, You below there will be a bomber formations responsible for you block the attack from the ground. So you are absolutely safe," the officer said, while pointed to the bomber formation on standby in the distance. "Next door machine games will take off. There will be full fighter escort you around in our arranged a total of 50 G. A wild horse fighter." He finally said something, then gave the order of departure. "Everyone leave. Tell me what I want to say to my family. Check your equipment and set off." Reconnaissance aircraft as well as the Eternal Dragon Knight Empire had reported assembled position Devil Dog, Thea's a Monster Hill and Dale. But after that we and other attacks, there would have nothing. Airplane long position. Paul Luo climbed the ladder of the 17 bomber, turned around and pulled the co-pilot. "Yes, in theory, there is no devil, no magician, and even bacteria will no longer have." Vice former driver also seen the departure details. Rocket bomb, lingering fear of then words road. The manual says that the bomb they carried from Alan Hill to Gricken was powerful enough to destroy a city. Although they think this kind of thing is unbelievable, they still choose to believe that the introduction in the weapon manual is true. Anyway, more than a year ago, he had not believed that mere mortals can fly, do not believe Alanxia can come to such an extent. So now they believe everything Alanxia, with a surge of blind taste tracked believe in everything. Cover guard fleet off first, check after the runway. All in all, more than butchered the size of the stones have to pick up and clean. Ground people commanders members loudly ordered his own men. Everyone is a little nervous, after all, they have seen the bomb with their own eyes, which outlines the most mysterious and advanced reminder sign for them. The pattern composed of yellow and black makes people feel very eye-catching at first glance. A B-17 bomber emerged from the empty cabin, and the roar of the engine was deafening. The second plane flew into the sky following it. The docked at the edge of the runway of B-17 bombers have already started the engine, perform special tasks that framed the B-17 on the ground, whose staff still careful investigation of all places of investigation. As the planes took off one by one, the entire airport runway became empty. The ground crew gave the last B-17 a thumbs up, and they have carefully checked the entire runway. Bao Luo took a deep breath, pushed the engine output rod. The plane he was driving, a special B-17 bomber, facing the runway, began to slide forward. The sky above, responsible for the cover formations of bombers, began. Paul drove his plane. Bombing aircraft flew above the clouds. Because there is no need for so-called bombing accuracy, he can fly at this inaccessible altitude all the way. Paul, who camouflaged his fighter around him, brought him a tremendous sense of security. The dense formations of Mustang fighters look spectacular. Under the belly of each aircraft, there are auxiliary fuel tanks used to increase the range. This is the ground station. Here is a guide to guide. Ground station does not correct your course deviation. Headphones inside. The ground lead guide station's voice clearly heard. And then a few minutes, you will enter the occupied territories. Devil now. Turn on the protective cover. The radio starts silently. Destroy those who understand. Bao Luo pressing the call is answered one, and then facing the point behind the pilot point head. The navigator stretched out his hand and twisted the defensive device with the magic spar stone pillar inserted. In an instant, shining patterns began to spread on the body of this B-17, which looked gorgeous. As the plane began to light up its patterns, all the B-17 bombers flying below lit up magical barriers for defense. Those inscriptions engraved on the body of the aircraft radiated light blue light at this moment. Only the two front B-17 bombers did not light up the magic barrier. They were responsible for navigating all the aircraft behind them. To ensure the safety of navigation, two navigation planes are used at the same time. In Bulgaria, within a few minutes after they took off Luo, another field airport on the tarmac, the ground crew opened in front of the canvas. With a kind of giant, also sketched out the bomb warning signs in yellow and black, appeared in front of them. Mr. R. Careful. Led by the ground crew reminded about their companions, and then began to tense the bomb, lifting off into the modified B-17 bomber's bomb bay. In the distance, Air Force paratrooper Commander Hart put down the weapon manual in his hand and turned his head to look at his staff. I only now know that the bombers that flew with us actually carry this kind of damn stuff. 177 God's gift is lucky up the walls above the Eternal Empire. Soldiers are vigilant. Look out the distant planes. They were smashed and retreated here by the devil, but the magicians of Griken broke and took cover. He had played here a pile walls. Be simple to build some fortifications. With the Dragon Knight and the Magician, they can be considered to stabilize their position. Not too defensive. Pressure is still very large. They lost thousands of soldiers, barely blocking Demon Dog near the troops. As more and more soldiers of the Eternal Empire came in reinforcements, the Devil Dog's attacks became more cautious. It had also waiting for the arrival of follow-up units, even if they are hundreds of thousands, but after the loss, but also to wait for the magic to add from the up new same class. You say, what exactly do those mortals say? The devil is nothing to stop the next attack dogs, but let us not take the initiative, pressing the waist sword between the officers. The name of Eternal Empire, said some dissatisfaction. He never real and mortal fight over dealings, because both the starting speed is not the same. Alanxia ground forces through time. Eternal Empire, they have entered the territory of Druiken. In the battle in Griken, they and the Mortal Empire did not cooperate with each other because of the difference in combat mode. Instead, they were deployed to both ends of the defense line separately, so they had not really seen the so-called Battle of the Mortal Empire. Therefore, these magicians from the Eternal Empire still have their own prejudices against mortals. He looked down Alanxia, although Alanxia been defeated Trinity Empire. But it seems the Eternal Empire, he who can often beat the Trinity Empire, this is not something to boast about. Things. The other officer was also very dissatisfied, spitting out with his hands on his chest. Isn't he it? The Dragon Knight troops who were investigating the harassment have all been taken back. I heard that it was Griken's order, which made people feel a little depressed. I have to wait to see those busy mortals on it. I'd like to see these mortals exactly what skill, what you can come up with tricks to. Yes, around, directing this Eternal Empire. Generals staring the mountains in the distance said, has been flying over the heads of these timeless Empire soldiers. Alanxia atomic bomb assault fleet has gone deep into the demon-controlled areas. Mr. R. We have almost arrived at Devil concentrated area, and if I did not co-driver error, then a few minutes, we can attack it. In a little bumpy airplane, Paul reminded the captain of their own men. They performed the mission of throwing atomic bombs for the first time, so everyone did not joking with each other as usual, but closed their mouths for fear of a slight mistake. He does not blame them nervous because it is behind them. Across the cabin a few pieces of steel, you can instantly swallow hung around all the terrible bomb. On the left and right of the bomber, the pilots of the P-51 fighter jets dumped all their auxiliary fuel tanks after they ran out of fuel in the auxiliary fuel tank. They are now flying a little higher than the bomber, ready to cover the bomber troops. As time passed, Paul found that the B-17 bombers under his plane that were responsible for covering them had dispersed, revealing white clouds. Through the gap between the clouds, the bomber saw the ground under his feet covered by the Devil Dog. Those ground is like a resurrection, like being with the progress of the Devil Dogs kept shaking slightly. On the ground they couldn't see. Some large demons stopped their hungry steps and raised their heads to look towards the sky. It is they that faintly heard the roar of aircraft engines, but did not see those meters altitude above the clouds flying with the B-17 bomber. Those are birds too? Baoluo for his co-pilot asked. Vice driving glanced down, then he shook his head and replied, for us this height, the birds are not too much. Is birds should be Demon Army Air Force. Whatever it is, it were all finished. Baoluo shouted loudly for their co-pilot. In his cry, he had this aircraft B-17 bomber bombing opened the hatch, exposing the inside of the thick volume of a nuclear bomb. Destroy those who have arrived at the designated location, The target on our feet were the bomb. We started bombing it. Due to B bombing, cancelled the magic defense of B-17 bomber finally broke radio silence. She began to report themselves to the ground command center, the task to be performed. In his were reported among voice, B-17 bomber's bomb bay completely open. There is only a huge chubby bomb. Atomic bomb has already done all the running of the quasi-prepared. The name of this atomic bomb is the God of Ceres, and it is the fourth atomic bomb made by Alan Hill. Quasi-ready yet? As the airflow on aircraft fibrillation, Bombardier looked to the technical officers around. Open asked, "If you really recognize the bomb, no problem, I'll put it down. I can run." That the name of the officer in charge of technology testing through the windows. Finally see a bit later, nodded his head and agreed with the recommendation of the bomber, to Alenxia. In order to Alenxia pressed the vote after the bomb button. Bombardier followed, shouted the phrase familiar slogan, cracking as soon as the metal sound of the collision. While this atomic bomb began to decline their height, toward the bottom of the evil magic radical 94 teams fall down. The huge B-17 bomber lost its load and shook it slightly before stabilizing its flying posture. Immediately after it began to climb rapidly, the Captain Paul pressed on the intercom. Loud reminder on the radio with the cover of his companions. Climb, climb me. We want to leave here as soon as possible, out of here. After dropping the atomic bomb, all Alan Hill planes began to turn quickly and flew towards the direction they came from in the distance, without a trace of nostalgia. After all, the user manual says that this kind of bomb can instantly cause a strong air current, which can easily cause a nearby aircraft to crash. For the pilots at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the thing they fear most is hearing the word crash, so no one misses anything. They all turned around and accelerated in the first time, and in his behind them, and a black point gradually close to the ground. Its slow descent over the ethnic demon dog of numerous parachute is opened with the resistance. The rate of decline hole becomes more slowly up the bomb. Many demon dogs stalked forward, raised his head against it on the head of a thin bomb's roar. The huge black bats flying in the sky also surround this huge iron bullet. Then, the gas pressure of the height of the metering apparatus to work together. The pressure is determined by the height of the best out of the initiating start. A little closer position, closer fuse increasingly excited. Boom. Detonator detonated atomic explosives in the bomb. A newborn, if the world is generally light, instantly enveloped everything, accompanied by elevated temperature as well as pierce all light spread out to nearby villages in ruins near the demon dogs that looked up at the sky. The four-legged behemoths like apes, and the bats flying in the sky were all evaporated in an instant. The next second clock, the earth began to up. The huge blast destroyed the withering of all Enterprise's figure, prevent everything it raging. The trees are lit and then cut into chips. The devil, that tough body, is also being torn apart in the blast. With the terrible loud noise can be shattered eardrum. A few seconds in the clock, the area near a third of the devil dog completely into nothingness, while the rest of the demon dog, half turned into a dashing out of the body, half turned into incomplete fragments of flesh and blood. When destroy those who destroy, Paul is terrified. Crew members saw the sky behind. The explosion shockwave clouds are formed when changing their shape. They realized that he had just dropped a rocket bomb. How have destroyed the power of heaven and earth? Because the reasons for the formation of too dense, almost 3-1 devil, even the bodies were found. In addition, there are demons with about this number who can only find the corpse. The original mighty army of demons was wiped out in a flash. Standing away from the walls far, several officers stared. Eternal Empire saw the mushroom cloud into the sky. They stood stupidly like this, feeling the vibration from the ground under their feet, feeling the rumbling echo of that huge explosion. The previous 1 second clock, they seemed to see 10,000 suns. Sky, they seemed to see a super magician use a terrible magic jinzu. That's an attack that can change the terrain, and that's a force that can determine the outcome of a war. Well, what is it? A military officer changed the tone of their voices, unaware, pointing to a huge mushroom cloud in the distance. and asked the body companion's age. And his companion didn't have any thoughts to answer his question. He just stood there, staring at that huge explosion blankly and muttered, "This is the power of mortals. This is not the power of mortals. This is the power of God!" Are these fucking bastards have mastered such a horrible weapon yet? General Eternal Empire, headed by Suddenly Back, stared at his minions. He who, what, when, what mortal time to master this powerful power? Looking at the mushroom cloud that obscured the sky from a distance, the Grykan magicians standing high were also shocked by this attack. It took a long time for the long-bearded old magician with his magic wand to look away from the mushroom cloud. This is the will of God, Alan Hill. It is a gift from God. Today there are more plus. The old rules. Tomorrow morning we look at it another, seeking monthly, recommended votes, a reward, collection, subscriptions. 178 The way Prince Sal Alex our forward troops in the vicinity of the portal has been ruined. Almost 31 devil dogs were killed. Dark room, back room, a shadow report, hoarse voice channel. Dark make head, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. The room's atmosphere have become restless. Are those guys Drew Icon of the years grow a lot? I have not met many different enemy on the battlefield. Chaos feedback to the news. It was said they were a weapon attack, suddenly lost tens of thousands of people. Shadow twisted, continued began. Dwarves, elves, the dragons are nothing more than these poor guys. They made strange things. The red eyes were full of sarcasm, with a disdainful momentum. Could it be that we haven't grown for so many years? Oh Prince Sal Alex, you said so right. If Drew Icon those allies realized that they were about to face the future, will be very interesting. Ha 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 ha. Shadow mad smile. Stature they are twisted moved. Go down. Let those people gather in Grykan. They wouldn't expect it. Grykan is a tomb containing all the powerful men in that world. The terrifying voice of Prince Salux was in the room, reverberating inside, but the blood-red eyes closed. The dark shadow said no more, and reverently exited the room. In the boundless darkness, everything fell silent. Ye Jeep's relatively rapid progress on the bumpy road. Motorists seem a bit level. The car drove was superb. Escaped the gully. There are many potholes, raised all the way to the dust. Card Pale Luna twists the steering wheel, with her captain of the guard, as well as the first 9 sets a military staff committee, and carrying a high-power radio station, gallop on the open road. Following this jeep, there are 2 cars with heavy machine guns on the rear seats. On them are the guards of the group army headquarters. He all the way to fleet of foot, the first to enter into Drew Icon, also marks the first 9 sets regiment of ground troops reinforcements, officially arrived in part. Road conditions here are not very good after all those magician who is flying away. Aside to avoid the potholes on the road, while loudly Luna of staff around and shouted, "We have to write it down, rely on these roads to supplement supplies. Let the engineers and soldiers repair as much as possible." On the bumpy car, the young staff member kept his balance, holding a notebook, and recording various suggestions made by the Commander General along the way in handwriting that was impossible to read. Let General Alfred to Alanxi a telegram. Priority complement armored reconnaissance vehicle. I've looked at the map. 2 plain hills. I need to establish a clear line of investigation. Devil prevent large-scale outflanking. In the engine. In the roar of Luna, Luna shouted again to the staff. She was talking loudly all the way, correcting some details on the map that were not visible on the record report. As a group army commander, her professional level is actually very high in the Alan Hill army. Juice Gorge Yalanti, grasslands, almost Higgs is not to win. But the first 9 sets regiment in the army and the Higgs is established, so the first 9 set group of mid-level military commanders are rich. They just don't quite adapt to modern military theory because of their actual mobilization of command experience. With knowledge after knowledge magic supplement of the ball, their shortcomings are connected, so from top to bottom, the first 9 sets regiment army military accomplishment, in fact, is very high. Luna originally Zai Huan personally lead troops investigation exploration, understanding of the battle of the surrounding terrain. Now she is commanding a larger corps, and this hobby has not changed. Therefore, it only took a few days for her to learn to drive a car, and she often drove the car herself and led the guard around the group army. After all, not all women are good at riding horses. Before Luna, who was born to be a car driver, is still very talented in driving now. Of course, this may also have a direct relationship with her only driving wildly in the wilderness. After all, in comparison, a congested city actually requires more precise driving, while in the wilderness, there is no need to consider so many problems. Reference to Sikh heard Luna cry loudly replied, "Your Highness." Alfred generals to command, to be issued in order to stop. Crack. Luna stepped on the brake and stopped the jeep on the side of the road. Several jeeps following her also stopped on the side of the road, and several young non-commissioned officers began to vomit when they got out of the car. Reference to Sikh shrugged his shoulders and pointed to those non-commissioned officers and vomiting. The opening of Luna said, "Your Highness, it seems you have to wait a while, your radio soldiers being spit breakfast yet. No way to temporarily work for you." Luna's long legs stepped out of the jeep from the driver's seat, and her dusty leather boots set off her slender thighs that were straight and sexy. She opened her sunglasses with her hand, and squinted her beautiful eyes to look at everything around her. Phew! A giant dragon fell from the sky, from the dust around the fan, so that the soldiers in the convoy involuntarily covered his nose. Some people wrapped towels around their faces, and at this moment they showed very wise eyes. The knight on the dragon's back turned over and jumped off, walked up to Luna's face, and immediately lowered his head and asked, "Your Highness, why has the convoy stopped?" "The soldiers are bumping all the way, and need to rest for a while." Luna took her gaze back from the woodland in the distance, and asked, "How is it in the sky? Are there any villages nearby?" "Along the road and then forward a number, there is a small town." Dragon Knight is responsible for the safety of open sky replied, "Because for the cause of the war, Drew I can no decent troops deployed on the border. After all, they are less a large combat force is needed." "I see." Briefing fighting over the matter in the past that they need not need the army, and now they need the Luna non-committal, said such a sentence, and then looked at the soldiers who spit enough. The issue after issue to team go. Yes. A group of soldiers began to get busy. After all, it is not easy to set up a high-power radio station. The guards began to disperse their vigilance. Some people went to release water next to the forest. The rest helped erect high-power antennas and prepared to connect the equipment to a small gasoline generator. Dagru Icon order arrived as soon as possible. The first 9 sets regiment army has almost run himself to a loose shelf. The 9th Armored Division, the most elite in the group army, has now arrived in Grikan, and half of the 19th Division, which is equipped with more trucks, is struggling in the Eternal Empire. In addition, the Katushaw rocket unit, which was assigned to the group army, moved quickly because it was an Altruck unit. It even ran ahead of the 19th Division, only 1 step behind the 9th Division. However, under Section 9 sets those huge number of infantry troops, as well as heavy artillery, and now most are still scattered in the territory of Eternal Empire, and even some troops from Trinity Empire railhead not too far away. Just the news. Your Highness. In light of the staff seems to be little affected, like the one from Alanxia Electricity and handed Luna. Luna pulled over by electrical looked down, then frowned too. Already destroyed by the plant? Start kidding. Pressure caused by the devil to front you so much. She quickly went to the jeep next to the car. Chego with a walkie-talkie radio, pressing the call key to call up. "Hey, listen to see me speak to my call kit is a tablet!" Exclamation mark. After trying several times, Luna had to leave the earphones in the car. She was in a hurry, and the liaison troops were also in a hurry. Many troops are now unable to contact, and even many troops themselves are unable to contact their subordinate units. Sometimes, it is quite normal for a teacher to find his regiment. After all, Not everyone can gather their troops in the densely packed army. Not before. These forces will eventually be found, because every time after they stop, you need to supply food to find nearby higher command authorities might not find during the day, and troops will return in the evening when the establishment could not be contacted. General Alfred, it seems that he received my power, have to wait a night when some regret giving up. Liaison Chief of Staff Alfred Opening of Luna complained, after all, there are always a radio team is on duty. It seems that I have such a hurry to catch up. There is a role. Frontline paratroopers also available. Army has executed the demise of plans indicating that they have used a secret weapon. Can't pay, Luna said seriously. When she is seen generals testing of nuclear weapons, the power of such weapons is the most intuitive understanding. In her opinion, if it is not necessary, there is no need to use such a powerful bomb to solve the opponent. But now, Alan Hill has used it like this without hesitation, and used two of them all at once. This is obviously a situation where something went wrong on the front line. Well, I haven't. Paratroopers should take a look at the actual convergence battlefield situation as soon as possible. Dragon Knight said! So only a fraction of the rest. Bell, and then we set off. Luna back so far as to, his face pale against those soldiers, ordered the radio. Friends, we want the army is fighting the past to help the job as soon as possible. Soon, the unit was on the road again, and they swiftly moved west along the road. After passing through the villages and towns, they didn't stop to rest. Luna seemed to have no interest in the alien magical buildings in Gruken, and directly led some of the leading troops of the 9th Division to the Suppley base near the front. 179 Empty military obsession. In the remote Farses city, Chris walked out of his office. He wants to participate in the ceremony. Experimental new weapons today, wearing royal dress, decent, have been very tall and straight body. Because no 3 years for this war is not victory, it is even more stalwart. This humanoid self-propelled plotter from another world is becoming more and more powerful. His Majesty the Emperor, 1 year old. 2 guard head held high, side of the legs close together, loudly sing out loud slogans. He had hands, carrying automatic rifles have been upgraded, and new design of the M4 Sudden Strike rifle has begun production of a small amount. Priority equipment to the Empire of the most important of the Royal Guard troops. This new weapon, to be STG-44 more powerful, many tactical indicators are better. Using 5.56 ammunition, the penetration is better, and the gun body is also easy to install future tactical accessories. The only shortcoming that is somewhat criticized is that this weapon now uses too many new technologies, is expensive and inconvenient to produce, and the output has not been increased. But with more and more technology popularization and development, one day it will become the standard weapon of the Alan Hill army. Chris' eye does not slant of view through these stalwart gendarme-marked army who, shiny boots, step on the soft carpet. The current empire is thriving, and the things used by His Majesty the Emperor are becoming more and more expensive. Although Chris in this pursuit is not high, but the men were still given too much to persuade Chris. Extravagant some admonition. They didn't want their emperor to be too shabby, so that they weakened the prestige of the Alan Hill Empire. The new Ail Anxi Seoul Imperial Palace says suburb-built huge palaces in the design is selected, but 50-story Wang Wai design not too drew icon because of the war, the palace built slowly, or the state of a foundation now! His Majesty all perspective prepare ready. In says castle door, his face full of festivity. Minister Smith reported this time of opening preparation weapons experiments, the amount of production plants we have selected. Done well. Chris knew that the current industrial technology has been on the right track of development, and many technologies have been developed as a matter of course with the progress of the industry. Sometimes he didn't even have time to give his opinion, and found that the corresponding technology already exists. Many civilian factories' technology played a key role in the development of the field of surgery. The sensitivity of profit-driven capitalists, far beyond people's imagination. In order to give birth to a new product and to reform the old technology in the past, They really did not hesitate to invest in research and development. The shocking radio that was expensive in Ceres before is now almost a household name. Because production costs are falling so fast, this equipment is now so cheap that it can be bought by any family. Due to power supply rose year after year, every household are beginning to use some lights on rich families, or even install the phone. The whole Ceres was already like a city on the earth, with tall buildings clogging up roads, and there was a thriving appearance everywhere. CX streetcar, more and more lights also came into being. The city has expanded 10 times the size of Ceres. Several civilian cars have been as many as 10,000. Bus lines have been established, more than a dozen, and even subway tunnel began dug up, because desperately for the entire production area Wheelong Shah Knowledge Moneyball. The last year of import time even then counts their own production. He won a total of 401 Jekno Knowledge Magic Ball. With these magic balls of knowledge, the workforce has become extremely large. Almost all places are under construction. The hinterland of Atlanta has also become prosperous. Countless industrial bases have started production, and the actual production capacity of Alan Hill has even exceeded the United States of World War II. If this time it was the world's industrial output statistics, then Alanxia can occupy almost the whole world, work 90% of industry output value of more. If it weren't for the Jesno Empire and the Palak Empire and other countries that imported a large amount of production equipment, this proportion would be even higher. Who could have imagined that Ceres, who had survived in the shadow of the Arant Empire 3 years ago, could transform into the Alan Hill who dominates the world today? Who would have thought that the number of cars produced in this country every day now amounts to hundreds? In front of the castle door, Desaya, who had been waiting there, saluted Chris, and then their adjutants helped them open the car door. Specializes in the production of luxury cars. Mansfield Nagel Motor Company, dedicated to the production of special high-level automotive empire. Malibu docked become Moro. Cluster hug. The middle of the bike is named Imperial Royal Special Vehicle. The interior of the latest and most luxurious car engraved with the defensive magic circle is also very luxurious. After Chris got into the car, he closed his eyes and rested. Because to have good shock absorption as well as heavy noise, the car ran up on a Ceres flat road, almost without any vibration. It was not until the car reached its destination that Chris was awakened by the adjutant. Getting out of the car, Chris had already seen the guard soldiers standing on the airport runway, and among them was the latest weapon to be tested today. After more than half a year of hard work, the first jet made by Alan Hill fighter. After all, it took some time. The jet fighter that could have been put into production 2 or 3 months in advance was forced by Chris to make its first flight experiment until the technology is mature today. In fact, you don't need to fly Chris to know that the technology of this kind of aircraft is fully mature and basically there will be no problems. To be fair, it is an intact copy of the Soviet MiG-17 fighter, but the caliber of the cannon is slightly changed. All materials and technologies that have been matured by Alan Hill are used, and reliability is the top priority. If anything goes wrong in this way, Chris, a humanoid self-propelled piloter, won't need to be mixed up. In fact, as of now Alanxia the technical operation level, with a handmade production is really a MiG-21 fighter jets too is not impossible. But considering the steady development issues such as training team, eventually decided to produce a small amount of MiG-17, do some technical reserve work for the production of jet fighters. With the roar of the engine, the MiG-17 fighter jet began to taxi on the runway, and soon it flew into the sky, showing its powerful performance. Everyone is shocked by the speed that this aircraft can reach, and the huge noise it makes in the sky. This aircraft can fly per hour 900 more kilometers, the speed limit Jauge 1000 kilometers, than traditional propeller aircraft, to 30% faster. Smith aside all Air Force generals from the introduction to the ceremony. The aircraft's sexual energy, easily equipment for men 30mm cannon, be it an or some more, all deployed in the body, can play more accurate than the Mustang fighter. Because as with Drew Icon as the imaginary enemy, Alanxia Air Force has insisted on using 30mm cannon, So in the design of new aircraft, the Air Force also chose heirlooms. This is also the reason why the Air Force chose the MiG-17 fighter. They prefer interceptors to air superior fighters. Causing the main reason for this hobby, the Air Force's Elanxia from the birth of the day. It has no serious rival in the air. They are tough from the moment of the war than the Dragon Knight. Fight for control of the air pressure for the Air Force, it's not huge. On the contrary, Alan Hill has always had an urgent need for interception. In the early stage, they needed to intercept the Dragon Knights of the Magic Empire. Naturally, they hoped to cause damage to the Dragon as soon as possible, so they chose large caliber cannons as their weapons. Later, due to the emergence of Vivian, Air Force intercepted the target. There has been asked to update, so they immediately eliminated the 20mm caliber cannon weapon following, dedicated in 30 road millimeter cannon farther and farther. This is actually a subtle influence of battlefield demand on the choice of weapons. As a result, the Alan Hill Air Force unknowingly abandoned the American fighter under the air superiority system and turned to pursue German and Soviet interceptors. However, due to the use of the US version of the targeting system as well as a simple fire control, which the Su aircraft regarded as a collection of two of the Earth's air power technology to improve the many problems in actual use. Originally, this kind of aircraft could use 37mm caliber cannon, but in actual tests, the ballistic performance of this Vigor configuration was too poor, so the Air Force eventually abandoned the attractive configuration of 37mm caliber cannon and turned to a more pragmatic choice. A mature 30mm cannon, because as compared to large objects such as intercepting bombers or Dragon, the Air Force now consider more, is similar to intercept this Flight Vivian single target, small and fast. Not very good ballistic performance using the 37mm caliber airlines. The gun is really not hit. Poor Vivian didn't know that from the moment she appeared in the sky above Higgs. She turned out to be a lingering nightmare in the heart of an Imperial Air Force. Countless people think about how to shoot her down every day, intercept her, and try their best to kill her. Even more distressing is that, due to support of technology, Elanxia closer and closer to the goal. With the rapid development of fighter jets, radar technology matures, one day, will be equipped with more powerful Elanxia S-plane. And to that time, with all kinds of advanced weapons, blessing of Elanxia Air Force, really give Vicky and such a magician cause trouble. Chris hasn't thought so far yet. He is now thinking about how the expeditionary force of Alan Hill is going to fight in Griken. Those demons who have been taught to be human by the atomic bomb will use it again. How to fight back. 180 hunting. Body side is a trace of clouds. Aulank feeling the smooth rotation of the work in their own aircraft engines. There was a slight turbulence in the fuselage of his P-51 fighter, which was caused by the airflow. Due to P-51 Wild Horse fighter very quickly, so when Elanxia of air fighters passing over the battlefield, it is easy to control under the control of the air on the Druigan battlefield, overlooking the foot of the earth. The Austrian Frank drove his new formulations of P-51 fighter. Carefully inspect the sky belongs to them. The Devil also has its own air force. This is the information Griken has provided long ago. Not only through the Trinity and the Dragon Knight Empire, these poor Air Force, probably only in 8,000 height meters of living around the move, cannot interfere with higher air flight Elanxia Air Force. Therefore, these demon air forces are destined to be passively beaten, because they cannot keep up with the artificially made steel aircraft in terms of speed or altitude. When the Austrian Frank led his wingman patrol when they belong to the sky, and soon saw some demon bat, they hop in their wings, close to the Elanxia control zone direction. These huge, dragon-like bats did not ride on any human-shaped demons. They were fighting entirely on their own minds. This is also their terrifying point, because it proves that their own wisdom is very high, which is why for the great size, so they called some Tywike bat, these demons actually pretty tough, just by virtue of flesh targets, or even a knight and dragon battle, is very terrible air combat capability. Not only before, when they face fast rail and Xia P-51 wild horse fighter. When they are just full of suppressed, Mustangs have powerful firepower, still frightening speed. These are not the devil bats possessed. About 10 demon bats. I saw at least 10. Repeat. About 10 demon bats. How many do you see? The wingman pilot Jack, who flew behind, saw the target and shouted to Orange. I do not see saw. I saw it. Austrian Frank is also very high altitude, so he very calmly to see those flying in the air beneath them. Devil bat. The coat color of these demon bats is black, and if the background is the ground, it is a certain camouflage nature. They flew fast close to the ground, and if it weren't for flapping their wings, it would be difficult for them to be spotted by high-altitude air and hill fighter pilots. If it were not for the abnormality of the radar monitoring station, the Ground Command Center ordered them to make a special trip to confirm with their own eyes. Just relying on high-altitude patrols, it is easy to miss such prey. It had about 20 only. Repeat. He had about 20 only. Do not rush to dive. Indeed, after recognition of a number of enemies, Aolank loud to remind ourselves of the wingman. I also saw, at first behind the devil. Wingman pilot Jack replied loudly, while he was driving his airplane behind Aolank, one side open, asked, when did they start attacking? Repeat. When will we start attacking? Hold. Began to attack after 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I started a dive. No radio inside. Aolank big sound for its own wingman shouted. After hearing this, the pilot of the wingman hurriedly pushed down his plane's control stick, causing his plane to dive. As the speed started to increase, the engine noise became louder. Through the bright canopy of the plane, Oak saw his nose aiming at a demon bat below him. In the slightly turbulent cockpit of the plane, Orange saw the appearance of the demon bat flying forward. They fanned their wings and seemed to have spotted the Alan Hill fighter jet diving down from a high altitude. Austrian Frank is very calm, because he had slain dozens of Dragon Knight, also had to kill this demon bat. He trapped a demon bat with the sight directly in front of his sight, and then watched the demon bat grow rapidly in the middle of his sight. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, Jack, who flew behind, felt that he should be able to fire, so he confirmed, Leader, lead. I have locked the target. Can I fire? Austrian Frank continued to drive your own fighter dive, clearly replied, hold still a little distance away and then close to some fire. Then, Austrian Frank saw himself stuck in the middle of sight. Bat Bird Devil. He began to change their flight path up. Damn. They found us. They found us. Austrian Frank found that some bats demons began to turn. Immediately cried chagrin. In his depression when bored of shouting, and those sensitive bat demons spread their formation, apparently has been found that the presence Aolank on the head. These terrifying demon bats have very thick fur and very flexible trajectories. To some extent, they are very difficult opponents. Like dragons, these creatures can stop or even go backwards, and they are not easily shot down targets. Bite him, then fire. Austrian Frank bite his own targets. They began to adjust their flight path to ensure that in the course of the dive, so that my head towards your goal mark, a demon bat suddenly lost its speed, stopped abruptly and rushed towards the fighter of Oaken. Oak quickly staggered away from the opponent, and then locked the target he had previously set in a suitable position. The sharp claws of the demon bat that came to a halt almost grabbed Orange's wing, but because the speed of Orange's plane was too fast, it rushed past it without any risk. Even Austria Frank can only see the devil bat ugly face. There was a bloody mouthful of fangs. Chug, chug. In and after only intersection of his bat demon pass, Aolank find the attack window, so calm buckle under the trigger. Tracer bullets out of the wings, drawn in the sky out of the 4B, gradually move closer to the center straight line. It crashed into his arm as turning evil bats. Artillery shells in the thick fur knocked a huge hole, minced meat with the blood still spattered. The huge demon bat screamed and twisted into a ball in the sky, then lost its lift and quickly fell. Austrian Frank crossed the fleet composed of demon bat. His wingman also rushed over, the other wingman Devil Bat falling behind. The same was 30 hit and caliber cannon became a sieve. Save ammo. We need to get rid of these guys. Damn. Austrian Frank reminded Wingman 1, and then again driving his fighter to a new turn toward the Demon Bat. In a very close distance, the Austrian Frank has once again pulled the trigger himself, so that my 4mm 30mm caliber cannon shot a short first hit. He deliberately saves his ammunition so that he can fight for a longer period of time. The new Wild Horse fighter problem is most serious weakness is too little amount of ammunition, although we are criticized for this, but Senior Air Force still only like 30mm caliber cannon, which makes us very helpless. Not before. Having said that, in dealing with the Dragon Knights, as well as Devil Bat, 30mm caliber cannon destroyed. The injury effect also does real, but long as there is often a shell hit the target will fall down from the sky. When it was said that it was too late, Oakland fired, and the tracer he shot went straight to the distant target. Although the Demon Bat had been avoiding the terrible tracer, there were still shells passing through the opponent's body. The fleshy wings left blood-red holes on it. Austrian rank see their shells through the other side. Those who saw the blood spatter, he knows he just hit the target, and the target has been killed. Sure enough, when he circumvented his attack target, the target had already started struggling to fall. Although it seemed to know that it would be broken at this height, struggling to flap its wings, it still couldn't stop it from falling. In Austria, with the same wingman Frank in killing 4 behind, he also reached the second circle of war, shot down his second record today. They are all super racers who fought together in the Battle of Higgs, and the cooperation of the two is also very tacit. Just by looking at the dragon head outlined under the cockpit of their aircraft, and the new row of bat heads under the dragon head, you know how terrifying the two of them are in the air. Although Jack's wingman pilot Jack had an unpleasant experience of being shot down, he could not obliterate his flying skills. After all, being shot down by Vivienne, it's not a shot down. He.S. behind. Devil Bats do not want to sit still. They quickly take advantage of the number of people surrounded over. They want to catch up. Lank driving P-51 Wild Horse fighter. It is regrettable that their speed is limited. There is no way to narrow the distance between the two sides. After yet another turn, Lank they will face each other once again, and in the state. Then, 2 planes swooped down easily, once again facing their target, fired tracer bullets to the devil in the flesh and blood of bats. Only 3 back and forth. 6 Devil Bat wings in the sky will fall. However, unlike Dragon Knight, these Demon Bats have no concept of escape. They still fight back fiercely, trying to catch up with Alan Hill's fighter jets, or intercept the fighter's path when the opponent dives and attacks. Because the body of a huge, clumsy twist them tumbling in heaven, and 2 flexible fighters fight together. As time went on, they fought less and less, but they didn't hurt the 2 of orange. 181 Trap. Austrian Frank. Behind you have a Devil Bat. Quick to get rid of, fast to get rid of. Before Lank glad that they hit the target, Wingman Jack shouts, "Let him down, hares stand up." He did not find the Demon Bat behind him, and because of his vision, he could not see the specific position of the Demon Bat behind him. So, he could not really confess our own is that to shoot down the target. They pulled his joystick to the left. His driving P-51 Wild Horse fighters immediately began to turn side. Because of inertia, Lank felt my body tilted to the other side. If it wasn't for the seatbelt to fix him in his position, maybe he is now leaning on the right side of the fighter cabin. Turning in a dive is a maneuver with a lot of overload. Because the fighter's speed is getting faster and faster, the overload of this kind of action also becomes heavier and heavier. Not too, because the P-51 Wild Dive Speed Horse fighter is too big, so in this fighter dive and swerve when there is no enemy we can catch it and continued to fire. Very good, very good. That damn demon can't catch up with you. Ready to climb. I have cut to the end of it, and am covering you. Jack's encouragement made Orange feel good. and he seemed to be again. I found the feeling I had in school. He rolled his plane 2 times to make sure that no enemies were chasing him before he began to climb at the fastest speed. Tell the truth, P-51 Wild Horse Fighter technical indicators has been the pinnacle of the piston fighter. Aircraft performance is very tough, is not an animal can compete with the state Austrian Frank while climbing, but also through the small cabin hatch, to observe the situation around them. When the altitude on the dashboard showed that he had recovered to an altitude of 7,000 meters, he saw his wingman shot down the demon bat that had just chased him at an altitude of about 6,000 meters. This height is almost the limit that the demon bat can fly to. At this height, the speed of the demon bat will become very slow, and there is no way to turn flexibly due to the thin air relationship, which would have been enormous size. Rely on fishing for a living power of ancient creatures on this height. They hardly involved in the combat capability is simply zero. It would probably barely fly 8,000 height meters or so. Can the wild horse fighter capable of 10,000 meters of altitude relaxed flight? Therefore, at an altitude of 7,000 meters, the Mustang fighter can still maintain good combat performance. But the Devil Bat and the Dragon Knight are not enough. Because as someone manipulation, there is anticipation of their ability. Dragon Knight generally does not rise to the height of the trouble for ourselves. But demon bats will not do this. Their warlike and bloodthirsty heads are filled with the idea of shredding the enemy. They will fly to a height where they can fly desperately, and then become dull because of the thin air. It's the number of more and more. It's an ambush. Austrian Frank see the clouds in the distance. There are a dozen bats coming out of the devil. Then remind yourself wingman channel on the radio. Jack drove his aircraft, also climbed to a relatively very safe height. He also saw more and more of those demons bat. Surprising opening exclaim. Hey! It had become obvious even set up an ambush. Smart. With the two sides cross the number of war gradually increased. The devil also explore adapt to the style of play Air forces. Although due to their own abilities, the demons have not come up with any good methods to deal with Alan Hill in a short period of time. But they are indeed constantly trying. Before the terrible supergrade bomber left the devil troops very afraid. They are no longer concentrated forces launched a massive assault operations, but began to send small groups of troops. Harassment Alanxia defense. Of course, this kind of mild harassment has also not achieved any effect. Phase comparison. Alanxia troops were more afraid of other people's tactics. Continue to impact their defensive positions. As long as the opponent does not consume the ammunition of the Aran Hill troops, the defense line of the Aran Hill troops is stable. Jack, I am above you. I am above you, no matter their number, and then we polish the ammunition retreat. Anyway, they cannot keep up our speed. I started to dive attack. Pass through radio, Alank shouted loudly, and then controlled his plane to join the battle circle. The engine roared, and Orange dived for the second time. This time his thinking was very clear, and he also knew clearly at which distance he should fire at the target more easily. Those trajectories that are curved in the sky, and some are unpredictable, he has already mastered the law. Tutu. During the dive, he shot a row of shells in advance from a long distance. These tracer bullets rushed into the bat colony, hitting a hapless person who had no time to escape. Beautiful. Austria Frank. I left you a right as much as possible to get rid of them. Wingman pilot Jack saw the long-range shooting Alank. The excitement ordered. On the ground, on the line of defense garrisoned by Alan Hill paratroopers, a paratrooper raised his head and looked at the distant sky, where planes were chasing and fighting with demon bats. With the roar of the engine, soon there was a demon bat struggling to drag the scattered black blood drops, falling from an altitude of several kilometers. Due to the relationship between the distance, he could not see the details of the bird demon bat's fall, but he can already concluded that it would only fall bat, already dead. Obviously, his guess is correct. The demon bat hit the ground from a height of several thousand meters, and immediately turned into a pile of pulpy pieces of meat. It broke into pieces before it even roared. The demon dogs nearby gathered and began to bite the pieces of meat on the ground. These low-level creatures with little intelligence, while eating the flesh and blood of high-level demons, were enjoying a rare happy time. Those are not afraid of death of the devil, and when to recognize reality and understand themselves and the gap between us. In has been reinforced with sandbags on the river bore positions. The other paratroopers looking at the sky, opening Leng Hen said, if he were to recognize the reality, and that they should go back to the magic eye, let's hurry home. Trenches inside, holding a weapon do not want to look up to watch the paratroopers. Some reluctant Stukau Road. No one doesn't want their own home, their wives and naughty children. These beautiful things make every Ellen Hill soldier worry about. But when they came here and fought desperately against the devil, they knew that those distant beauty actually needed someone to guard. The distant sky, the original flight together to P-51 Wild Horse Fighter began to spread out, and then dive down a higher place, respectively bite the spread of Devil Bat, fired at very close range. Easy to the opponent. Shot down. In the face of absolute strength, any trap seems to be useless. Although there are many demon bats, they cannot organize effective attacks at all. As the battle progressed, more and more Ellen Hill fighters came from a distance. After all, they were guided by ground radar, so they could know the battlefield situation faster. Austrian Sky Frank finally seized the opportunity and are working with their own head, align the distance swaying demon bat. No one was willing to shoot down the enemy, so it would only be eyeing Olank. Devil bats are figuring out ways to get rid of P-51 Wild Tangle Horse Fighter. It is a pity that it is obviously very difficult to get rid of an advanced piston fighter with good handling performance. Driving more powerful, the P-51 Wild Horse Fighter flying in the sky feeling, let Olank happy exception. He loves this feeling, loves this elegant war. Tutu. After finding an angle that he thought was appropriate, Orange once again squeezed the firing trigger and let his tracer rush toward the target registered by the sight. The locked demon bat began to turn to the left to avoid, but the cannonball seemed to be faster, leaving two bloody holes in the opponent's meat wings. Obviously these two blood holes are not enough to make this demon bat fall, because these demon bats originally had many holes on the fleshy wing diaphragm. So the newly added scars only caused the opponent to scream twice and fell. It's a distance. These terrifying looking creatures rely on their savage instincts to make the most correct choices when they are very dangerous, but more often, their choices are not as fast as cannonballs. Due to the speed of absolute dominance, after the loss of an opportunity to attack, Olank once again finds himself in the initiative. He went around in a big circle, and then seized the attacking position again, preparing to continue attacking the injured demon bat. The opponent swooped down and seemed to hope that Orange would give up chasing it down. It's a pity that Oak has already identified the target and has no intention of changing it. Tracer bullet pierced the sky, slightly curved trajectory toward a goal not far. Then these cannon shells on solidly hit the Bat-Bird Devil's body, in the top left row bleeding bullet holes. The demon bat that was hit suddenly decelerated, and Oaken's plane rushed forward. However, at the moment when the two sides passed by, he still saw the hideous wound on the body of this demon bat. Austria Frank did not have time to confirm their victories. They subconsciously start to climb, find his height advantage. Not through his headphones inside, bureaucratic machine pilot Jax Crystal let him know he was doing a good job. Well done Austrian. Frank, you hit it. The third is more. Ask for monthly pass support. 182 attack plan. This is the counter-attack plan sent by Ellen Hill. What I didn't expect was that the Mortal Army was the first to enter the counter-attack. Druican capital, the largest city in their world of magic. Calais Nox, magic tower into the sky above, the world's most powerful magician who is being held in their conference. The white-bearded old magic wand leaning head first opening, talking about the last few days of fighting. He had about 5,000 soldiers have been entering the theater, The basic line of defense has been solid down. ARN His Air Force gained air supremacy in the local battlefield. These fighter units defeated the demon bats that tried to cross the Alan Hill line of defense, making the attack of the demon forces restrained. Even more interesting it is, because for more aircraft to join the war, Alan Xia Strategic Air Force began to play their power. As the bombings proceeded, the areas occupied by the demon forces were all greeted with emphasis. In these victories' positive stimulus, Alan Xia ground forces launched a counterattack local, recaptured several villages Boar River, handling the Devil Dog nearby corpse, and clear the Bow Rivage. Followed by the first 9 sec to arrive main force of Army Group, was ammunition in the supplement, and received heavy fire support after frontline commanders Card Pay Luna who also Alfred General. All that can be limited. The counterattack regained some lost ground. Recently he has been with the Whitebeard Magic Middle-Aged Mage Division. This time also spoke and said, due to the use of 2 secret weapons, demonic forces significantly reduced, in addition to some magic disorder within the area, and they say radiation not strong. Alan Xia announcement says, the secret weapon of attack will be made into radiation can cause human discomfort, and will destroy the local biosphere. But the power of the creatures in the magical world seems to be beyond the earth. After the explosion, the nuclear radiation dust was taken away by the rain, and the local ecological circle quickly recovered. The demons immediately filled these cleared areas, and no radiation mutation was found. After all, these places are still occupied by the enemy, so precise detection cannot be carried out. Only magicians and airplanes can be dispatched to make a hasty investigation, and then the rough answer of no problem is obtained. Nevertheless, Druigan high-level or secret weapon Alan Xia full of reverence, they are also the first time I saw such a terrible sheer force of the attack. Although the power of magic Jinzu stronger, but tough in on the magic level, and the cost of using it is also greater. In Druigan view, this does not need to dedicate their lives. Magister means of attack, is simply not the money, Jinzu, so he had requested Alan Xia want to continue to use such weapons, expel demons force. After hearing this request, Chris really had a dumbfounding life. It was the first time he heard that someone asked to use more nuclear weapons in his own home. Therefore, Alan Hill rejected Gricken's request on the grounds that there is no way to confirm whether the use of nuclear weapons has caused bad consequences. After all, Chris doesn't want to make Gricken the hometown of the Hulk after fighting a war. Minguruigan refers to a commander-like figure wearing armor, standing at the next chart, pointing Alan Xia arming area, spoke and said, he who intends to regain the lead in Alanta Bilunuo line. It seems that they still have some fear of so-called radiation, and do not intend to enter the explosion area of their own secret weapon. Big Whitebeard Magic Division looked to the officer, open asked, will the military, you mean, Vivian, let them take the lead with Alan recover and Bilunuo? Sounds like a very Tishy Gas thing. That name brought nodded his head. According Magic Sword Waste replied, you can first. Let them try, we support them as a backup troops. Advanced magician, if the devil counterattack, we can cover their retreat. Then try it. White-bearded magic teacher nodded and agreed with the plan. The situation seems to be better than I better anticipated. That some of them, is not it, gentlemen? Exclamation mark. Yes, Bureau potential under control. It seems that we carefully arranged a last resort. You can temporarily not exposed. That famous army said, the power of mortals too. Horror, we should also keep their way of escape. I have to remind you, he who is our ally, my dear Safi Lal generals. White-bearded Magic Division opening cautioned. Safi General Lal nodded, I understand and respect. The Longsard Lay I Mage Lord. After the 19th Division departs from this road and bypasses this mountain, it will bump into the Devil Dog troops from the front. After eliminating these troops one by one, we have to establish our own line of defense between the two mountains. Capaluna built up hastily with a pointer pointing to the sand tray. Told several teachers arrived at the front. Engineers in the attack hit at the same time, the construction of fortifications on the ridge, moving steadily, after we won the Bulanuo, we'll establish effective defensive zone at the periphery of the town. Alfred, the military head down, then said he is responsible for all kinds of trivial matters after the troops have opened the situation, and his ability is indeed enough to be methodical. The barbed wire and landmines transported by air allow us to arrange enough obstacles in the front, and the bullets are also abundant. The offense will not encounter resistance. Heart Army followed the introduction of ground forces from the Air Force with the combat mission. Paratroopers will be in the first 19 Layout Flank Defense Division, has been put back to defense Boar River. Alfred, the army continued, the first 9 division responsible for Alan's offensive front, then retake the city, will follow the infantry edge of the city organized defense. Aerial reconnaissance showed that Alan is there already in ruins. The ruins can be a good line of defense. Since there are no civilians, then we can make good use of these ruins. Capaluna put away the pointer and looked at her men. The first 9 divisions and 119 divisions of infantry attack Alan. The 19 division attack Bulanuo. Paratroopers in the first 19 flank division to establish an effective defense. 2 branch teams go hand in hand. You can hit a wedge-cut demon-occupied territories. With this protruding part, the Alan Hill forces that have received follow-up reinforcements can steadily cooperate with the frontal Grykan army to encircle the strategically important Balasuo. This pocket about 3-1 demon dogs and a lot of other kinds of demons, you can destroy them. Regain Balasuo, has made a strategic transit point at or near the Eye of the Magic. For Alan Hill, the capture of Baratho means that they have regained the strategic initiative and further compressed the depth of the Devil's strategy. Air Army commanders, General Kelson opening answer, then said, empty. Army took off an hour later. The bombing attack all targets within the area of battlefield support to Mustang Fighter Force. We have a battlefield air system. Right. He was full of pride when he said this, because behind him was more than half of the Air Force in Alan Hill. Hundreds of B-17 bombers and thousands of B-25 bombers are the most reliable guarantee of Alan Hill Air Force power. The support of these bombers is P-51 Wild Horse ensure air superiority fighter. At an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, mortal flying chess is invincible across the world. Card Paluna nodded his head, spoke and said, 3 small. After the counterattack across the board began. Alan Xiaviva. Long live Alan Hill. All the officers stood at attention and saluted, replied with their chins high. On the defensive position of the Alan Hill garrison, the soldiers who had just arrived at the front line looked up to the sky. What they saw was densely crossing the line of defense, preparing to bomb the enemy's strategic bomber group. The humming noise of the engine turning of the plane covering the sky made everyone feel uneasy. Has been well prepared to attack. Soldiers whispering. They are for the next battle full of intense curiosity. A soldier asked his comrades around him, listen to those paratroopers? The enemies are almost endless. The devil dogs drawn in the manual can't be seen at a glance. Of course, I listened to say, we also heard that these guys nausea, eat anything, even the grass of the earth are left off. His comrades nod answered. Around people are checking ammunition. Many people have switched to STG-44 Sudden Strike Rifle, but it was also in use more than 98K Steps guns. The ammunition between them is not universal, and everyone still organizes their own ammunition. Yesterday, the Ministry of Team Organization to see the demon dog corpse. I looked at the spit. His head full of eyes, who was out of the dark bullet hole in the blood, an unpleasant taste. Heard 2 people. The soldier next to him also interjected. You really do not say. I spit that day, in order to deal with these monsters. Each person specified above carry more than 100 rounds of ammunition. Another soldier aside to his body hanging grenades. He nodded and said, as much as possible to bring with bullets. Could find ammunition piled to the truck up. Everyone get off and walk. Alert. Any creature here, have the ability to kill you. After the officer out loud reminder, my own subordinates are checking the combat readiness of everyone passing by. In his place behind chatting, not far from a full armor and then a pattern of M4 tanks out to the hair position. Heap full of every barrel of a tank car to supplement oil. as far as possible to ensure that when these tanks began to move forward, the tank is a state full of oil. The armored soldiers began to count their ammunition, and according to the order, piled some infantry ammunition boxes in the debris basket of their tanks. How much ammunition he brought with how much ammunition, which is the paratroopers' predecessors for their views. In order to save their lives, these Alan Hill soldiers did the same. 183 Conflict. Well, sir, have that we play it. Ryan against the turret on the cover, pressing the intercom throat of their comrades ordered, before into the cover of the infantry brothers. When clatter tank's shoe with a start scrolling up, his command car M4 tanks began to move to open moving. Ryan had to teach instructors car length, but because of the need to support Drew Eichen, he was transferred to the 1st 9 Sets Regiment Army. It is precisely because of being transferred to the front line, his tank has also been replaced with a more advanced Magic tank. These carved armor with Magic Ming tank's defense than ordinary M40 tank tough lot. The only fly in the ointment is that the defense could not have been open. It will affect radio communication system. The M4 tank rolled forward amidst the noise of the engine and the sound of metal crashing. Ryan, half of his body exposed, squinted and looked at the surrounding scene. The ground here seems to be contaminated, and there is a disgusting smell everywhere. Even Ryan, who was accustomed to the smell of gasoline, could still clearly distinguish this unpleasant smell in the air. It's not that the smell is poisonous, but that it is similar to the smell that permeates the boys' dorms. The socks that have not been washed for several weeks are mixed in the quilt that has never been dried, and then mixed into the insole under the bed to diffuse the smell. That's a sour and cool. With this taste, these guys are more than dead. Covering his nose with his hands, Ryan frowned and gave a very pertinent evaluation. Left wing. Found a devil dog. Inside the headset, the captain of another tank found a distant target, and suddenly became nervous on the radio. Ryan put that observation telescope, see the ridge are rushing demon dog, probably dozens, looks vicious and swift action. 10 Dianzong direction. Along with Ryan reminded of a turret on with the sound of a motor turning up. That door on the turret 90mm caliber long barrel gun, precise pointing out the direction demon dog attacking. Quasi prepared to fight. Followed by infantry tanks in the wings of the line began to move. They are against both sides of the tank, or behind the temporary roadbed formed a line of defense. The machine gun has been set up, and everyone is watching the enemy's movements vigilantly. Roar! A demon dog rushed to the side of the road, and countless long spears and short cannons poured out ammunition at the hapless demon dog. Boom! Ryan felt the tank under his feet tremble, and a shell rushed out of the muzzle. The smog of gunpowder made his facial features twisted together, and in the next second he saw the dead trees flying far away in the jungle in the distance. A demon dog swiftly avoided the cannonball, but was hit by the explosion fragments. It wailed and struggled on the ground, and the black blood was thrown everywhere. Chug, chug. With armored anti-aircraft tank in the back of the car, 2 men 30mm cannon spraying dazzling flames. A row of tracers rushed into the formation of the devil dog densely, knocking over several devil dogs at once. Beautiful. Continued to fire. Holding Hope telescope, command car flak combat bicycle grow sound and shouted, because as he has seen his shot this time, achieved amazing results. Finally, another demon dog rushed onto the road, and the weapons in the hands of the infantry fired fiercely again. Countless tracer bullets hit the demon dog, immediately causing it to roll back to the other side of the roadbed. Roar! On the other side of the battlefield, another demon dog army appeared. They quietly approached the human army, and then began to show their instincts at a very close distance. Waylandxia grenadiers were bitten body, a few demon dog tore at him, so he sent the sound of screams. The Alan Hill soldiers who heard the sound began to realize the threat behind them. They turned their guns and started attacking the damn enemies behind them. Several rushed into the crowd. Devil dog after killing dozens of soldiers were hit by bullets into a sieve. The demon dog that subsequently rushed over was also blocked by a bullet at a safe distance. A field of bloody battle was so sudden outbreak on a trail, hundreds of demon dogs and one mixed battalion fierce Mortal Kombat troops. Eventually separation of the outcome to all over the place on a battle. The human soldier holding his weapon, a check is already a dead dog demon. They killed 30 people's expense, to wipe out all brought together over demons nearby. Gorilla 11 four-legged kind of demon threw boulders to a tank. This tank was hit by stones, armor have some distortion. However, the members inside were only slightly injured. And the legs orangutan then penetrated the chest was hit. Ryan emu penetrators, long ago now has no sound. Such battles broke out in every corner, and the advancement of Alan Hill's troops was obviously not as smooth as Capelluno estimated. The attack to capture Alan soon encountered desperate resistance from the Devil Dog, and the 19th Division that attacked Breno also encountered some trouble. After paying the price of more than 400 soldiers, the 9th Division and the 119th Division took the lead in invading Alan, but the 19th Division and the paratroopers still did not occupy Breno. This made Alan's mortal troops lonely. Within a narrow sharp protrusion, it's so miserable. The Alan Hill soldiers who entered Alan City held their weapons, looked at everything in front of them, and sighed in their hearts. Housing has been all become ruins. The walls have collapsed already destroyed. The armor and swords of the defenders were scattered on the ground, and dried blood can be seen on them. Alone, but we cannot find any corpse, because of all the things to eat here. Devil dogs have been swallowed clean. In a huge city, apart from the devil dogs circulating everywhere, there was nothing alive. Lane, imagine the terrible war did not break out. Patchy. Within the city's demon dog no strict organization and discipline, they were more disciplined in Alanxia. Grenadiers eliminate one by one, soon to be clear and clean. However, the remaining large and lifeless city also made the soldiers of Alan Hill realize that what they were facing was a group of things that had no bottom line at all. These demons have no concept of right and wrong and no discipline to follow. They devour everything they encounter, and the weak and the strong retain the oldest laws of the jungle. I can't imagine if they were to go to our hometown holding a weapon. A soldier looked at the snow-white skull that was only half bitten on the ground, and said with a disgusting spit, "For our family, we have to take these home to die. Gang, get in here." Another soldier carrying his shining bayonets against them has just been shot dead. Corpse demon dog fiercely came about. The military stabbing pierced the head of the dead demon dog at once, pierced through a disgusting big eye, and the black blood flowed out along the bleeding trough and penetrated into the cracks in the stone road. Armor Department team. Infantry with established defense perimeter. 3 battalions searched the whole city. See if you can find a survivor. A lieutenant colonel officer. Eyes were all red. Fighting back. Opening ordered. Listen, said the withdrawal was aid more than the rest of the civilian population is not in the estimate. A reference seeking. Pressing the pistol around his waist, spoke Nozar Sour. There are about 300 soldiers left to keep guard. The city seems to have tried their best. Find me. It's good to find one. The lieutenant colonel repeated sharply while gritting his teeth. Yes, sir. Several officers stood at attention and saluted, and then dispersed with their troops. Before I still think we come here all the way from Wilongsa. All the way. What is it for? Let those bastards Magic Empire to fend for themselves would be finished. That Lieutenant Colonel Mayan self-deprecating strong squeeze with a dumbfounding expression. He shook his head and muttered to himself. When he said this, he stopped and looked at the staff around him. But when I saw these in front of me, I knew that even the bastards of the Magic Empire are humans. They also have shame and have their own bottom line. And these demons, they have no bottom line. After finishing speaking, the lieutenant colonel looked in the direction of the Eye of Magic. I now know why we walked all the way from Voronezh here to protect us. Something! Exclamation mark. In order to protect what we already have, a reference plan followed. The firm said, in order to Alanxia. In front of him a Liang followed by a M4 tanks rumbling through. Track rolling in stone on the road, in the top left cracks and traces. These roads were not originally designed to carry tanks, and soon because there are too many tanks passing by, they will become broken and muddy roads. Not 2, Came here Alanxia soldiers without fear, carrying their own weapons, sang songs Alanxia, his face filled with determination and hatred. They must seek justice for mankind and fight for their hometown to the last minute. Establishment ammunition reserve base to check the water so that scouts spread it out. Colonel rubbed his eyes, restored like state. A start should do a task schedule. The high power stations stand up and let their artillery choose your own position. Let the group of bastards devil, sorry to Alan, at his command to sound a men next to one of 155mm caliber pomegranate shells raised a gun barrel, crates of artillery shells, were transported down truck. Let them regret coming to Alan. All the Alan Hill soldiers echoed this sentence in their hearts. They dug trenches, built defensive positions, and built solid lines of defense after another among the ruins. In his behind them, the Black King side Alanxia flag fluttering in the wind. On this side of Wang Chi, hordes of Alanxia fighters buzzed the battlefield. Today, Longling is in a bad state, so don't wait for two more. Good night. 184 Shoot camera. In the muddy and gravel city of Alan, several soldiers wearing military uniforms but not wearing any weapons are operating a strange tripod. He.S. looked very monograph. Not a small number of rank officers opened the box, put a device on the already erected in leveling the tripod. The one in the lead watched the machine at work, fiddled with the switches on it, and gestured with his hands to let the soldiers who had been prepared to cooperate with their actions. Okay, come here from here. Yes, be neat! Exclamation mark. Look up. On the right side of the officers are to go through this device to remind the soldiers. 120 in whole. Chisum reveal a smiley smile. Wearing the whole Chi equipment, these with M42 helmet Alanxia grenadiers marching pace. From in front of cameras after. These valuable video materials will be sent back to China, edited into movies, and played in many military camps and movie theaters in the country. In front of the camera, everyone remained instinctively shy, with young faces smiling. Their faces were filled with triumphant smiles, and above their heads were M42 steel helmets with a hollow golden eagle national emblem. Yi Liang already prepared the truck to keep up with the crowd. Above the car is full of soldiers. They carrying STG-44 Sudden Strike Rifle. Everyone wants to keep his face in front of the camera. Card back of the car dragging is a brand new 155mm Garnet missile and artillery. Stout barrel looks majestic in the sun under the light shining metal. Following this cannon, there are still 4 rows of soldiers marching in order. Later on, there is a brand new dress Alanxia M4 tank. Outline the US tank Sleeming Magic. Not wrong, this is normal, but once again the shot put. All people try their best to leave the best side to the lens. There is no cruelty of war, no gunfire or blood. What is here is just the infinite beauty of defending the home and the country. In front of the camera of another camera crew, there is no such good picture. They were shooting collapsed walls and destroyed city walls. The camera also recorded the well-preserved corpses dug up by the grenadiers from under the ruins. Some female parent clutching their children, some still holding the hands of soldiers has changed the shape of the sword. These corpses were dug up by the soldiers from under the rubble and placed neatly on the side of the road, and soon they would be pulled away by the carriage that cleared the corpses. Yes, I have found in the city for about 200 debris helmet, drew icon the standard helmet, visor, and some did not. Some have changed the shape of a process of collating pieces of armor. Inventory officer painted gloves. The dust on the wall introduced to the camera. He pointed to the distant tidy classification, placed on the ground armor, spoke and said, basically nobody was found, only a few bones. Head, they are very brave, they should be given at a stone tree here. The camera swayed and aimed at the armor in the distance. Most of the armor still had blood stains, and some still had tooth marks or penetration wounds on them. The masters of these armors fought to the last moment, but did not wait to save their reinforcements. Rubble can probably find hundreds of corpses, now dug up. There are hundreds of bodies, many of them elderly people and children. Too slow retreat. If we were here just fine. That name. The officer took off his gloves, rubbed his eyes and said, "The carved talisman can be clearly seen on those armors in the sun, and the talisman is covered with bloodstains of the armor owner, and the dried bloodstains are also covered with dust. They just lay there quietly, silently telling their most glorious ending. Just by looking at these armors, you know what kind of bloody battles have been experienced here. Every Griffin faced his death frankly. They fought to the last second, and no one survived to give up their position. Carrying a weapon in a week around the guard of soldiers appeared in the lens, his cold eyes with furious anger. I want here to kill 100 the devil. I would feel a little ashamed of their dead. We should have come here earlier. There are bomb it. Those are the devil through it. Let them die. Another soldier inserted in the side then said, each came a blue Alanxia soldiers are angry. They see more and more outside the cemetery and saw the bodies of those who constantly being dug from the rubble. As they walked into a city full of ruins, they sorted out their emotions that they were about to reach the edge of an explosion. He had come from, says Yalanti, from Yalanti come Higgs. Higgs come from there. We long saw travel the eastern mainland, but they have not had such a knowledgeable bloody cruel war. And he had experienced everything comparison. Here is the real hell. So they strengthened their faith, ready to be here and that these inhuman enemy a decisive battle in the end. Come on, come on. 7 groups have discovered. They need manpower, come and help. Under the camera, a dusty soldier ran over with a shovel and waved desperately at the people here. The officer carrying the camera and his subordinates, as well as the soldiers arranging the armor and the officers, all began to run fiercely. The camera shook violently, past one piece of rubble. I come here to hear the people's cry. Just below the ruins of the town hall. This is the armor pieces to be found in most places. So we judge the final battle broke out here. Lead soldiers lead the way side, while loudly introduction of what he knows. He who must be desperately defend what patrol. So this is the area near the focus of our find. Went to the place where the first run up. The officer gasped. Explain a bit about the situation in this neighborhood. Then I found a collapsed rock too, but we shouted to the inside. There are percussion sounds. A soldier covered with dust, as if to climb out of the ruins, like carrying shovels. Report. What also stunned to find these stones. Tanks opened a little faster. Exclamation mark. Led by the officer loudly ordered his men into action. To find steam car to better soon. Lieutenant, I need help. Ryan and his next car group members. Our tanks cook their own cans. When a breathless sergeant ran over, his hands leaning on his knees panting shouted, the hands of the tank head on the campfire. Ryan stood up, slapping the back of 2 under your butt dust, his eyes and asked, how is it? I have found the survivors of the vehicle may need to be able to drag boulders. That sergeant adjusted his own breathing. Opening replied, gang, meter tanks were launched to help us. Ryan back too far to go. In front of his car group members shouted. Davis contacted other tanks nearby to come and help find. You come, sit on a tank. I had together in the past. In one hand and not willing to throw in the pot head. 2 steps rushed the tank body, back to Ryan stretched out his hand to the sergeant. The sergeant was not polite, and got into the tank with the help of his strength, and sat leaning on the turret, and drove back to the ruins of the city hall with Len's tank gun and Ryan long jump tank, the tank behind the hanging cable unloaded, with the help of several infantry, put traction hook tank. Slow down, slowly speed up. Yes, yes. Ryan stood beside the car and directed his driver to straighten the steel cable. Soon their efforts paid off. The falling boulder began to move its position. A deep entrance appeared in front of everyone in this way, and there were some fallen gravel on the steps inside, but it seemed unobstructed. Stood search soldier group's face are shocked to see the executive side. He said, I come here to call at least 2 days, only to hear someone respond today. We are here to dig up one morning. Why they today just respond to us? Also promised the following survivors, not now. Looking at the basement entrance by gradually expanding. Executive intently that were answered his own question under there. The people inside listen. I have a human. You are safe. Come out. Stood channel entrance. Holding horn Alanxia soldiers shouted loudly. They heard the echo in the channel, but did not see anyone coming out. "Let me take someone down," an officer asked anxiously, looking at the officer with the highest rank on the scene. Led by the officer shook his head, rejected this suggestion. They still are not sure. There are survivors still hiding. Demons rush it. Will be very dangerous. The survivors inside may have only one breath left. "Sir, let's go down." The officer gritted his teeth and said with tears, "I'm not afraid of death. I want to try." "Yes, sir, let's try it." A few soldiers also gathered around, rushing to say, "Let's go down." "Both do not fight it. I'm going to see." Back of the crowd, a sad voice sound wound up. "Everybody back!" Turning over just to see the body down from Elang Borkin Druigan magician Vivian. She was still in the clean magic robe, but she didn't wear the mask with strange patterns on her face. Yi Jiang Empress Daijie's face, and no contamination signs of age. A pair of eyes that are so pure and fascinating are already filled with tears. Step by step, she walked towards the entrance of the basement, step by step on the rubble, and then walked along the dusty stairs to the depths of darkness, until she walked into the basement. The soldiers around before they recovered. "There you look at me, I see you." You see the amazing and love from each other's eyes. 185 survivors. "I am the Senate magic teacher Vivian." Inside was it? Vivian a gate lower side, while waving palms, to create a magic with the lighting overhead. The soft light dissipated the surrounding darkness, and she saw the Grycant soldier leaning against the wall on the edge of the downward staircase. There are several demon dog corpses beside this soldier. Because of the time, these corpses are a bit decayed, and they are filled with a disgusting smell. Vivienne frowned, but still walked down until the end of the stairs, only to see a gate protected by the magic circle. Large inside the door came the sound of rustling, the bodies of several dead soldiers leaning against the door, as if to make their final responsibility. He had been guardian to death here, did not leave the half step. They starved to death in here. They still serene sitting here, enjoying their last time in this world. Vivian walked to the front of these corpses and stretched out her hand to chant a supernatural spell. Her peaceful voice echoed on the stone steps, echoed in the wall, echoed in the hearts of the Aelan Hill soldiers behind her. "Open the door. I am Vivienne, the magician of the Senate, and you are safe." After Vivienne finished singing the calming spell, she shouted at the door engraved with the magic inscription with red eyes, "Tao." In her cry, the door was opened from the inside. A young soldier in armor carrying a sword came out. He did not button up the visor on his helmet, revealing a tender face. Behind him is another in light of the soldiers. It was only the appearance of looking older teens. They were the youngest two of the soldiers guarding Alan, and were finally ordered to guard behind this gate to protect the civilians behind them. He then were out the door and saw Vivian wearing magic robes. They got on one knee in front of Vivian, head down, began to cry. And in his behind were two people, a few women holding children. Cheeky looked frightened Vivian. His face filled with tears of excitement. Drip. "Adults, you finally came up." An old woman clutching Vivian palm. Deep sorrow kneeling on the ground, sobbing softly. Because they dared not make a sound for so many days, their crying at this moment also suppressed their own voices. It is difficult to imagine them in a closed basement persist for so long time. If not a dark air vents are not blocked, it is likely they would have become one of the corpses. "I have thought, this is our last of." A woman, arms still holding a child, watching Vivian standing behind Aelanxia soldiers, whispered. Crivey said, "It had rushed in. We one by one the men fell down for us." "It's okay, it's okay." Vivian patted the woman's back gently, comforting the almost desperate mother. "I have prepared the water." An eating of Aelanxia officer walked beside Vivian, spoke and said, "They can be placed nearer their buildings still preserved intact." "Thank you very much." Vivian tears looked to one side, that of the Oiseroth. "Thanks. If not, you are the first to fight back. Maybe they will die in this dark place." "No, I do not mention it." That Aelanxia officer's face red brush look, and then he quickly waved, opening off the air and said, "We come with me, I prepare something to eat for everyone." as well as water and a place to rest. Its real basement have food reserves, but because these civilians trapped inside the dozens of days, eat a few days ago was exhausted. If it weren't for desperation, these people wouldn't dare to make any noises at all, responding to calls that sounded like humans. After all, they had seen the brutality of the devil with their own eyes, and they were living in the basement and couldn't believe that someone would come back to save them. It wasn't until they had eaten everything and had no way to stick to it that they finally chose to take a risk. It is also 2 soldiers back should be a cry. Alanxia soldiers, they finally saved. Alan has become the city's most fortunate group of people. The tank hadn't give you that supervise them. Do not let them eat too much with the team's medic checked the pale and thin these indigenous people who then gave them some bactericidal drugs. The bailing water car around the bathhouse built around it to let them take a bath, a good rest to recover. It put away listen diagnostic device, which medic told Road is very caring. About 40 civilians and 2 soldiers survived. This has to be said to be a miracle. Standing next to the ruins, the commander of the 9th Division led by Capaluna said to the commander of the group army next to him, "I who should publicize the miracle." Luna looked at these Druidian civilians. Preoccupied he said. She looked to the side of the Arab-Israeli Alfred the army, suddenly open asked, "After? Where is that if we continued to troops now deployed forces attacked Balasuo would like to have not even think that will make our flank troops in jeopardy." Alfred the army shook his head and said, "I have now Kandu is reinforced as soon as the protrusion, ready to engage the devil a possible counter-attack by the troops." Card Paluna scratched his head, sighed and said, If I can recapture Balasuo I may be able to save hundreds, even thousands of such hiding in the basement of the civilian population. Also promised one you could not save." Suddenly a voice sounded from behind Luna, a few people back to the first time, see a Julang, sitting behind them. Self-referral introduce myself, my name Borkan, a wolf chieftains. This is the first to Lang polite. Let a few generals and some are not used to humans, but Balkan soon everyone interested in talking about the topic of the question also dispelled the grudge brought about by ethnic differences. There is not the same as here. Balaso has a 6-wind demon that is as strong as Vivienne. Balkan showed his scars and showed Luna and others a visit. This is the memorial that the guy left for me that we were defeated. That's why I lost Baraso, I lost Alan and Brennu in an instant. With that guy here, there won't be anything nearby that can survive. Borkan sighed sadly, I have 7 friends who died there in battle. If you don't have enough strength, don't go there easily. It sounds really bad news. Luna looked at General Alfred next to him, and gave up the idea of attacking Baraso. She looked at the front of the Ulang. Opening said, we laid railroad to the territory of Eternal Empire, now fast forward only wait for this rail link here, and we have certain of winning. If it is that kind, then it is to forget it. We can think about Balasuo recapture Laomo Borkan familiar with the terrain in the vicinity of, say from a main battlefield far away, where the devil does not estimate many, but after we captured it, the flank was a huge northern fissure, which was a natural barrier. It's a good idea. If we won Laomo, you can put paratroopers liberated. Alfred the military eyes light up, look to the Ulang Borkan. Before I was wondering this plan seems to be feasible. Very feasible. If the demons didn't expect our counterattack, then Lamo would certainly not accumulate heavy troops than attacking Baraso. The chances of attacking there are better, Bokan said confidently. The first 19 to promote the division rate is too slow. By this time tomorrow must be one Bulanuo. I support what they want to give what support. I just speed. Luna looked to the side of the communication officers. Opening Theophin commanded Road, ordered him. They immediately won Bulanuo. Check the city to see if there are no survivors. Take a copy of the video here and send it to them and let them have a look. Luna, who was a little dissatisfied with the attack speed of the flanks, was about to give her 19th Division some strong medicine. It's all Higgs. Man, he had like a woman in there. It is never to disgrace himself. Yes. The communications officer stood up and saluted, then turned and left. The giant wolf spoke and showed his fangs. which seemed to make a smile, but it was scarier than crying. There are a small number of nearby devil dog counterattack, but they cannot do anything to cause us any trouble. Defense has consolidated, reinforcements are arriving, it seems that this time we fight back. Be a success. Alfred the army, some said with pleasure. Not to fall lightly, let the devil reconnaissance thorough search nearby, monitoring their numbers. To force the defense to allot flares, launched a night raid to prevent the devil. Luna gave up the idea in relation to those civilians after to become cautious up. As to a female commander, attentive advantage by her play the most. She commanded the troops meticulously and thoughtfully, often able to think of places that others could not think of. This is also her unique command style when she became famous when she was young. A day later, recorded in front of the tapes, was sent to the return of a C-47 transport aircraft. Every shot has not been cut, there is Vivienne without a mask, and the heroic female commander Luna. Of course, there are also the blood-stained armor fragments neatly laid out on the clearing, and the thin-faced Grukan civilians who have walked out of the basement refuge. 186 head and ass. Yiliang M4 tanks overwhelm the corpse on the ground spread backwards. Devil dog, run over on the track as well as flesh bones. The body of this tank tilted slightly because it had run over the corpse. Following this tank was another majestic M4 tank. Grenadiers were scattered around the tank. They stuck holding Shankamor's a 98K step gun. Carefully go through those demons can no longer move the dog's body, said the report, where all civilians have left the retreat. An officer against the jeep, looking at the map on the hands of staff around them, said, pull retreat near Guillermo very thoroughly. No nearby retreat dry clean place. There is Alan Bulanuo, his retreat is in advance. People go very calm. Ginseng Seek Ruins looked around. Opening replied, pull Guillermo due to the remoteness of the area, so the people are ahead of the withdrawal, which the tragedy near Alan avoid. However, the retreat was still very hasty, and many seemingly valuable things were abandoned. Look at this. The officer took out a thing full of ashes from the car, handed it to the staff officer, and said with a smile, I don't know, you can see such a kind thing here. That reference plan took a look, his face showing a smile. Come, I did not expect, in here can see this. His hands were impressively holding a precious metal lighters, a look that is Aelanxia early industrial products. This kind of lighter is still very large, almost only a circle smaller than the cigarette case. The above also carved with a variety of exquisite of patterns. This early lighter now been completely eliminated. Aelanxia today's lighter is basically the size of a normal design. The lighters of the army are even more interesting. The metal lighters of the zipper style are commonly used, which are simple to process and durable, with outstanding windproof effect. Some of the early export utensils of Alan Hill can also be found in these ruins. With the passage of time, many areas and civilian living areas of the country seem to be able to see Alan Hill's industrial products. Some wooden head furniture, though not Aelanxia production, but also you can see traces of Aelanxia machining. These devices are sold to Trinity Empire and other areas, then the way to the various countries. Aberdeen near everything fine check. After determining the security in the city edge placement corresponding line of defense, the officer put his other hand lost the map back to the jeep seat, facing the distant soldiers shouted. More soldiers began to climb up the ruins, inspecting every corner with their weapons, and then they found a bunch of disgusting things. Sir, I think we found something amazing. Maybe some devil's eggs. Very disgusting eggs. A soldier ran over with a pale face and reported their latest findings. This is not the first time that the devil dog eggs in Bulanuo, where the 1st recapture the 19 Division troops found such eggs. Affectionate report shows that the devil is here to breed. They expand the army. Let the tank come over. Crush those eggs. Then pour gasoline and burn them all. The officer frowned, and commanded as he walked in the direction the soldier was pointing. Pull the entire Guillermo campaign after 17 days. The whole entrenched in the vicinity of Lolo won more than 10,000 devil dogs, because the relationship is offensive. The first 9 sets regiment army lost 400 more than soldiers, was recovered this Fisher small town on the edge. 17 days of hard fighting, let the first 9 sets regiment army fully aware of the devil's tough, they defended not afraid of dying, man fighting very powerful, mighty but also some simple magic. It is difficult to deal with the enemy. Under the premise of possessing superior weapons, humans must still be cautious in dealing with these demons. In order to avoid heavy casualties, the first stage of the counterattack was suspended. Baratho was retaken, and the campaign goal of encircling the demons was abandoned. The good news is not without it. After a short counterattack, the human coalition has stabilized its retreat and figured out the approximate combat effectiveness of the demon army. Fitness should be the eternal imperial army, as well as Alanxia troops to fight the devil. We have played a good record, especially the Arenhill Expeditionary Force. The combat effectiveness demonstrated is amazing. On the other hand, it comes from the optimization of logistics. After rush repairs, the railway terminal is about to arrive at the western border area of the Eternal Empire, and it is about to enter Grukin. Due to the extension of the railway, transportation of materials to accelerate the speed of the first 9 set group of military logistics have improved, they are more adequate ammunition. Other supply materials also get more, some more combat naturally. There is, as time goes on, the first 9 sets group subsequent military forces have arrived in the combat zone. These infantry division can effectively fill gaps in the defense. Heavy artillery troops also joined the battle, let Alanxia defense more stable. Along with it, some heavy weapons and equipment that were originally blocked on the road are now beginning to appear on the frontline battlefield. The arrival of these weapons and equipment has further enhanced the combat capability of Alenhill troops. Weaponry prepare itself into the system. When weapons and equipment in a system more and more added to the battle to come, this system will be more complete, it will be more powerful. For granted. Let the photographer with the army record it, mark the location of the eggs on the map, and invite the magician from the magic department to come. Seeing that the place was about to be reached, the officer added his own order. Not long after, the officer stood in front of the eggs, looking down at these disgusting things, and with a disdainful expression on his face, he urged the photographers around him, when shooting, find a good angle and take as many too as possible. The analysis department needs more reference information. His body side, facing the photographer, is the appearance of these eggs wrapped in mucous membrane of the photo shoot, but in their side, some of the magician from Druiken, is careful observation of these remnants from the devil. One of the magic division was perceived by magic, feel the magic atmosphere within these demons' eggs, spoke and said, these are really the devil dog. Devil production down. Soon, the eggs can mature. It is they who give birth to pups with magic, and those low-level magic empire spawned Drake is a reason. Another magic teacher voiced their views. Explain the reasons why there is no devil dog pups. These demons were born out of magic. They began to absorb the magic around them as soon as they were born, relying on some means to forcibly absorb these magic into their own bodies, and grow into devil dog soldiers who are large enough to directly enter the war. This can be inferred that the real devil dogs, these guys are much more powerful than what we see. Hearing solution companion release, the first opening of the magician nodded said. Alanxia led by officers heard this argument, interrupted and asked, you? They mean, we're not just fighting dog and the devil dog in the low version at war. Yes, I can say that, like the dragon and those dragon knights ride, nor is it a real dragon, just magic spawned out. Some sort of inferior quality goods. Nothing. Magic Masters nodded his head, uttered your own judgment. This is really a good news. Led by officers helpless smile, looked to the staff around them. I have also prepared to deal with more tough guys. Yes, really good news. Ginseng seeking also feel that with their understanding of the devil more and more, hear more and more people worried about the news. He had heard near Balasuo has a powerful demon entrenched, they heard that the demons are breeding to increase their number, they heard that, they now deal with the devil, has only low version of, in fact, before the Magic Eye resurrection of that time. Documented explanation. When Druikan magician who had seen more of 3 huge demon dog. Many demons can use the powerful magic. A magic division speaking of his experience. Grikan has many books on magic and history, many of which are unknown, and the information in them is also very important. Someone in the record has seen 5 devil dogs. That guy can use large magic, and 2 magicians joined forces to kill it. Another nerd watched the soldiers of Alan Hill pour gasoline on the devil dog eggs, staring intently, said. Listening to these old scholars of Grikan, you and me, several of the officers of Alan Hill couldn't help shook their heads. These university professors who study magic theory more than battle magic research can only be useful for this kind of analysis. So that must have a covered guy's head. Is the head but a reference to Seek shrugged his shoulders and whispered out his idea, and covered the head of this guy ass, even it is the most powerful monster in the world. Puff. The officer-headed heard this mutter and couldn't help but laughed. He looked awkwardly at the magicians who didn't know what happened, and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Let the troops quickly establish a defense line. Prevent those powerful demons from counterattacking. Above his head, a group of bombers flew over Lama with grace. These bombers were ordered to bomb the surrounding demon forces to buy more time for the ground forces to deploy defenses. Engine turn voice distant and clear. On this day, Aelanxir first 9 sets most of the group army troops into the Druikan. On the same day, the human coalition all regained Lama. 187 build another Alan Hill. In the meeting room of Alan Hill, Chris is holding a concluding meeting with his staff. The long table in front of him was filled with generals and ministers on both sides, and there were dozens of people in total. Reference to Seeklong report before pressing Liu Kai, is speaking and said, after we entered Druikan, the devil has been in the defensive, which is not in line with our previous speculation and judgment. He pointed to the above data. The opening sentence by sentence referred Shao said, devil before eating although the 2 atomic bombs, but before they have endured under attack Jinzu, but that time they did not stop. The general staff speculates that the enemy may be exhausted, maybe it is tempting us to fight back. Finally, he summed up his speech, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Chris, who was the first. Ministry of Defense Longcastner looked Liu Kai, said, or are they expecting us suspicious? Missed the best opportunity to counterattack. Magic Eye are likely to experience more terrible evil at any time, before disaster strikes. Closing the eyes of magic is our best choice now. The question is how we close eye magic. Magic Jinzi has been failed. Sat in the front position on the Sears magic consultant William said opening. Because to fight the devil, William suspend their work to return to the Sears as a magic consultant, ready to help Aelanxir high-level analysis of issues-related aspects of magic. Due to Druikan help, William now has access to the theoretical knowledge and historical allusions are many high-level magic, although fighting still so-so, but his knowledge of magic has been very deeply. I can put the latest research and life production out of the hydrogen bomb delivered to the eye magic to Chris. Finger head pounding on the table, suddenly stopped the action. Watching William said, completely destroy everything there. Also promised that this is indeed a way. The same kind of backseas fly from Wilong Sa Army Chief Wage Long nodded. He has seen the power of the atomic bomb, so he also knows the power of the hydrogen bomb, the king of bombs in Alan Hill. In his view, probably equal to 20 or more pieces of atomic hydrogen bomb powerful. Absolutely core level cornerstone. As long as a hydrogen bomb fall, Magic Eye might never shut off. Put the hydrogen bomb is actually a good way, not a way will be successful. If a nuclear strike on the Magic Eye is invalid, then we have no hope. Do Purcell not know very much about magic? He puzzled looked to Chris, questioned. Druikan is quasi-prepare a new magic Jinzu. After the failure of a nuclear attack, a new round of magic law Jinzu will begin immediately. 2 superstorm hit at the same time. There is a great chance Magic Eye is closed. Chris talking about the preparation Druikan area. It's worth a try. In addition, we should also start to eliminate the demons on the front battlefield. Wagron nodded, becoming more confident in his judgment. Liu Kai objected. The General Staff recommended that nuclear bombs should be used first to attack Barroso and directly destroy all the demons entrenched there. After all, if that demon interferes with the nuclear bomb attacking the Eye of Magic, we may fail. Vivian's intelligence reported that the demon is not necessarily still Barroso, if rashly attack. In addition to destroy a city, a waste of a nuclear bomb will not have any big gains. Chris attack Barroso had some doubts. In his view, the attack hit a city, with nuclear weapons to destroy an inherent city. It is still something to make him uncomfortable things. Chief of Staff Liu Kai opening answer, then said, Your Majesty, I will have to say it again. That city has been destroyed. Custer satisfied that the Grand Duke hurried answer, then said, I will have to say it again. That city can be rebuilt using nuclear weapons if attacked. Barroso, where a short time are not fit for human habitation. How they do it? Take the lives of soldiers joke. There does not use nuclear weapons to attack them with flesh and blood are countless number of demons. Liu Kai some displeasure retorted. Another military general, Wilkes, who has not spoken, said, I think we can take a long-term view. First, we will move forward a little bit slowly to compress the demon's strategic space as much as possible. Let Kraken's senior magician recover, try to force the terrible demon out, and then use a nuclear bomb to destroy it. His first 3 sets regiment troops recently arrived near the border Trinity Empire. Be added to the solid defense Alanxia border areas. He himself was transferred back and participated in some meetings on military reforms. Chris's changing group of his troops, increase the number of new branches of the military, and strengthen the logistical troops, so that some of these more combat troops. The same time, he is also a large-scale phase-out Morza 98K step gun to their troops and equipment STG-44 sudden strike rifle, so that more troops equipped with tanks, armored vehicles as well as to improve the ability of troops pouring firepower. Yes. To hear why Urkez's words, Wage Long think it makes sense, nodded. Agree. De Purcell felt Wilkes right, nodded. Reconsideration road. Well, since we all agree that to do law, then contact Drew Icon, let them with the implementation of it. Chris a hammer tuning. Given his own command, the clerk recorded His Majesty's decision next to it. After the meeting, it was made into a meeting decision and sent to the Secretariat to make the format of the order and record it as a backup. The first 3 and 4 2-sets group troops have now been equipped with a large number of tanks. Mechanized army we are raising. Why Urkesi talking about his handling of part of the work. Wage Long followed talking about his work in progress. Weilong says, the first 1-set group army is to move closer to Weilong Sajru Icon near the railway. If the need arises frontline, the first 1-set group immediately be army drive into Grikin. Army finished things. Bhutto Elijah began to introduce the work of the Air Force to play dress-up. Empty military aspects are fitted. MiG-17 fighters, Air Defense Forces has been completed. Says facelift work. The next step we are going to let the front line. The troops were replaced by some jet fighters for testing. Yes, I think the frontline troops can be equipped with some of these aircraft first, so that they can adapt. Chris nodded and said, that next step I will arrange to transport lost 30 MiG-17 fighters to the front. But receives work needs time. Fully formed combat estimate, at least a month after the thing. Butch Asia went on. It doesn't matter if it is longer, it always takes time to learn. Chris set the tone for the matter and said, yes, Your Majesty. Butch Asia General nodded replied, see military side of things far less, and recently launched 3 new dreadnoughts. Because of the constraints of oil, there is no opponent. The Navy has no plans to launch a new warship. Returned. Says Ferry from the Harbor City. Lawns introduced the meeting. For the Navy is likely to attack the target. The 5 dreadnoughts can already be said to be invincible, so in addition to launching a number of Navy transport ship outside, and no further expansion plans. He while looked at Chris, and enormous pressure compared to the Army as well as Air Force. Navy. There is nothing to be stressed. Responsible for scheduling production was GUO. Funding in this area is actually very voice. Introduced the opening. See, military development has been neglected in arms. They compare the development of warships, Army and Air Force, in fact, has been very behind. Even some commercial ships have already surpassed the Navy's dreadnought warships in speed. In order to deal with this kind of thing, the Navy has launched several cruisers with very fast speeds and very strong combat capabilities to ensure that naval battles can be won. To be honest, in the eyes of Navy generals, cruisers with more presence are more popular with them than cumbersome battleships. 5 of Su fearless ship has been completely can say is rampant 7 seas rhythm, right? Chris looked to Genesis, he asked. Lawns somewhat reluctantly nodded his head. Opening replied, yes, your majesty. Sea Army imaginary enemy, and now are sailing it. Then there is no problem. Chris nodded in satisfaction. His empire has a long coastline. Since the Navy has no decent opponents, it proves that his rear is absolutely safe. Germany. Purcell looked at the military aspects of the delegates, wait for a while, spoke and said, next to the issues discussed, a matter of economic construction of their due for relationships expedition, our economic situation is very good. He side opened the summary report. The side said, Alenxia 4 years of economic conditions forecast growth will reach 200%. I cannot imagine that I will be in a year's time, to build Alenxia. This is not a problem. If we let go of production, it will be possible to build another Ellen Hill in about 10 months. Chris smiled confidently and said, this is good news. The other good news is that the laboratory passed the message out there. The helicopter experiments have been completed. Smith Department long followed the introduction said, a very successful experiment. We are studying the drawings related to the helicopter. Really is a good news. We hear there are new installed equipment. Experiment is successful, and my heart is full of joy. Small groups have nodded and smiled. Hearing the good news, Chris was also very happy. His poor humanoid self-propelled plotter did not waste his time in vain, and all his efforts are making the empire in front of him more powerful. 188 Stupid mortal. Not just the helicopter experiments, our progress in supercomputing equally gratifying, because as with the aid of this thing, many of the problems have been solved. Smith went on the latest technological advances. The latest computer system upgrading is already over, so the original supercomputer was taken out, as new equipment is put to use, although still strictly confidential like state, but it does not have a high level of confidentiality. With the aid of computers, many projects have begun to accelerate their implementation. Some calculations can be completed in an instant, and the checking calculations can also be completed by newer supercomputers. In this state, many aspects of Alen Hill are developing at a rapid pace. With the help of the computer and Chris, the hydrogen bomb experiment has been successfully completed. Even the construction of the nuclear power plant has been completed. More experiments have been launched, and more results are about to appear with the aid of the computer. Chris's the workload has been reduced by more than half. I have built empires in Yallanti 3 nuclear power plant, recently tested. You might put into operation a month later. Smith his mouth, while the report of the hands and gave it to Chris. With these plants, the electricity problem will be alleviated. Power plant as well as hydroelectric power stations are built, is expected to Alenxia 4 mid. I have can be resolved out of electricity contradictions. Smith concluded proudly. With these power stations working with the grid that has already begun to be built, we can use electricity more conveniently. When Chris finished reading the report, he finally added, Chris knows that Alen Hill has now embarked on the fast track of development. Every day, he has almost 10,000 technicians who can use the magic ball of knowledge to improve his abilities. As long as the time accumulates long enough, the technical level of mortals will improve to the point of unbelievable. As long as I have been developing steadily, and that soon we will usher in a period of faster development, you probably cannot imagine, over the past 3 many years' time, everything that we developed in the next 3 years will be completely phased out. Drop. Chris closed the report in his hand and said as he looked at his men, in Chris' opinion, he really has too many future technologies in his hands that can be improved. As long as he keeps coming up with new technologies, Alan Hill can be countless times stronger than now. At that time, a warship can provide the firepower to destroy a country, and a nuclear warhead that can be carried by an intercontinental ballistic missile can cover the entire Graken. His face wearing a confident smile, his voice full of confidence. Mr. Their endeavor, the future belongs in Alanxia. Long live Alan Hill. Everyone stood up and saluted, and sang with their chins high. Atlanticus, Gruler Street. The bustling streets, people come and go, everyone has their own things to be busy. A thriving world is appearing in Alan Hill. Among the people coming and going, a furtive figure holding a thick solid package of documents, taking a closer look, got into the 13-corner number alley. The man was a little nervous, knocking on a thick door, with a unique rhythm. It's not the first time he has come to this room. The last time he came, he was even more nervous than he is now. Room door was opened from the inside, revealing a gap. The man hurriedly said to the gap nervously, "I brought things." The dark shadow inside nodded, and opened the door gap enough for a person to get in. The man suddenly got into the room, and then the door gap was closed. Clicks. Room where the lights had been turned on. The room suddenly became bright again. No one knows why the curtains are drawn here in broad daylight, as if the people in the house know that what they are doing is not visible. When the man holding the file bag adjusted to the light in the room, he realized that there was not only one person in the room. In this room, there were quite a few people sitting. A few people stood against the wall, all of them wearing black robes and caps on their heads. Is something brought? The head of the person also wears the same attire, wearing a hood, covering his face. He speaks in a weird voice, and seems to have something like a voice changer. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, nervous opening, and asked, You have to promise me something. Don't worry, once Alan Hill is destroyed, we guarantee that the Aranti Empire will stand on this continent again. The man sitting on the sofa continued to speak, promising in a very strange tone. What do you say good to me? The man looked uneasy in this room. He always felt that these people act strange. Crash. A whole pocket of gold coin is next to a man thrown on the table. Because of two full of gold coins spill out. Some spread out on the table. Some rolled under the table. Money for us is not a problem. We can also meet your requirements. I promise to let you do anything in Yalanti Empire. You can certainly get to official position. If you want it, Yalanti Wangtai, it's not impossible for you to sit in the right position. The leader said, sitting motionless on the sofa. Goot, swallow a mouthful of saliva. The man finally put the package in his arms on the table. These are the files you want if you are willing to wait. I can get more. The headed man in the cloak stretched out his hand, wanting to get the file bag on the coffee table. His palm was exposed to the light, and the knuckles were full of gaps made of connecting parts. There was a faint light of magic in the gap, which frightened the man who delivered the file bag across from him. Don't be nervous, child. Don't be nervous. When the man sitting in the first position leaned forward, he finally revealed the face hidden under the hood. It was a strange-looking mask with densely drawn lines on it. Magic rune. If Chris were here, he would definitely recognize that this strange-looking mask was similar to the mask worn by the god puppet that assassinated him. It's just my body Filzy. This man withdrew his hand, opened the package. Look at things from the inside. No mistake. This is what I want to file a mechanical principle. Good. Very good. I can wait for you to send other drawings and documents. Next time I come, I can give you more gold coins. His mouth, while the hands of the package and gave it to one of his side. She has been facing the direction of the front face of the man. You do not wrong. Very good friends. Yalanti Puppet Emperor Empire not ill treat. Day Nation Country, is your meteoric rise of the time. After speaking, he leaned back on the sofa, and the masked face was once again shrouded in the shadows. Go, boy, I do what it says. Thanks. Thank you. The man nodded nervously, then turned and walked outside the house. Tomorrow, this time tomorrow, I must bring the rest here too. He sidewalked, bowed, looking back, led by this man when he was just when retreated to the door and turned to get out of the house. A wood composed of the same arm stand in front of him. He intended to lower consciousness, look to the other side, and found the man blocking his path, also with a strange mask exactly the same. What? What are you going to do? The man's face was already dripping with sweat, and his voice was shaking uncontrollably because of nervousness. Your gold. That stopped people his path, said in the same accent, not like the human voice. Oh, thank you, thank you. The man realized that he had forgotten the bag of gold because of his nervousness. So he drove tight, turned around to go back to pick up a bag of gold on the coffee table. He wiped the sweat of his face, turned out of the house. Stupid mortal. A puppet sneered, leaning against the wall, and said hoarsely, yes, foolish mortals. Sitting on the sand led puppet hair endorsed the he said. Then, he looked at the puppet holding the file bag beside him, and said, go back to the puppet empire now. The puppet who received the order nodded lightly, and then walked out of the room with the package. Not all mortals are so stupid, at least those who come to me are the little guy, very powerful. Headed by puppet stood up to look around. A few puppet, I have not much time, get their technology back as much as possible. I have wanted had touched the super bomb, but the other guard is too tight. If I were able to use the words of God. Puppet. A puppet in the hands of some regret said, would like to have not even think, if we use God's puppet, Drew Icon those guys will be aware of. Headed by puppet veto a proposal men, he spoke and said, the puppets is the limit that we can use it. It's really a pity that I can't get close to the other party's super bomb project. After he scolded his subordinates, the headed puppet sighed, and then continued, wait for those greedy guys to take their own skills. Send it here. Don't worry, we have too much time. This room outside the house, went out of the men, looked around the alley, and then out of this Article 13 lane, go back to the Gridleia Street. After he disappeared, a man with his hands in his pockets leaned against the entrance of the alley of number 13, and if there seemed to be nothing, he tilted his eyes to the alley. Then, the man showed a smile that seemed like nothing on his face, and turned and left, as if no one had ever been here. 189 rocket launcher. On the silent Griffin battlefield, next to a truck produced by Alan Hill, several soldiers are doing their final preparations. A military officer went to this group of soldiers around, open asked, Quasi, how about the preparation of all the connections are ready? You can fire at any time. A sergeant headed by him stood up and saluted and reported. He have been properly connected to the power source, wires connected to each of the rockets. All of rockets have been doing for launch. This is a Katyusha rocket, a powerful multi-track self-propelled rocket. Total 8 article launching rail, a volume A transmitter diameter of 132 mm rocket projectile 16 hair, mounted on a truck. Rocket projectile maximum range of 8.5 kilometers, either single shot, bursts may be part of, or salvo loaded ammunition approximately 5-10 of 5 minutes, only a volley 7-10 seconds. Because that there is a truck chassis, so this may be a speed rocket 90 transport speed km movable transfer. Mobility is a very good self-propelled artillery. In not for the first 9 sets complemented by more self-propelled howitzer regiment army premise, Chris deliberately command from the first 1 sets deployed a Katyusha rocket launcher military regiment, to strengthen the first 9 sets regiment army. The gun has fierce firepower and a wide range of damage. It is an effective weapon to wipe out the enemy's intensive troops, suppress the enemy's firepower system and destroy the enemy's fortifications on a large scale. It consists of steam car emitting portion and a portion composed of, emitting part by the slide bed, gun mount back wheel, the chassis, the targeting device, consisting of transmitting device and the like. Before launching, the rocket is clamped in the directional groove of the slide rail groove with the directional button clamp, playing the part of the body to fight the rocket is TNT bomb medicine. The cartridge of the tubular part by 7 composition propellant cartridge, steam cab ignition will have built emitting device. In the card back of the car, there are 2 manually placed down jacking the vehicle body, fixed to the vehicle body at the time of transmission. The rocket loaded on the launching rail is 5 meters long and has a projectile diameter of 132 millimeters. The rocket projectile is 1,450 millimeters long, weighs 43 kilograms, and has a maximum range of about 8 kilometers. It can be said that in addition to shooting accuracy and some defects in the weight of the projected warhead, the other performance of this rocket launcher is much better than traditional artillery. And this time at the moment, Alanxia Artillery is preparing to fight back under the onslaught. Alanxia position near Allen Devil Dog forces, ready for a salvo. With a command, all the launchers pressed their hands on the energized switch. Launch refers to the commander shouted commands launch. Almost everyone in the same time, pressing the transmit switch hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the short-lived time in 10 seconds, 20 cars, a full 320 rocket shells all flew out of the slide. The entire launch position was blown up by the tail flames of the rocket. The smoke was so big that people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone was inciting their palms to drive away the dust that obstructed their vision. Probably, it was 10 times more serious than the worst sandstorm. The smoke and dust blown up by the tail flame of the rocket filled the air, making all the soldiers could not help coughing. Some people withdrew from the launching position. Some people suffocated their breath and got into the cab of the car. In short, after the mess, no one cares about the effects of the shells they fired. It later did not use their real concern, and these shells fly over a long distance, while almost fell on the battlefield. Devil Dog attack. Dense artillery shells as a raindrop on his head. Demon Dog forces, scared Alanxia Grenadiers in the position not far. We have forgotten continued to fire this thing. In just an instant, more than 20 Katyusha rockets fell. These rockets exploded on the ground with residual solid fuel, forming a rain of metal shrapnel, spreading and washing among the Devil Dogs. Soon, the shrapnel formed a bloody wind, engulfing the flesh and blood of countless demon dogs, spreading to the distance. Boom, boom, boom. In the shocked eyes of the Alan Hill soldiers, the explosion began to extend to the distance, and the waves of explosions that were higher than the waves swept the entire battlefield in an instant. There were Devil Dogs struggling and twitching, black blood everywhere, and broken bodies everywhere. Which artillery to fight? Phone. We want to support. Before opening to ask inline headquarters, a head put down the binoculars in his hand, tilted his head to look at their staff, and some could not believe Tao. I do not know. It is necessary artillery positions. Said request support. Ginseng seek long distant explosion also scared a jump. Some stumbling replied. In his opinion, this is almost the most powerful battlefield support artillery fire. In just a moment, there was only the corpse and the smoke of gunpowder on the frontal ground that was densely packed with Devil Dogs just now. The remaining Demon Dogs seem to have no plans to attack anymore. After experiencing the pain, they don't know why they gave up another tentative attack. These demons seem to have become cowardly recently. They frequently tentatively attack, but do not seek breakthroughs. Every time after being suppressed by heavy firepower, he honestly gave up the attack. This is very different from their performance when they attacked the paratroopers for the first time, and it always makes people feel that they are brewing some conspiracy. The commander of the 9th Armored Division looked at the chief of staff in front of him, put down the phone, and asked with a sneer, "Give up again? We retreat without even touching our first line of defense. Even more than last time. Just be crisper." Reference to Seek Long nodded. Opening replied, "Listen, that they were on the other side. The defense attacked the eternal empire of time to some of the firm, occupied some of the empty villages. Bullying soft afraid of hard. I know that account for less than they're cheaper here. You play the idea of eternal empire." The first 9 commander of the division Olaf, sarcastically. "Nor, exchange report given on the agenda is the devil on all fronts. Past performance is not positive, they seem to be playing for time, the seems to sit still, anyway. And it had a real attack capability does not match. Reference to Seek Long shook his head, to tell their own judgment. Air Forces over there says so. Teacher's eyebrows detect a hint of less comforting taste. Eternal Empire also drew icon there to describe the scale of the attack of the devil. And empty scale military investigative reporting discrepancies. Empty Army believes that the devil is in general. There is a growing trend. Ginseng Seek Long staring at the table showed the nearby detailed map. He began. The teacher threw a red pencil in his hand on the map, and commented, very depressed, cunning bastards. Because after frequent temptations of the devil attack, Alanxi account have been hesitating, as well as Luna Alpha. General plan is to wait for the next batch of supplementary ammunition arrived, then consider advancing to Balasuo. However, if this situation continues and the next batch of ammunition arrives at the front line, they will still have to passively defend because of insufficient ammunition, not to because they have been on the defensive. Fuel consumption smaller than the estimates, so they hoard some oil. It can be used the next time to fight back. Empty military investigation has been in to send a message. The number of the devil forces are increasing. They are dispersed, deployed in the area vast. Assault weapons made huge gains as before does not like. So the Air Forces temporarily not again use nuclear weapons attack plan. The fighter force firmly controls the air dominance on the battlefield, but the number of radars is too small, which affects the Air Force's interception efficiency. There is no other way. Grikin originally deployed a large number of radar stations. They used to monitor the Eye of Magic to prevent some flying demons from escaping and harming civilians. Not before. The demon army destroyed the radar station near the Eye Magic, let drew icon radar detection of system crashes. Fortunately, there is a part left. How much it can support the operations of the Alan Hill Air Force. Without these remaining rear radar stations, the Alan Hill Air Force's record would certainly not be as good as it is now. In fact, the first 9 sets Regiment Army Air Force ground troops to help with a few new radar vehicle, but unfortunately half of these radar vehicle was seconded to the Eternal Empire by them as early warning radar used. The new radar vehicle has been on the road and is on the way to Grikin. After these radars are in place, the Air Force can organize larger combat operations. Of course, the recent Air Forces have not been idle. They made a brave attempt. The B-17 bomber unit bravely experimented once in the Eye of Magic. The result was very frustrating. They lost 2 bombers, but they couldn't get close to the Devil's Eye because of bad weather conditions. It was a very heroic feat. The pilots participating in the experiment, a total of 5 aircraft group, they were driving bomber tried to approach the Magic Eye. The result ultimately ended in failure. The returning pilot confirmed the Grikin magician's statement. The airflow there was very unstable, and the whirlwind formed by the magical atmosphere made flying very dangerous. In addition, the sky is densely covered with clouds, lightning and thunder. The climatic conditions are very unsuitable for bombing missions. In other words, it seems unlikely that the Air Force will be dispatched directly to attack the Eye of Magic and end this war. Now, it can only use the most stupid method to let the army push the line of defense within the range of ballistic missiles, and then use Scud ballistic missiles to carry nuclear bombs to attack. This is why the first 9 sets Regiment Army has been in the fuss surrounding the cause of Balasuo. Won there, they might have, and then advance to move forward. Let Scud missile troops into attack range. 190 catch. Good morning, Engineering Division. A sweet smile girl holding a glass of water. The road passed under the door of Shrek. Very friendly greeting road. Oh, good morning. Shrek back so far as to, his face wearing squeezed out a smile, opening replied. He nervously unscrewed the door of his office with the key, and then got in and avoided the sight of others. As if the closed door in front of him could prevent everyone from spying on him. As is used a magic ball of knowledge engineer, he's very popular with other plant personnel. Respect the technical backbone of many mechanical problems. We will ask him, affectionately called him engineer. But now, he has just done a big thing that cannot be known to others, so his expression is highly nervous and even sweats a lot. After all, he is not a professional spy. When working as a spy, it is inevitable to be nervous and guilty. Throwing the briefcase on the table, he picked up the boiling water he left in the cup yesterday, and filled himself with gurgling, finally stabilizing some emotions. Aberdeen Fine think own soon become retrocessional anti-empire hero to save their motherland. Shrek will feel full of energy. At least he himself thinks that he is doing a big thing. He is moving towards greatness. The irritating work in front of him made him feel depressed, and he felt that he was destined to be a great person. The spokesperson of the Magic Empire in the mortal world is destined to be superior, and his children will be taken to the Magic Empire to take care of him, and finally become a great magician. This is the promise that those puppets gave him and the life he yearns for. I opened a newspaper, which was full of reports on technological innovation and various experimental successes. This is an internal technical newspaper, the kind that Alan Hill is very authoritative. Shrek threw the newspaper aside irritably. Every time he saw those articles with major technological breakthroughs, he would feel his determination wavering. He did not dare directly depend on the efforts of mortals, did not look at those who think it sounds great results. He does not believe mortals can transcend those same gods. Magician, even mortal has played Trinity Empire could not lift their heads. Around his desk, he walked to the front of the tin file cabinet, opened the file cabinet, and began to search for the materials inside. These are some of the core materials that he can access, related to many technical products of this machinery production plant, and then take away some of their Puppet Empire. Get technical art can be produced with the equipment of. He looked at the cupboard. Has been little something of paper bags, some guilty conscience muttered. Before he had been away some, if these files again so little down, sooner or later revealed the secret to him. But those people promised him that if he needs help, they will take him out of here and find a place to hide his name. So although he was very nervous, he didn't mean to shrink. Those gold coins gave him hope and the hope of becoming a master. The big deal, taking those gold coins to the Jesno Empire or the Palak Empire is enough for him to become a rich man and live a life in comfort. Thinking of this, he stuffed the thick stack of documents and drawings into his file bag, and his expression resolutely rose. Anyway, has several times been done before, and now once the other was too late. Give these things to the puppets, and then leave with the family. When the person above knows that he is missing, and then finds the missing files, looking for him is almost like finding a needle in a haystack. As long as he crossed the border and arrived at the Jesno Empire or the Palak Empire, changing his name was so simple that it couldn't be simpler. Dang dang dang. At this moment, his office door was knocked, which shocked him. He hurriedly stuffed the documents in his hands back into the filing cabinet, then closed the cabinet, tidied up his clothes, and asked nervously, Who? Engineering, Mr. Teacher. Someone looking for you to. Door. The sweet smile of a little girl's voice sounds actually very natural. In Shrek's view, everyone has problems. He is now a person with a secret, so he is suspicious of every look at him. Not been in this case. Do not open the door. Clearly unrealistic. So he went to the office door. She opened the door. The two men stood behind the little girl, his face full of smiles. A meeting introduced himself. Mr. Shrek, I have from 1572 plant skills members surgery, come here to ask you some questions. Shrek didn't think much, and let in his own door. Oh, this way, let us come in and talk. In light of the little girl in front of Shrek's sweet smile, then turned to leave. After the two men walked into the room, the man at the back took the door to the room. This is not the first time we have met, Mr. Shrek. One of the two men leaned against the wall at the door, looking at Shrek with a smile, and said, Where? Seen you? Shrek, frowning, seems to want to recall the efforts that he and other places where is seen. Leaning against the door of the wall of the men did not let him think long, directly spoke and said, Also Gzu, you have not forgotten the last time we met. You took some documents into the street Lyle Grew 13, Lane. You are Shrek natural and he suddenly be over, and he certainly will not forget you've been there. He suddenly wanted to stand up, but was pressed by the man next to him on his shoulders and pressed down. You'd better not touch, Mr. Shrek. His body man palm side seems to have the power of crushing the weight of Shrek breath. The man spoke lightly, but with an unquestionable tone. You have got the wrong guy. I do not know what Austrian Turkoglu Avenue. You must have got the wrong guy. Shrek had it been confusion, with the piece of lofty tone. Excuse said. A disdainful smile appeared on the face of the man leaning on the wall of the door, and he said coldly, you better stop struggling, Mr. Shrek. The reason why we are here is because we have mastered your leaked secrets. Criminal evidence. If you don't confess, your sentence will be very long. Shrek Wanton then defended himself a few words, but found Sins had simply cannot say. The other party had found his head, and also told the exact location of Gruler Street. He knew that he was completely finished before he was still thinking about taking the whole family to escape, but when the disaster was approaching, he realized that escaping was actually a difficult ending. In the Gridley Street 13 lanes room inside room, a puppet plays a row of bullets into a sieve. He struggled to fall to the ground. Behind the shattered mask, a weird voice couldn't help complaining, damn. If this is a higher level puppet, you are dead. Carrying STG-44 sudden strike rifle guard soldiers rushed up the stairs, on the stairs and broke wearing a black robe in front of the puppet just rising of magic. And as the puppet fell, the fireball magic circle he prepared quietly dispersed. Because the reason for the level is not high, and low-level combat these puppets magician similar, although you can use a simple magic, but really is not tough fighting. Compared with the god puppet who blocked the murder, the combat power of these puppets in front of them was almost less than that of ordinary soldiers. With just a charge, these guard soldiers rushed up the stairs, killed two puppets who had drawn out their swords and prepared to fight, and occupied the entire house. The last room, back room, headed puppet stood up, looked at the muzzle pointing to his dark side. I have to stay here for the last batch of files. Now it seems, this last we can't get the batch documents. It seems that there is no need for trial. It is the puppet empire who stole our technology. An officer looked at a middle-aged woman in a grey magician robe beside her and said, once and on a sample, also questioned what not to interrogate them is just a puppet, at any time may be abandoned. Wearing Magic S robe middle-aged woman shook her head, spoke and said, it hemped the case of trouble. Indeed real lot of trouble. That lead puppet nodded, seemed to agree with each other's words. Then his movements became stiffened, hand out black robe, shaking out a couple, again. See. After saying the last sentence, the puppet fell on the ground as if it had been stolen from the soul. Recently I have uncovered such cases, both in addition to being deluded executor, are like puppets. Middle-aged woman lying on the ground looking at the puppet, some helpless said, Puppet empire exactly what you want to do. He who do not know that, your patience is limited. That were the troops of the officer, frowning, opening bitterly asked. He seems they are very interested in our technology, in fact, among the Magic Empire. It seems that they only use the technology and machinery we thought. The woman replied, yes, technology and our technologies have too much in common place, so interest is inevitable. I have people playing so passively. Soldier of some officers are not willing to continue opening asked. Not all. I have also studied art puppet empire. The woman glanced at the officer, sneered, no. These, you will not have access to the category of, she did not Ming said, in which a secret base Alanxia studied magic puppet engineers. Quantity can be set to almost 1 infantry battalion. 191 tank in the ruins. Boom. A small village ruins of an abandoned blue on the outskirts of a M4 tank is targeting a distant enemy fire. Only the gunner's sight can accurately look at this picture. All of a sudden went through a shell, only the devil chest, put on the party wearing a hole in it. The huge force shredded the devil's skin and flesh, and the armor-piercing bullet took away most of the internal organs. leaving a hole in the opponent's chest with the size of a wash basin. If it wasn't because the opponent's skin was too strong, it was possible that this shell would directly beat the opponent in two. Because the angle of the problem, the cannon after penetrated the demon's chest, also hit another demon devil dog behind. Only the results of the remaining strong momentum to that poor devil dog torn in half, the flesh and blood splashed and flew farther. Hit head subscript, a shell. Gun long loud command loader, let him continue loading an artillery shell, because the shell's too fast, they attack at this distance, as if the target is playing a kind. As long as the opponent dared to approach, they would attack again and let the opponent retreat. The loader opposite him did not hesitate at all. After hearing the command of his gunner, he immediately drew an armor-piercing projectile from his side and stuffed it into the barrel. Artillery gun control long, and there is no hesitation, just hit the switch to fire, but also played a new shell. This time he did some fine-tuning, so the cannonball ran into another roaring demon in the distance. This time the cannonball didn't hit the demon's chase. Fortunately, it shot the demon's head all at once. The demon with only one neck sprayed a large amount of black blood, and then the headless body fell down and turned into food for several demon dogs around. These demon dogs even ignored the danger of being hit by the shells, just like this, swallowing the corpses of their companions. Ryan, half of the body exposed outside the tank, by looking telescope looking at distant demons. These demons will not actively try to attack when they are not given an attack order, because they have already paid too many heavy prices in front of the human defense. After incomplete statistics, not counting the 2 atomic bombs killing brought to the devil, just to battle for humanity positions, the devil had already lost more than 5-1 various each soldier like. Such a loss before, although there have been, can be estimated they have never encountered before. The loss of 5-1 to army, not even a stronghold, have not overcome the situation. If we calculate the atomic bomb to destroy tens of thousands of demons, who after Alanxia join the war, it has lost almost 10-1 teams, but also lost Alan Bulanuo and Laermo close to the fracture. Boom. Ryan, where the car M4 tank once again opened fire, artillery shells, still no deviation. A direct hit a demon dog is eating, which is a grenade, exploding just. The weak around the dogs are turned over, all the demons on the ground. More demon dogs gathered and gnawed at the body of the companion who had not completely died. Papa. A small raindrop hit the armor plate of the tank, right in front of Ryan. Ryan felt something, put down the telescope in his hand, and saw the watermark on the armor plate in front of him. He raised his head, looked up at the sky, and saw dark clouds in the sky, as well as sporadic rain that was falling. Going to rain, he was through, word is in, so mumbled. Following his murmur, more raindrops fell, hitting the cold barrel of the M4 tank, and hitting the armored steel plate with magic inscriptions carved on it. These demons are really cold-blooded lives. They don't care about their lives or the lives of their companions. When the enemies are nearby, they will attack each other unscrupulously and swallow each other, and they will only multiply. The same germs also promised. This world is really sick, as terrible as this virus-like thing to appear. Ryan buttoned the raincoat hood on his head, raised his binoculars and continued to observe the demon in front of him. Then, he saw that the devil had stopped praying, and began to move closer to him in groups. It took note of us. Weather was very bad, no air support, down the car and let us out of here. Ryan pressing through words, a driver for there ordered. Then he against the far wall ruins shouted, retreat me. We leave here to go back behind the line of defense. Among the ruins, some grenadiers in charge of guard ran out in groups carrying weapons. They passed the reversing tank and looked back from time to time at the demon dogs that were approaching quickly. Such pre-attack harassment is a common occurrence. Everyone is accustomed to this style of play. From time to time, they cross the line of defense, form a combat team, sneak attacks on nearby demons, and then quickly retreat back to their line of defense. The Alan Hill unit with rich combat experience is much smarter and smarter than the demons at the grassroots level. They can judge the situation according to the battlefield situation. and retreat after a careful fight, so the loss is much smaller than the devil. It is also due to have such tactics, increasingly heavy losses demon forces. They have been afraid to build heavily on the front lines, so often defeated in a surprise attack, humans caught off guard and lost some real control area. Subsequently, the person class will be under the cover of the Air Force, to seize the place into a fortress, become a demon insurmountable terrible defensive zone. Such tactics, let the devil in just 2010 time, is lost large area of control. In particular, his left wing, which is responsible for this side Alanxia. From the time when Alan Hill started to fight back to today, in less than 40 days, they have approached Baratha for 87 kilometers. No theory is quadrupedal apes or just the devil dog good, and even the devil will be magic double-headed dog. No matter what kind of demon sent troops, they have no way to break through sufficient ammunition Alanxia defense. In him it seems, to attack the defense Eternal Empire seems to be more chance of winning a number. Although the Eternal Empire now has some reinforcements from Alan Hill, in general, the defense of the Magic Empire is easier to break through. In the reign, more and more demons gathered next to the corpses of the demons who had been gnawed and left a pile of flesh and blood. They finally got rain, until those pesky Alanxia the Air Force, not a chance to move. More than 100 demon dogs rushed past the corpses of their companions, then more quadruped orangutans, and countless two-headed demon dogs. The rain pounded on the fine scales of these monsters, making a crackling sound. Roar! With a loud roar, a human-shaped demon with meat wings appeared behind the battlefield. By his side, countless demon dogs were crossing the ridge. This is the long-awaited opportunity. This is the clarion call for the counter-attack that they have been looking forward to. Boom! A demon dog stepped on a booby trap that had just been planted by the grenadiers, and a huge explosion blew away all the demons around the demon dog. They were smashed into a sieve by shrapnel, and then more devil dogs passed these dead demons and continued to move forward frantically. Old real demon dozens of days, and finally in the heavy rain returned to nature. They are crazy forward shock for anything else, regardless of weather or up. Ryan Emu. We were chasing the devil dog. Amount to more than to count. They are beyond the 7 How ruins. Repeat. A lot of demons are beyond the 7 How ruins. Pressing through words, Orion loudly reminded the line of defense behind him to pay attention to the movement of the devil. In the rain. He's no radio, only a hiss friends of friends interference sound. He angrily banged his fist on the side armor of the tank, then opened the hatch to let the rain fall into the tank. In the dense rain, Ryan exposed half of his body and looked at the misty ruins in the distance. The figure of the demon dog became blurred in the thick rain and fog. The M4 tank retreating with all its strength did not stop at all. Meaning, Ryan Emu. We were chasing the devil dog. Amount to more than to count. They are beyond the 7 How ruins. Repeat. A lot of demons are beyond the 7 How ruins. He took the password is, in the rain, once again tried to contact the defensive positions behind. Then, answering his cries still a matter of dry interference current sound. He snorted helplessly, and then commanded, turn the turret. No need to aim, the grenade fires. Keep hitting. With his command, this car M4 tank turret starts rotating turn up. In the rain, the thick barrel pointed at the ruins of the distant village. Then, the loader coherent movement of the high explosive stuffed into a bore, closed the breech, loaded fill out complete. Gun long pressed the firing switch, a shell was hit to the distance. In the thick fog, a huge explosion sounded, and the light of the fire was looming, and a cloud of black smoke evaporated, and it was soon covered by the rain and fog. Boom! Tanks still kept open forward moving. The second artillery shells hit out quickly, as they are increasingly distant from the village, as well as fire explosion more and is no longer clear. Tanks grind over a length trench, crossed. The grenadiers were squatting inside the trenches of rain. Then followed with tanks retreated back scouts, shouting to remind ourselves companions. Demon attack, enemy go. The devil has attacked. Rain, a branch step gun against the sandbags. Machine guns set up and assembled in after a good gap. Everyone pulled the bolt and placed the grenade in the mud in front of them. Heard unexpected cry in the rain, backswing into the distance. Quasi, prepare to fight. After saving the manuscript for a few days, there will be an outbreak of dragon spirit tomorrow, and everyone can vote to subscribe for support by then. 192 A blue bloody battle. When clatter tanks shoe with a scroll in the mud. On top of an armored outline, the Magic Ming's M4 tanks pushed forward into the dock at the only other car number and its different M4 next to the tank side. In the rain, the cold barrels of these M4 tanks pointed in the direction of the position. They were ordered to reinforce the defense here, equipped with artillery and machine guns to provide close fire support for the entire infantry regiment. With a gunshot, the battle began abruptly. One after another, the devil dogs rushed out of the rain-woven curtains and approached the position where the Aylin Hill Grenadiers were stationed. With a gunshot, the soldier who had been ready for a long time pulled the trigger at the oncoming demon dog. A bullet came out through the body and pierced the head of the demon dog. The body of the demon dog rolled forward with the help of inertia, and stopped for a long time. Then, another demon dog jumped out from behind the demon dog's corpse, with a big mouth in the blood basin, and continued to rush towards the position where Aylin Hill was stationed. Chug, chug. Wings of the machine guns began to fire position, near the front of these devil dogs labeled as a sieve. However, more demon dogs passed the corpses of the same kind in front, and approached the human position indefinitely. Dodo suddenly. M4 tank top, heading machine gun as well as coaxial machine gun on the turret began to roar up countless flares to draw a straight line on the ground. In just an instant, the demon dog approaching the position was broken into pieces. In the early years, to build a good canopy, a whole row of neat mortar ready. The artillery had put the cannonball into the muzzle, and only waited for an order to release the palm of the cannonball. The commander of the battalion artillery did not let his men wait, and soon shouted the command to fire. There was a muffled sound from a row of mortars, and a dozen shells made a beautiful arc in the sky and fell into the attacking army of the devil dog. The fighting began on extremely intense, was beaten into countless demon dog meat. Black blood mixed in with the rain in the department, flowing streams converging on dry land, texture loosed on the land along to. More far away, a group of artillery is shaking the handle in his hand. The one next to a 105mm caliber pomegranate shells. Rain raised the gun in the barrel. Handle loaded gun shells promoted within the bore of the gun. He closed the breech. The gunner pulled the gun rope, and the firing pin ignited the primer, sending the shell out. Boom! A cannon sprayed out a puff of white smoke, and the recoil force caused the hydraulic reset device to be compressed to the bottom end, and then slowly returned to the initial position. The bolt was unscrewed, and a hot shell fell on the ground, and the rain hit it, splashing a light white smoke. Another brand new cannonball was loaded into the barrel, and then the breech block was closed again in the heavier and heavier rain. The soaked artillery insisted on their battle. Then a large E-caliber artillery shell landed among the demon dog group, attached with mud off a rainstorm. Countless demon dogs were hit by shrapnel, and there were also demon dogs that were blown into the air by the explosion, breaking apart and splashing in all directions. Just as Aylin Hill's artillery fired their power, among the demon dog group, magic circles began to rise next to each other. A row of fireballs hit Aylin Hill's position, and many soldiers were knocked to the ground by the fireballs in the rain. Because for the magic, the fireball did not diminish even in the rain, they hit on the front, raised a cloud of mud. Many soldiers were injured, but the dead were still relatively few. Unless it is directly hit by the unlucky one, this fireball technique basically can't kill people. The magical power of the double-headed demon dog is actually not strong, and its deterrence is greater than the actual killing effect. With these magical attacks, Aylin Hill's defense system began to be disrupted, and some gaps began to appear in the position. Many wounded soldiers could no longer continue to fight, which weakened the frontline defensive firepower a lot. Then, as some four-legged orangutans entered the attack range, these giant beasts holding stones began to exert their power like a catapult. They threw out huge stones and exerted their strength advantages. A huge stone head from heaven, direct hit in the Alanxia soldiers' stationed positions. A soldier directly hit rocks. Stones are pressed in the following blood splattered. More stone blocks began to attack human positions. Positions are as human beings continue to impact. More Devil Dog is also close to the human trenches. Rain, countless soldiers throw a grenade. Near the trenches of the Demon Dog blasted sieve. They do not break the meat fire hit, so that these already very close to the devil himself could not close. However, due to no air force of bombing, many demons still play an advantage in their numbers. They are like rain, scouring the human position continuously. Rocket Run the Ministries. Team Tunate Go grabbed the phone, frowning asked the head of a rear support their artillery headquarters, opening angry shouted, "My enemy is attacking positions." They soon rushed enter our trenches. Let engineers arranged in the trenches ready to detonate explosives. Carrying a handgun, Chief of Staff entered the house on the opening command to 1 battalion position to retain his job. They may not even have time to retreat to let tanks cover. Come on. How much can be withdrawn? That can only be done. Order the 1st battalion to retreat. It will be too late. The commander hung up the phone, gritted his teeth and complained, the day before yesterday, they transferred the rocket launcher to Lamo's direction. Damn it. Stop complaining. We have to consider, and if we throw line of defense, we can. Here is the front line. Ginseng Seek Long clean up the headquarters in their own things, looking back on the head and said, "Tidy not on switch to the ruins behind the 3rd battalion." The captain threw the pencil on the map and became angry. "It's fine now. I became the first captain to be attacked by the devil and lost my position. If you do not move, it is estimated that you killed the head of the 1st Army commander of participation plan." Picked up roll into a cylinder map into the box. Schematic regiment of guards carried away. In the distance of this headquarters, the demon dogs rushed into the human position in the rain. They bit and breathed the Alan Hill Grenadier, and then they were sieved and paralyzed in the trench by the surrounding grenadiers. Inside, get on the bayonet. With a hysterical shout, all the Alan Hill Grenadiers thrust their long stabs into the front of their rifles. They bravely took up their weapons and faced a monster 10 times stronger than them. Boom! A person who has the Grenadier's devil's mouth sounded grenade chest was bitten, and biting his monster die in this loud explosion. Alanxia soldiers opened fire on one side. While withdraw from the position where you are stationed, the remaining people have retreated by no chance. They greet. The monster rushed up with a thin body still shining bayonets, to meet with those who seem barbaric alien. Alanxia long live. One in light of soldiers in the gun rack on the corpse of a monster of the weak monsters around the paws firepower. The demons around him had surrounded him, and his deputy shooter kicked the empty ammunition box with his foot, and shot out the last bullet in his own magazine with his rifle. The demons rushed into the defensive line where the Aran Hill soldiers were stationed in droves, trampling on the bodies of the Aran Hill Grenadiers under their feet. It is to continue forward. When crossing the trenches, was struck down fire flares over the second line positions on the ground. The battle was still going on cruelly. On the first line of defense, the sound of human gunshots became sparser and the shouts became smaller and smaller. A battalion commander tidied his military uniform, then looked at the battalion staff who was firing with a machine gun outside the door, with an apologetic smile on his face. His low head and looked covered in blood, was robbed out of the mouth of one of the wounded monster, whispered apology, "Sorry, you could not walk. And I can only damn guy died together here." That has exposed the half of the body was not wounded. A calm face, he opened his mouth to speak, but could not stop the blood-pouring mouth. "Needless to say, you are all the bravest soldiers in Alan Hill. I am proud to be your commander. The battalion commander showed a gratified smile on his face and knelt beside the wounded on one knee. Outside the door, the battalion staff who had run out of ammunition and food had already pulled out his pistol, and the battalion commander also put his hand on the detonator beside the wounded at this time. The next second clock, outside the camp staff devil dog bite shoulders, thrown to fly out. The battalion commander also pressed the T-shaped switch of the detonator at almost the same moment. In the blink of an eye pressed between his shouts drift out, echoing in the trenches full of the devil dog, "If there is next life, we are still together," as Alanxier fight. Through electric lights flashing, wire connected to the trenches of explosives. The explosion began to flood the headquarters, and then spread to the sides. Following the direction of the trenches, huge explosion formed a wall of the wall and flooded all the demons on the wall. With the wet mud raised by the explosion, less than 200 soldiers who retreated from the first line of defense returned to the second line of defense under the cover of tanks. He had tiers stationed to watch their defensive positions submerged in an explosion. He cried tears watching those former comrades in arms. Shigewakan in this spectacular explosions. This long day seems to have just begun at this moment. Today, Longeling will add more. Yes, it will be added when the exemption is limited. Longeling is an idiot who has misremembered the exemption time and talked a lot. Everyone eagerly drop a ticket to Longeling. Ask for monthly pass, recommended ticket, collection, reward, and subscribe. In addition, a new book club group Q number 807 763 786, Hi Huan Chat, can plot of the book, can be added. 193 Reinforcements Ministry Team. The first 9 set within a group of Army headquarters chaos, the window of rain pounding the bright glass, but also to everyone in the room are restless. A reference plan carefully arranged on the sand table, with a pointer pointing to a specific location, to stand aside Pale Luna report card and said, "Your Highness, 119 Division 2 Regiment 1 Battalion of Defense, the devil broke through, just sent updates at the enemy offensive launched once more within the time we lost almost 300 soldiers." A communications officer put in the hands of the Chief of Staff Alfred pieces and gave it to the side. Opening report. In recent days the weather conditions are bad. Empty poor investigation of the effect of the military, so our action is not enough control force for the devil. Empty military liaison officer is explaining why the devil is about to launch an attack on the Air Force knew nothing about. Alfred also very understanding of this situation, nothing good to say. The Air Force investigation cannot be performed. Ground investigation there is no way. After all, the expansion in the face of the devil speed of action, or near the investigation very risky. After all, there are not many troops that dare to go deep into the demon-controlled area for investigation, and the squads entering the demon-occupied area are basically in a state where meat buns and dogs have never returned. It has to be said that in small-scale battles, those demons who rely on their physical strength to fight have a unique and huge advantage. It can easily bypass the human investigation unit, and then around a huge bag enclosure, while another attack to wipe out the human scouts available before the investigation army. Alanxia troops did not feel that their investigation was limiting, but until the advent of the rainy weather, things get a little beyond the estimate of all. So, for us, this attack was sudden. The staff officer who pointed at the position of the 2nd Regiment of the 119th Division with a pointer, watched everyone not speak, and concluded his speech. Alfred the army worried Pale Luna on the card, said, "It is their use of weather approaching a huge number of our forward positions. 119 teachers' defense is likely to retain his job." Set aside a group of military families. Artillery commander looked at the ugly face of Luna, opening added, "I are working to find ways to reinforce the rocket troops were deployed because they are now gone. Mo. Far will not be forthcoming." Empty military liaison officers bit embarrassed, then said, "More unfortunate is that the weather news monitoring force is given. They said the last 2 days were rainy weather, Air Force bombers to take off, basically no way to enter the theater. We are unable to bomb, cut off the enemy's subsequent reinforcements. Capaluna hugged her chest with one hand, and the elbow of the other arm was placed on her arm. She pressed her chin for a while and gave the order, "Let the heavy artillery force reinforce the 119th Division, and the 9th Division's tank unit will be assembled." Now the Devil to fight back on the wing, compressing its offensive area. I was a little worried that if these demons penetrated our defense we will lose Alan, as well as near the leading edge supply base. "Look to the card Pale Luna," Alfred the army warned. Then Martyred. We were there, but hoarding a lot of ammunition. These supply materials cannot give up. So we have the hands of Alan. Luna also to lose their resupply a bit uncomfortable. Because the Devil forces often massive counterattack, so the army of supplies are stored near the front line. In order to prevent the frontline troops from running out of ammunition without time for replenishment, many ammunition supply bases are only about 1 or 2 kilometers away from the front line. Can this way, after a counterattack to break through the other line of defense, these depots will also be lost, for it would have been plenty of supplies as not the first 9 sets regiment army is undoubtedly a huge blow. You should know that most of these supplies were transported from the Voronezh area to Grikan, only the capacity consumed on the road, which made these ammunition too expensive to make people cry. Each consumed in a Druican bullet's loss of money, enough to produce with 5 bullets in Aelanxia hinterland. Precisely because of this, Capaluna couldn't bear to throw those ammunition to the Devil. It was really hard to send expensive strategic materials near the front line. At this moment, an armored officer in the corner stood up holding his helmet and asked softly, "Your Highness." "Why, let's try it." "Can the Dragon Knight fight on rainy days?" Capaluna was also taken aback when she saw this officer, and asked subconsciously, "Although we are not fit to fight in the rain, but we can at least take off, is not it?" The officer, out of the somewhat awkward smile, the opening replied, "Although their dragons are reluctant to fly in the rain, at least they can fly and reach the front line. They can also use their flying characteristics to maintain a certain combat effectiveness and support frontline operations. This is already a very effective air support for frontline troops that are in urgent need of reinforcements." Moreover, when he stood up at this time, it actually had a symbolic meaning. For a long time, Aelan Hill's magic forces and industrial forces have been fighting on their own, and seldom cooperated in tactics. Except for the Dragon Knight troops in the previous reinforcement paratrooper battles, the battle magic troops behind have always been supporting roles. Now, there is finally such an opportunity for the magic troop to go to the battlefield as a rescue friend. This is very important to the magician class of Voronezh, which means that they are willing to let go of grievances, and sincerely regard themselves as Elan Hillers and recognize their identity. If he were willing at this time, an olive branch, card Pale Luna also willing to take over the favor. She knows that Aelan Hill's national policy is leaning towards the concept of equality of all beings and is willing to support this established national policy that sounds more inclusive. Lee looked at the pair of eye holding a helmet armor Dragon Knight commander. Card Pale Luna nodded, agreed to the other's request. "Yes, ask you whatever war, blocking the Devil ground forces as much as possible. I need time to reinforce the 119 Division, about 5 Chixiao or so." "Yes, sir." "Your Highness." That name brought a slight bow. "Then it is so." Resolutely out of the headquarters, into the rain. Capaluna looked away from the back of the opponent, looked at the Chief of Staff next to General Alfred, and ordered, also, send a telegram to the 19th Division to inform them that the Devil has counterattacked and let them prepare for battle. Beware of demons. "Yes, Commander, sir." Alfred was very impressed. Luna, this can put all coming together around the ability to fight side by side, and he felt as if Luna took the call from Halo, can make everyone around him convincingly fought for her. In the heavy rain, the middle-aged commander wearing a helmet climbed onto the back of the dragon. He took the slender rein and turned his head to look at his men. "Mr. R. Today, we who have been oppressed had similar week to fight. This is our due honor. This is our strong dignity. Bullying is not what we want. Protection for the weak is the real strong must do something. to Aelanxia. He pulled over the reins from his hands, loudly motivate them. In his shout, under the dense raindrops, under the cold visor, a pair of eyes burst with pride. Column teams of soldiers stand neat step onto the dragon's back, and sent a wave after wave cry, to Aelanxia, to His Majesty the Emperor. Ha! Waved away the dense rain. The huge dragon wings stretched out in the sky, and the leading dragon rose into the sky, facing the raindrops falling from the sky, and rose into the air. Following this giant dragon into the sky, one after another giant dragons, these dragon knights flapped their wings in the rain, and gathered into a huge formation in the sky. While on the lawn of the airport battle, covered with a canvas fighter next to a dock together, the ground crew looked up at the sky at the edge of the tent, looking at these huge flying dragon knights' body over their heads, and I feel speechless complexity. This sky has always been ruled by Aelan Hill's fighter forces, and in such a bad weather, the enemies who had been rubbed on the ground by them turned into comrades in the air to protect their airspace. It really feels like this. Unwilling to leave. This damn rain quickly stopped. Come on. A man ground staff was very upset, retracted his head, looked to their colleagues. The weather is better, turn immediately so that all aircraft to be restored the state of being dispatched at any time. Do not worry. The weather is better, turn. The sky will not have any possible enemy. Another person ground staff bitterly vent their discontent. Outside, the rain seemed to be heavier, and the battle on the front line of the 119th Division became more fierce. After desperate bayonet charge field, Aelanxia Grenadiers, who eventually lost their second line of defense, where they left hundreds of bodies with dilapidated, unwilling to retreat on the third line of defense. Devil's Offense, far no signs of stopping. They still have the absolute number of advantages, risking Aelanxia intensive artillery fire, non-stop punching hit the already shaky human defense. There were explosions everywhere on the battlefield, muddy craters everywhere, wrecked tanks everywhere, and the bodies of demons everywhere. In among these ruins, sight, a shining magic light, tanks reversing retreated to the back of one's own defense. The light on the magic inscription disappeared, and the people inside opened the hatch above their heads. Ryan poked his head out and shouted at the logistics soldier in front of him, "Ammunition! Quickly replenish me ammunition!" Second more. 194 Final anti-line. The battle is going on fiercely on the front line of the 119th Division. The Aelan Hill Grenadiers have paid the price of more than 600 deaths, but the demons have not been able to break through the defenses of the two regiments. The two sides fought fiercely on the third defensive position, and the commander of the two regiment received the order to fight to the end, not hesitating to fight until the last person. After receiving the order, the regimental head of the second regiment knew that they could not retreat one step further. They must fight to the last moment on the third line of defense, to show that they really did their best to fight. As a result, every soldier took up a weapon and fought with more and more demons on the opposite side under the cover of tanks and cannons. On the battlefield, a rocket drew a straight line in the rain, leaving behind a string of tail flames, hitting a demon dog, and exploding into a ball of flames. The shrapnel flew horizontally among the demon dogs, washing all the surrounding demons along with the rain. Compared to the previous rain, it seems that the rain is a little bit smaller now, so the visibility is higher, and the battle has become more beneficial to the Aelan Hill Grenadiers. After all, the visibility is higher and their weapons can be used. Aim more comfortable. Hey! Suddenly, on the position, the Aelan Hill soldiers were firing fiercely. They had enough ammunition in their hands, and reinforcements were already on the way. As long as they held their positions, the enemy would soon be killed. Beat back. He had used all the weapons could find, sights, quasi other attacks, rockets across the front from time to time, explosions one after another. The battle in the rain was fierce, and every corner was the cruelest killing. Let this group of bastards have a taste. Our infantry rockets are amazing. Several soldiers pushed a rocket and rushed into an anti-slope position. They stepped on the muddy slope in the rain and pushed the rocket into the preset position. This is a test weapon specially equipped for infantry regiments. Those familiar with the 107mm caliber 12-mounted rocket launcher know that this is a short-range support weapon developed by the China Republic Army suitable for infantry use, because it's easy to maneuver, and very lightweight, and relatively very fierce fire. It is a very suitable light infantry equipment to a hit team weapon. Ming Earth, and it acts step gun and RPG rocket launchers, and said to the three conventional weapons, "Go to hell." After adjusting the design Zuyuan, the gunner pressed the fire switch, and this rocket launcher began to pour out powerful firepower. Swish, swish, swish. After a piece of white smoke passed, one rocket after another rushed through the Alan Hill Grenadier line of defense, and a hapless demon dog just got out of his head and was caught one by one. The rocket hit his mouth. Boom. There was a violent explosion on the ground, and the rocket fire smashed the devil dog's offensive with one salvo. Through this unit powerful firepower, Alanxia soldiers and through a grenade, front positions demon dog who finally was suppressed to a distance of 50 meters away. Everyone took the opportunity to reload the ammunition, replaced the barrels of their machine guns, and completed a wave of respite. When the devil dogs came up again, more fierce firepower one after another, the devil dogs were suppressed again. Is like the waves in a constantly scour a huge rock like, these demons defended not afraid of dying one after the assault, so the guards in the position of Alanxia soldiers, feel each other's tough. No matter how fierce an enemy is, it is impossible to attack like this regardless of his life and death. If it were an ordinary army, after losing so many soldiers, it would have already stopped to breathe. But these demons will not stop, they will only continue to attack, recklessly attacking, as if it was not themselves who died. The 107mm caliber rocket launcher was pushed into the launching position one by one, until the stock of ammunition was emptied, and the demon dogs in front of them were not crushed. The rocket was originally temporarily transported to the 1st 9 Sets Regiment Army. It really is not that much ammunition reserves. Who could have imagined that just the consumption of such a battle would turn these rockets into waste without ammunition? So crushed, not to Jixiao, we will break down the defense. 2 Regiment hard to watch the defense in front of him, on their side of the staff, said, 1 reinforcement to the group yet? A group over the smoked 2 Jeevan soldiers to reinforce that we are already doing everything humanly possible. You know, they themselves are also at risk of being devil dog attack. Rush reinforcements to us, it will affect the safety of their defense. And then call them. If we break down, they want to withdraw. By the time the entire defense fell apart, they are the first to be surrounded. Eaton Head said bitterly. Yes, ILL call to go after him. Ginseng Sik saluted, then returned to the field command post. Drill around inside. This is a temporary headquarters built in the trenches with rainproof cloth and logs. The inside is not very spacious, only a broken table and a few chairs. A kerosene lamp hung overhead, and nearby defense maps were scattered on the table. A free radio correspondent sitting in front of equipment, according to the headphone, came to see the chief of staff. There was still rain dripping on the opponent's raincoat, and the whole person's face was not knowing whether it was frozen, or because of the situation of the battle, it looked pale. To a group telegram, then let them come to reinforce some of the troops as much as possible. Our defense precarious. Dangerous demons. There was an immediate breakdown of the defense army. Ginseng Sik long shake off the body of the rain before lift. The head came and ordered the telegraph. I nodded slightly and began to tap the radio transmitter in front of him. Behind him, several wounded were sitting in the corner, stuffing loose bullets into the magazine. Every loaded magazine is placed in a large box that is woven out, and I don't know what it was originally loaded. Someone will soon pick up this large box and send another shell full of empty magazines. box. Asking the wounded and the logistics staff to help fill the bullets was also a way that the Alan Hill soldiers came up with while fighting. They must make reasonable use of everyone, and then find a reasonable personnel distribution plan, in order to ensure that there is a steady stream of ammunition for frontline battles to pour them out. The battle in the rain is still going on, and the casualties of the 2nd Regiment are gradually increasing. With the fall of the 2 positions, they have now lost about a third of their personnel compared to when they started fighting, which is enough to cause a force to collapse. At this moment, a flame suddenly poured down over the ocean of demon dogs in the distance. Although the relationship between Misty Rain did not seem so real, it really inspired the fighting determination of all Alan Hill soldiers. Then, a huge shadow toward people position like flying, a dragon roared overhead passing from the owner, not far away and then circling back again toward the direction where those demon dogs are. Accompanied by the flight of this giant dragon, it lowered its head and spewed flames, passing over the abandoned trenches full of devil dogs. The flames filled these gullies full of corpses and devil dogs, turning everything all evaporated to ashes. Great magic. Divisions to reinforce us. Alan Xia's soldiers to the side of his Mauser rifle cartridges plug, while Motorized shouted, "Look at those giant, long I love them." Early between us, but to see the full fire of the dragon. A veteran of the empty magazine lost and under his feet, pulled out from the breast pocket of a new, inserted in the STG-44 Sudden Strike rifle skillfully pulled the bolt. He looked at the dragon flying that far, showing a smile to his face. Now we are a group of magicians who, while not rescue us, want to say, but I also feel that I love them. And the giant dragon across a battlefield, some 4-legged apes are throwing stones hit fall, and some spit flames. The 4-legged apes as well as those headed demon dog air attack ashes. The battle was not a one-sided situation as imagined. Soon more than a dozen dragons were shot down and plunged into the ocean of devil dogs, and then they were instantly covered by the devil dogs, and there was no sound anymore. Those huge dragons hovered in the sky, swooping and spitting flames again and again, helping the soldiers of Alan Hill to stabilize the line of defense. However, with the passage of time, these dragon knights who came from afar began to gradually lose their support. After all, dragon's breath is also a kind of magic, and the dragon also needs to rest. In attack after attack block the demon dog attack half an hour, the dragon knight also had to return to the rear of humanity positions, take a break to recuperate. The battle was once again restored from a 3-dimensional to a flat state. The dragon knight's short-term surprise did not exchange much substantial time for Alan Hill's line of defense. As the battle became more intense, the human line of defense once again became shaky. Although I was given some time to breathe, there were too many demons on the opposite side. They seemed to be unwilling to give up the opportunity to attack, and want to wipe out humanity in the bad weather. Something indeed. If they can break down the defense of humanity, there is help. By then they move fast, raid all field near the airport. Because of the rain relationship, these airports person staff can only leave the aircraft to escape. As long as it were able to achieve these goals fighting, they are likely to use this time to attack. Destroy aircraft Alan Xia about an E-10th or even an F-5th, including hundreds of P-51 fighters and hundreds of B-25 medium bombers. It is completely certain that once the demon succeeds, it is only a weakening of the Alan Hill Air Force. It is almost worth the loss of the demon force. The third is more complete and more complete continue tomorrow. 195 people. My son did not play in. Polish the final rounds of Alan Xia soldiers desperate to see his side to a veteran. That veterans are finally grabbed a grenade thrown into the devil dog group. He cast then went to throw it looked to one side, watching the young man shouted loudly, "Get out!" Children here. The whole person class defense has begun to crumble. Even the Sky Dragon deter those demons and a few dogs breathing fire. The fighting on the ground are about to become a one-sided massacre. As the battle continued, the devil dog had broken through some areas of human defense. They are devouring the human soldiers near the breach. The 2nd Regiment of the 119th Division, in a sense, has been completely finished. After not had time to withdraw, in light of Grenadiers saw a demon dog's pentacle climb up the trenches. Its hideous eyes are staring at the object in front of him sternly. The mouth of the blood basin suddenly opened, and the young man had subconsciously closed his eyes. He knew he was dead today, and the bite must feel very painful. But imagine the pain and not out now, because a hand sticking out from unexpected rain, closed on the mouth of this demon dog. The sharp teeth wanted to continue to bite, but they seemed to be biting on a boulder, unable to penetrate the skin of the palm at all. Immediately afterwards, a smiling man's face appeared from the hood on the magic robe with that hand extended. It looked like a normal face. "Little guy, do you hurry up?" The Alan Hill Grenadier, who heard the other party's prompt, immediately took his own weapon and backed away a few steps, letting go of his position in front of him. Then he saw 4 other figures of varying heights standing behind the man who had stopped the devil dog. "I have come. You can rest." A tall figure twisting and moving his neck, as if to prepare for sports, he said. The opening growled, "Yeah, fighting this kind of thing always asks you to do it for you, and it also makes us very embarrassed." The other short man nodded, agreeing with the tall man's words. "Originally, this was our responsibility. I am very embarrassed to ask you to help." The smiling man, who was still biting in the mouth of the devil dog's arm, slightly hardened, and the devil dog's head exploded to pieces. Only a huge body was sprayed with blood and fell backward. "Here to us." Back so far as to mask his face with a chubby woman looked to the luck of dead soldiers. Alanxia, very polite, said, "Thank you." Woman body Father Gulauashan body sighed, coughed, came to move forward. "Warm up look, here let me get it." He will have 5 thin figure, the face surrounded over, are countless number of dense devil. Those who have been Alanxia soldiers by despair, now seems to be more desperate, rushed to reinforce their friendly forces in their prayer, only in front of the pathetic, just 5 people. Reinforcements only 5 people. The first 9 set headquarters of the army regiment. The guard is good. Paoluna Aunt watching is holding a box of canned fish in. Vivian voracious, some incredible asked, "You do not go there in person?" This young female magician, who is actually an old lady, is greedy for canned fish, just like a kitten. As soon as she entered the door, she opened her mouth and asked for a can, and then said that she was bringing someone to help. As a result, when Capaluna asked how many reinforcements she had brought, the magical grandmother stretched out a hand and proudly said a number that she believed to be very many, 5 people. "Do, but more than the 5 I still powerful guy." Vivian aside chewing problems canned fish mouth. Vagan Saluna looked up and down the side of the princess from the Higgs house. Xia. Her eyes are so beautiful, her figure is really good, and a series of questions about how her legs are so long has made this little Vivian grandmother who eats canned fish have a serious sense of frustration. As a woman, she had seen too much worse than their female magicians. But she has never had the desire to compare. But, instinctively, when she met a woman who was more beautiful than herself, Vivian was still jealous. She has grown more than her counterpart for hundreds of years. Why is she still not older than her counterpart? Of course, this kind of problem only troubled her for a moment, because she felt that this new canned fish was really delicious. "I don't know how to make it. The fish bones are already soft and even spit out fish bones. The steps can be omitted, so she can enjoy the feeling of swallowing." Alan Hill is really a magical place. If there is a magical atmosphere there, she really wants to live there for a lifetime. Compared to Gricken, the place where there are fish and all kinds of food, is the holy land she yearns for. The new also powerful guy card Paoluna see a monster like watching Vivian. It is also the great minds of the waves. She had heard that Vivian is almost humanoid self-propelled bomb. Also by women powerful people. What kind of existence is that? Could that be a human form of 2 atomic bombs? Gricken is worthy of being the most powerful magic empire on this continent. Like a powerful magician like Vivian, he can take out 5 of them and put them in the same year. These 5 people are basically the horror that can destroy half of the continent. Existed, yeah? Better than me. Vivian nodded, put the empty canned fish in her hand on the map, reached out her hand and dipped it in the soup, stuffed it into her mouth and licked it. Then she frowned and found that her height was just enough to see Princess Capaluna's victory over her chest. She was very unconvinced and tiptoed slightly, and then gave up the comparison in frustration. With the traces not satisfied, and rapt mingled with extreme frustration, Vivian wished to get back on the force value wherever he goes. Do not worry, I got the news would bring people over, they add up to 5. Block 3-1 Devil, there is no problem at all. Sure enough, card Paoluna Heart's Eye, battered mercilessly takes only 5 people. You can sweep Devil 3-1 to army, the group drew icon magician who really are humanoid self-propelled bomber. Throw away the first 119 masters' defensive positions, along with the words of the old man. His feet rising from a huge array of magic. The magic of this actually constantly expanding, as if to devour everything around. The sharp edge of the magic circle shredded the bodies of all the surrounding demons, like a sharp knife. This is a very clever wind magic, and the attack range is surprisingly huge. To know air magic mana cost is quite high. Attack is very difficult to improve from one magic. But the old man in front of him seemed to violate the principles of magic, and he could get rid of all the demons in the vicinity with a single trick. He moves in the same time, 4 people around him also waved and began their attack. A huge magic circle stood on top of the chubby woman's head, and a huge cone of ice fell from the sky in the distance and smashed into the demons. With the falling of this giant ice cone, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply, and countless demons were sealed by the ice and shattered into pieces. Tall man hands a share, the body is spread out a huge flame, he seems to have become a whole person, like shells, and into the devil's crowd, setting off a deserted them. The short stature magician chanted complex magic spells, and countless fireballs smashed into the ground from midair, unexpectedly as dense as Katyusha rockets. He opened his hands forward and turned his body in the direction he wanted to attack. In his face the direction of the front, forming a fireball in the sky begins to condense. Then these fireballs fell from the sky again, covering a large area of the devil dog position. That just rescued the men, led by Aelanxia Grenadiers, the smiling face of the sky, toward the devil group straight away. Among the densely packed demons, the demon leader with meat wings who was in charge of the command had not had time to escape, but was suppressed by the smiling man. There was dazzling lightning around him, and he smashed the demon headed to pieces with just one move. It took less than 10 minutes for the 5 people to take back all the defensive positions that were lost near Aelan Hill. Each of them seemed to be stronger than Vivian, and together they were invincible. These 5 figures rushed across the devil dog troop, as if they were playing a game. He had their path lying over the bodies of demons, some charred, some breaks. They wandered leisurely in the rain, just as romantic as they were chanting poetry and painting. In the eyes of countless Aelan Hill soldiers, these 5 godlike magicians repelled the tide-like demon troops back. Just looking at it with the naked eye, you can clearly know that this time the devil's attack has completely failed. On top of their heads, there are giant dragons spitting out the dragon's breath continuously, and in front of them is an indestructible line of defense composed of 5 super magicians. Has been supplemented. Aelanxia soldiers have re-entered the position. The cover of the tank hordes of things, stepping on the bodies of demons. Once again the king of the flag Aelanxia inserted in the ground. More and more reinforcements department team has arrived. If the demons continue to haunt here, waiting for them will be even more terrible attacks. The first 9 armored division tanks have arrived up to the flank, directly under the army's 155mm caliber pomegranate missile, and artillery have also been in place, numerous artillery ready to fire, just waiting for these demons come to die. Fourth, we offer monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collections, rewards, and subscriptions from readers. 196 Retreat. Most end. In the midst of rain, the demons defeated, and countless demon dog fled in panic, without even waiting back a look. After losing the boss, the demon would lose the bravery and fearlessness he had before, and immediately reverted to the state of low IQ, retreating recklessly. The head of the demon was still held in his hands by the smiling man, and the corpses of the demon under his feet were piled up into a small hill. He rose into the air among the retreating demons and threw the mutilated head of the demon leader to the ground. The black blood dissolves in the rain and flows in the gaps between the corpses. The corpses left by these demons will become fertilizer for the land, nourishing everything and resuscitating growth. The Dragon Knights drove the dragon to chase for a long time, and finally dispelled the hordes of demon dogs and returned the silence to the land. The Allen Hill Grenadiers, who were soaked all over, quietly converged on the corpse of their companion, and pulled out the body of the broken friend from under the corpse of the demon dog. Although the battle in front of them, from the result, they were victorious, but no one cheered for victory, and no one laughed. Everyone bowed head to work, as if wandering in the rain. A zombie general carrying their weapons, they staggered in the mud, trying to get everything back to its original state as much as possible. Vivian, let's look at these Alenxia person. I have some reluctance. Fat woman standing on a hillock, looking at those, silent, picking up the bodies of their own fellow grenadiers. The soldiers said with emotion, I know now, these mortals are also brave and tough soldiers. I had to, as they are by the square. There is a spear of such weapons, with a tragic death in exchange for victory, it seems. Then we think they are tough, worthy of our admiration. Old magic teacher hunched, stretching his neck forward in agreement. He had killed 5 people, although a lot of demons, but in fact some of the number of demons Alenxia or more of Grenadiers' consumption. The brutal fighting of the 3 lines of defense caused at least 20,000 demon dogs to be killed by the officers and soldiers of the 2 regiment. If you count the number of dragons killed, you should also add the thousands of demon dog corpses on the battlefield, most of which are the credit of the Allen Hill Grenadiers. Before you were in Calais, Knox naturally do not know how ferocious these mortals. Now the face-smiling man flew and landed beside them, spoke and said, I went the time for help on the defensive positions Eternal Empire, but I have seen their atomic bomb attack with my own eyes. Really as powerful as the legend? The thin man asked with his hands on his chest, curiously asking. Laughing face man nodded his head. Ratio also worse. Legendary attack only once, put about 3 million more than the devil dog evaporated. It seems kind of bombshells. Their hands is not too much, otherwise, why they are not much use several times. Strong tall man grunted, not to some as the Italian commented. I advise you not to underestimate the kind of bomb. Laughing face convergence of a smile to the man, staring at his companion said, according to Alenxia to say, there is some kind of bomb radiation, can damage the human body, so the places that have exploded are not suitable for people to enter in a short time. Therefore, they did not intend to use this attack method all the time. It is consistent with the reasoning if say so powerful attack, yet a certain price, then it does not make sense. Old magic teacher nodded yes and said, but do not rule, he who is bluffing. They do not cover up the fact that there are so many atomic bombs. The first 9 set in the headquarters of the army group. Vivian was eating here after she opened the 3rd box of canned fish. An army officer walked in quickly, stood in front of Capaluna, stood up and saluted, and sang with his chin up, Your Majesty. The commander of the Allen Hill Ground Tactical Nuclear Strike Force reports to you. All my subordinates, the Scud missile launch vehicle has arrived at the front line and can participate in the battle at any time. In his while reporting from the first 9 sets Group Army General Headquarters about 20 Gonglaya Kol Farin, everywhere was full of a secret launch base of the establishment of the outpost, one next to a Scud missile launch as the car, as well as the propellant refueling car, parked neatly together. A group of anti-wiring soldiers, protective clothing marching in step, went to the car with the special team arrived carrying 2 sides together. The huge container was opened, and 1 nuclear warhead, neatly stacked next to each other on a special shock-absorbing shelf, was covered with warnings, and the nuclear warheads marked with yellow and black warning signs were exposed in front of everyone. The first 9 sets within the group army headquarters, cards pay Luna Sirius back a military salute, took over the authorization from the other parts of the hands. Hi Hing, you can arrive safely. Make for the first 9 set group army commander me, Kappa Luna, formally take over the command and use of frontline nuclear weapons. Oh, sir. The opponent stood at attention once again, saluting a standard military salute. That you have another shipment of the atomic bomb? Great. 2 or 3? Producing the kind of powerful bombs, not too easy, right? Vivian parameter view of this ceremony. It is looked curious. To grant the right pieces to the side of the Alfred generals, cards pay Luna overlooking Vivian. I thought I rediscovered the advantages related to the power aspect. Miss Vivian, I have prepared at or near the magic eye of the target after launch 10 nuclear bomb, to try to destroy the Devil's Portal. I heard when this number of candidates. Vivian widened her beautiful eyes, raised his head and stared at Luna. You how much say you kidding? Of course not. Luna does not give you any chance to question. To some meaning righteousness is concerned, the victory is ours. Go. Vivian poor expression has been shown to her feelings at this moment. Although she didn't know that she had a resounding nickname among the top leaders of Alan Hill called the humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb. Although she does not know what kind of deformed development path the Aaron Hill Air Force, which uses her as an imaginary enemy, has embarked on. But this time at the moment, she felt lost. She felt that she finally found a long-term supply of fish. She can also provide a lot of strange stuff of AI Lanxi Emperor sold. Estimated meter is to be in front of the big legs of hateful few by beautiful woman robbed. Well, Vivian's sense of feel his heart in the blood, goes on long-term meal ticket was floating away. But she can only clutter in the wind. I am so worried, what should I do? Dark room, back room, one pair of red eyes with a hoarse voice, which echoed in the stone walls. In fact, we are ready to war, to prepare for longer by Geruik. And why we prepare for so long? What? The recent demon attack did not go well. After the loss of a large number of demon dogs, the human forces have already retaken many local areas. This made Prince Salux very dissatisfied, and his emotions began to fluctuate severely. The devil's actions in this world are basically the responsibility of the prince, and if he fails again, then he needs to be responsible to his emperor. And to see his majesty the emperor is a very uncomfortable thing. I have destined for great victory, in order to occupy this world. Orchestrated before the war. We have victory. Victory. This pair of red eyes in the dark, shimmering like ghosts, with voice slightly trembling. Most end. A pale, bony hand out from the darkness, strangled shadows. A wave of magic came, and the shadow suddenly twisted and shuddered, as if all its power had been swallowed. I do not allow you failed. I sell Alex. In addition to his majesty, I would be the world's most powerful presence. With the violent sound in the room echoed back room, the dark figure also increasingly struggled together. It seemed to want to get rid of the opponent's pale and feeble palm, but it could only gradually weaken in the opponent's palm. No, I'm sorry. Your Royal Highness Salux, please spare me. The dark shadow struggled to beg for mercy, his voice trembling with despair. It seems that on the palm of the opponent, it can't even give birth to a rebellious mind. Accompanied by the screams of the dark shadow, the pale palms finally retracted, and the blood-red eyes no longer seemed to be horrified and hated. He also knew that it was not the fault of the subordinates in front of him. The rise of the mortal forces gave the world an ordinary army that could directly counter the demon forces. Devil cannot be consumed. Drew icon magic number of divisions, which allows the offense became futile consumption. As long as there are ordinary human troops holding the position in the frontal attack, the demon cannot immediately make a breakthrough. The magicians of Grukken can wait for work, wait for the demon force to be stopped and consume a part, and then fight to clean up the mess. Even if the devil puts more troops into it, the Grukken magicians who have run out of magic can calmly retreat to the back of the mortal position to rest and replenish. which leaves the devil with no choice. Once the magic cannot be consumed with the number of divisions that Senior shortboard on the number of the devil, on the exposed recently killed several wings of the devil. They have proved adequate to support a large force of fighting that powerful magician Druiken. As the pale palm of his hand was retracted, Salux's originally cruel voice gradually calmed down. If your plan fails again, I will let you know what is in this world. The cruelest way to die. Get out. Go and make your plan come true. Don't let me down again. Under Abaid, I will bring you victory. That shadow has been unable to speak, have been too weak to gas. Huddled in a low voice replied, Fifth more. 197 Uneasy. On a plain, a three-eyed hare seemed to be frightened, and ran forward quickly. It ran forward desperately, as fast as lightning. Then, in another antelope side, a sharp spear revealed his top. Cold iron tip people palpitations shining light in the sun. Along with the appearance of this spear, a row of spears on both sides appeared at the same time. They were arranged in a straight line that was almost abnormal, and they swayed neatly from side to side. Soon, a row of soldiers revealed their faces, and each face was a mask with a strange array, which looked very strange. Then their body from the opposite slope on the other side exposed, wearing neat armor carved with magnificent magic method breaks. It's just that the exposed bodies of these soldiers are wood engraved with magic charms. These soldiers move uniformly like robots. Only when they cross any gully or obstacle, do they slightly change their movements. In the square behind these neat progress puppet soldiers, one side is a huge banner fluttering in the breeze. This flag are basically white. Middle simplified became a general symbol of enormous size. Wow, 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 wow. With the neat steps of these puppets, the sound of the armor hitting on their bodies was almost the same. Compared with the neat marching cue of the Alan Hill Grenadiers, these puppets are worse than they are. This huge puppet behind the square, another a giant puppet square array. Countless puppet soldiers among these puppets walked the footsteps of neat square. Sight of the marginal. There is no sound of war drums, and no horns connected. The neat steps of these troops seem to be natural, and there is no need for sound to accompany them. Perhaps the only thing that can accompany them is their uniform footsteps. The more these puppets are located on the high ground on the other side, more puppet soldiers are kept forward entered the ramp. Among the countless soldiers, the war machine inscribed with a huge magic circle was lifted by the soldiers and moved slowly forward. In the back, the puppet troops wearing magic robes also moved forward in unison. Such structured into the picture, enough to cure any obsessive-compulsive disorder. Not before, the same way, so horrifying pictures, enough to make any one of those intense fear of complete collapse disorder. Heaven and earth between, if only with a traveling puppet army. There is no end to these troops, continuously coming out of the territory of the puppet empire, filling the entire valley. Why are the troops of the puppet empire appearing with us? A horrified civilian, staring at the overwhelming army in the distance, subconsciously muttered. This question really good. Wearing magic robes, his face masked man unexpected, and behind him, one hand on the shoulder of the civilian population. I have come to wage war. What? You are not fighting the devil, in turn, actually invading our eternal empire? That a civilian face of incredible, subconsciously want to get rid of the other clamp. Unfortunately, he lost the battle. As a magic circle on the opponent gradually rose, the civilians of this eternal empire were cut off by a wind blade. His body wanted to struggle, but his head had fallen down. The blood spluttered on the senior puppet magician of the puppet empire and quickly covered it in a black magic robe. Because for us, is the real positive to save the world. The senior puppet magician withdrew. His empire was carved. Ming's arm, with his strange tone of voice murmuring rode. Behind him, on that vast plains, numerous puppet soldiers' square arrays are followed by a forward. Like neat fields, wheat fields are covered in black on the general. What's more frightening is that if there is a soldier from Alan Hill standing here, he will clearly recognize it. These puppets are advancing next to the Alan Hill weapon that he has already known for a long time. The weird vehicles engraved with the strange magic circle are moving along with the puppets, one after another. These cars look very primitive. However, on top of these vehicles, there was a 75mm cannon from Alan Hill. This 6-gun car, the same kind, is dense. Even when talking to the number of lost Alanxia armor, there are almost hundreds of these artillery vehicles in front of you. If Aberdeen subdivision, then go behind those pikemen. Phalanx part puppet soldiers in armor, even with Antizel the Morza 98K steps guns. These rifles have bright bayonets inserted, and if you don't distinguish them carefully, you think they are also holding spears. Such soldiers are also unable to see the end at a glance, and they are marching in order, and there is no one to speak, and it is creepy. In the magical capital of the Holy Demon Empire, Bellevue, inside the huge Tonkshan magic tower, the Archon was closing his eyes and rested, feeling the rich magical aura around him. Suddenly between, his room was shrouded in black. Wearing a black robe, who gently pushed open the window on his balcony, quietly walked over to him. The Grand Archon opened his eyes and looked at the man in black, with a hint of caution in his eyebrows. How many times have you said, "Don't show up in my room like this"? Although we have cooperation, I hate this feeling. I'm just here to inform you that the plan has already started. Mr. Archon. The man in black laughed happily and teased. After this great battle of magical revival, those damn demons will really fulfill their vows. The chief consul glanced at each other and said, "Know that the price we paid to prepare for this plan is also it's terrible." Of course, eyes of magic never lie. Don't you? You also know what kind of disaster the world will face if you continue to fight against the source of magic. Believing in the source of magic is our only hope. The man in black said every word. The intensity modulated channel. The Grand Archon nodded. In fact, he also knew that after seeing that terrible future, he had no other choice. If the end of the world really dropped in addition to believe in magic than the origin of the commitment of the world, we should not have another choice. If you are really able to make a puppet empire also said that moving action, I will send troops with you. Grand Archon touches on a knot rabbit's not spread eagle looks like. What the real big consul's excellency puppet empire, has been moved up. That shadow triumphant to a swing in the air, with a very arrogant show off the voice said, "You will soon hear magic drop pro sound." Well, I know, now that they know about the entry into force, then I will naturally fulfill my promise. Grand Archon what seems to be made up as determination, commitment nodded road. I know, you're a smart man. That black man walked back to the window next to the side, a slight bow salute, pulled out of the room. Come here. The chief consul immediately shouted when he saw that the window had been closed from the outside. His room door was opened, 2 guards in armor pressing the waist of the sword came in, stood in the doorway waiting for the big consuls of command. Get the army ready. Whether the Holy Demon Empire can become an empire under the eyes of magic is up to us. The chief consul stood up, and said with a gloomy face, shaking his cloak behind him, "Give my order. Let the Dragon Knight dispatch, destroy the damn Alan Hill Railway." The Grand Archon commanded, "It's time for revenge. Victory belongs to the Holy Demon Empire. Trinity Empire 1 years old." That the 2 guards should ban road, then turn around and follow behind the big consul, out of the room. At the same time, in the distant territory Alanxia, says City, Chris Castle bedroom, the mortals of the greatest emperors of sweat from his face woke up. Dark room, back room. He was nervous about what breathing, listening to his own ears are a bit scary. In the end is how one thing. What makes me so upset? Put on a good coat. Chris sat on the edge of the bed, lit a bed lamp head cabinet. He saw the lightning outside the window and heard the pouring rain. The whole person was in a very uneasy state. Since he came into this world, he hasn't lived in such an uneasy state tonight. Even at that time, when the weak Alan Hill faced the threat of the entire magical world, he had never been so nervous. But now, He feels that he seems to be instinctively afraid of something, or that there is something recently that has been torturing his nerves. Puppet Empire, why you have not been to war? Is it in the same ward off demons attack alone? What the hell is brewing conspiracy? Christ finger head banging on the edge of the bed, which is his long-time habit. You have not come to help, it should come out to make trouble is otherwise, I may really win the war on the devil's got a winner by that time. Whether I, or Drew Icon, may have to liquidate this matter. His mouth obsessed with words. We want to straighten out their own clue. He seems to see the house lights lit up the room. The door sounded a knock on the door. Chris put away his thoughts and said, "Coming." Fine." Secretary books and take the guards and attendants carrying water came together. Chris took the other hands, carrying the cup, took a sip of warm water, put the cup back in the tray, lying back in his own bed. 198. The last piece. Hurry up. Put these things on platform 2. The materials behind are to be transported to Grikin. Can't delay. A dispatcher stood on the platform full of goods and looked at the opposite side. Platform number reminded loudly. Zuai, some workers are busy with labor, they are, as is work from afar. Alanxia here. You can receive more bonus travel. The Alanhill labor law stipulates that all workers of Alanhill nationality must have corresponding subsidies and bonuses for working overtime on business trips. This is why there are more and more workers in Alanhill. If you earn more, you are naturally more respected. We are willing to do a decent job. Workers can now be said a Ilanxi sole country than the more decent fixed work. As long as the apprentice division, as well as have the opportunity to review the assessment by Indu's knowledge magic ball, was promoted to engineer. Then there are engineer job allowances that can be taken, and children can also receive a better education. Of course, listening to say there are contented fool, promotion became a Steel Technical Information Alanxia Empire after engineers trafficking there, to the other countries have, but most of these people have no good end. Listen to say the most typical one called Shrek, was sentenced to death. The whole family was exiled to the difficult conditions and there is no technical work of Grassland Empire servitude. But I have to say that any idea that wants to control one's own leading technology cannot be built on the basis of technology blockade. Therefore, being self-proclaimed will only stop yourself from making progress. Only continuous innovation and development is the best way to stay ahead. No matter what channel to get the technical operation, recently anyway, many places have some Alanxia industrial shadow. Many magic empires have begun mass production of various weapons, and some can even manufacture machinery. After buying power generation equipment, these countries began to imitate them on a large scale, building power plants to use electricity, and developing their own industrial foundations with Alanhill's elimination technology. The world is also progressing, especially when these countries have bad intentions. Recently, the Magic Empire also has its own powered vehicle, which is a vehicle that burns magic spar energy as its power. They are not comfortable, they are more like early classic cars. However, many technologies are borrowed from Alanhill, including the shock-absorbing structure and rubber tires. In short, intentionally or unintentionally, Alanhill's technology is spreading. Many merchants are sparing no effort to promote Alanhill's civilian technology, and these civilian technologies, in some respects, also enhance the military production capacity of the surrounding areas. Of course, this is also beneficial. For example, on both sides of the railway that traverses the Holy Demon Empire, many villages and cities have begun their own industrialization. After all, into-the-mouth Alanxia product needs foreign exchange. The export of some products to fill some of the trade deficit is also an inevitable choice for the country. For this reason as such, in order to save costs, Alanxia tent footwear, soap, towels, toothbrushes and even gloves armed with helmets and so supplies are handed over to Trinity Empire produced. Anyway, it is produced here and shipped to Grikin, the price is cheaper. Therefore, the towns of the Holy Demon Empire on both sides of the railway began to prosper and lively. Although the pollution caused by burning coal is annoying to the aboriginal people of the Holy Demon Empire, The real money and silver subsidies of the Holy Demon Empire also allowed them to improve their own living condition. Hoist those things into the car. Don't be too careful. Those are all bandages. Don't be afraid of bumps. The dispatcher on the platform held a logbook and recorded the materials just loaded, and then shouted loudly into the distance. Tau. The platform he is responsible for is the busiest one nearby. There is always a large amount of materials being transported here, and then other materials are transferred to Griken. The materials unloaded here are exported to the Holy Demon Empire. The goods loaded and transported here to Griken are exported from the Holy Demon Empire to Alan Hill. As for the magic materials and precious metals such as gold and silver transported back from Griken, they will be sent directly to Veronza through here for the magicians over there to improve themselves. Fighting is nothing more than making money. Although Alan Hill didn't make much money in this war, it was not worthless. At least Griken will provide a large amount of precious metals and magical materials to reward Alan Hill for coming forward at a critical moment. Yo, John is in charge. You are here. An old man from the Holy Demon Empire walked over with a plain gown wearing a plain robe, and greeted him diligently. The long-term relationship between two people is also familiar and can no longer be familiar. This old man is an elder in a nearby town, a character similar to the mayor. There are 2 factories producing footwear and socks in his small town, and he has obtained the qualification to produce military supplies. So he often comes to this small station to deliver his goods, and he is familiar with everyone up and down the train station. The manager, who called John, put away the record book, put it under his armpit, and greeted the international friends in front of him with a smile. In John's opinion, the people here are no different from the people in his hometown. It's all the same life, all the same ordinary. Except for occasionally hearing a few magicians out of them, everything else is pretty much less. The first time these locals look down outside to the Alanxia railway workers. But with the passage of time, there are not many barriers between the trade exchanges. Many mortals working in the railway station have been to nearby towns as guests. And there are also many young people in the nearby towns who come to the railway station to find various jobs. This batch of goods has passed the quality inspection. Be careful when you ship it. The top quality leathers, the feet to wick away perspiration, are all mountain animal skins that are specialty in the north. The quality is good. The old man babbled, telling John to take good care of his products. John, from the other hand, took a pair of sturdy shoes and very beautiful style, his face full of smiles, and replied, "Old godson, you are too kind, which I did not give you time to find a good carriage." The old man's smile even more, nodded thanks. "Want to be the kid you knew I looked old and honest real? Old boy, I would like to make friends like you. Have time to go to my house a cup of tea, my little granddaughter? I keep talking about you. Can you stop talking? The last time I went there was no great gift, so I got some toffee from the non-munition supplies and took it to the old man's house. As a result, which kid doesn't like toffee? Weekdays cannot eat this Alanxia of special capacity, because for the Trinity Empire was strictly limit the variety Alanxia goods imports. After all, the Holy Demon Empire's trade with Alan Hill has always been a deficit, and they can only use products such as the Knowledge Magic Ball to fill the huge deficit loophole. So, the share of imports gave valuable machinery also must introduce the technology technique to keep, where to go to waste imports truth toffee like born equipment as well as technical production of toffee. In the eyes of Senior Trinity Empire, that is the priority of things rearward, and other advanced technology cannot be compared. So Alanxia folk have many unusual life swap products. In the Holy Demon Empire is hard to see. On the other hand, it can also be seen how great the improvement in the living standards of the Mortal Empire is. The Mortal Empire that used to be the Magic Empire did not. But now the situation has been completely reversed in Alan Hill. The current situation is that because of the increase in productivity, the people's living standards have begun to greatly improve in Alan Hill, but the surrounding countries have not yet achieved this step, so it has been much slower. The capital accumulated before, As Alan Hill won the war, as the subsequent plundering of products began to decrease, the state of the Magic Empire's superiority has been broken, and the generous life naturally no longer exists. But what follows is poor and low productivity was exposed and became the most fundamental contradiction waiting for me. A few days of vacation these days you see me here. It is too busy. John pointed not far from the station, spoke and said, "Listen," said Drew Icon, "the playing very fierce." "I know, no, that side played fierce. Here we can buy more." "Ah." The old man hands behind, a warmonger appearance, to me. "Ah, we should also send troops to support, is not it?" He did play well, Count Disk, as long as the support to Drew Icon army. Some people give money to foot the bill. His shoes and socks are all daily consumables. The more the army sells, the better. By then, he will make a lot of money, which is of course a good thing. Therefore, he can be said to be the type of person who sincerely hopes that the Holy Demon Empire will participate in the war, and is much more active than many people. "Hi, sooner or later, maybe in a few days, you will use this railway to send your troops to Griken," John replied casually, and began to command the cranes around him. At this time of the day, I was so busy that I didn't even have time to take a bite of the meal, and really didn't have much time to chat. That old head looked for a moment, and that they sauntered left. It's not that he really doesn't have anything to do. He comes here just to communicate with each other and maintain his contacts on a daily basis. It will be available then. He walked out of the hands behind the fire station, seen along the railway maintenance workers, also saw the coming and going of cars loaded with goods as well as to move mountains beast. These transportation vehicles are crowded together, the sound of horns and shouts one after another, and the busy railway station, huge cranes, foggy locomotives, and long carriages form a vivid picture. In this picture, there is a kind of beauty that is called tranquility. Of course, this may also be the last piece. 199 Interception. It would only bear to listen at the rabbit street, to see the rabbit family within Alanxia border radar station, a duty officer, and their subordinates is a joke. Ha ha, ha ha. After he finished his joke, several radar station operators with water glasses all laughed. After all, whether the jokes are funny or not, as subordinates always laugh with them, because to have a truce and Trinity Empire relationship for a long time, the defense here is not tight. In fact, few people believe that the Holy Demon Empire dared to provoke the powerful Alan Hill. You know, just as he was behind them, the first one set group of military as well as two sets regiment army, but Alanxia most powerful fighting force, plus the first 8 set of group army, Wilongsar can be said to be impregnable, unbreakable. Drop at him behind, who has been working on a surveillance radar, suddenly sounded a tone. Has been replaced several times. Did not know on the radar display, a signal flare, unexpected appearance at the edge. It seems very clear. Hey, Trinity Empire, that have a side air target is approaching. A duty soldier, convergence of a smile, bent over to look at the screen, measure the height of a bit. Partner, count someone who crossed the border. It depends on the size of the Dragon Knight. What does he want to do? Crossing the border will cause disputes. The smile on the face of the officer on duty also disappeared. He stared at the light spot on the screen that was moving forward and ordered, the messages sent to an empty military as well as in the vicinity of ground-air defense forces. Stare at him. Another soldier, after hearing the command, immediately grabbed the front of the phone. Loud report said, "This is the first Border 9 number radar station. This is the first Border 9 no. Radar station, 907 no. Airspace found, transboundary target. 907 number airspace, a cross-border target was found. Please patrol fighter planes to patrol. Please patrol fighter planes to patrol. Receive. Has been inspected. Go." Headphones inside. Opening, a clear voice replied, "What the hell is this?" Putting down the phone, the soldier cast his gaze on the screen again, looking at the light spot on it, and asked to himself. Officer, frowning, looking for a place to pull over to put down the cup in his hand, spoke and said, no matter who the hell, we do their work in accordance with the provisions on it. Above the sky, two Me-109 fighter jets turned in the clouds, and the two pilots drove their fighter planes towards the scene of the incident. While on the ground fighter venue, sirens began to resound. More than a dozen combat duty fighter pilot ran on the lawn. Thea's ground crew has a thumbs up indicates that these fighters can take off immediately. Front situation: this is not a long time there had been a Dragon Knight Trinity Empire dare to break into Alanxia sky. According to opinion, Alanxia Luftwaffe it is in addition to Vivian, yet no one would dare challenge us. Damn it. Is there no radio on the other side? In the small cockpit of the slightly bumpy Me-109 fighter, the pilot of the wingman suddenly remembered a very serious question. Should I shoot him down as soon as I meet him? Getting by to have a look. Do not rely too close. Pay attention to their own safety. Dragon is no joke. The lead plane pilot opening replied. Suddenly, the rapid voice of the ground radar station sounded in his earphones. There are a large number of Dragon Knights in the Holy Demon Empire behind. A large number of Dragon Knights. Emergency. Emergency. Mission change. Mission change. Shoot down all attacking enemies. Shoot down all the enemies who come. Understand. Understand. The interception mission is cancelled. The interception mission is cancelled. Intercept all incoming enemies. Mission change. Intercept the enemy. Intercept the enemy. The leader frowned, pressing the phone to remind his wingman. Are these idiots crazy, provoking us? The wingman asked with incomprehension and shock in his tone. The leader also couldn't understand why these stupid magicians of Alan Hill couldn't compete with the fighting power, but they couldn't let go of the already broken pride in their hearts. Don't talk nonsense. Pay attention to the altitude. We have entered the warning zone. The leader once again reminded his wingman and began to search the nearby airspace carefully. Then, he soon discovered that he didn't need to search, because the opponent was really easy to find. These Dragon Knights were fighting in the sky, looking very spectacular. A giant dragon in front of desperately dodged behind the Dragon Knight is crazy to catch up. From time to time, dragon breaths and fireballs flew past. It seemed that the Dragon Knights behind him really wanted to kill the one who was flying in front of him. I did not watch it wrong. They kill each other. Wingman piloted the lower end of the clouds, looking at the distance that Trinity Imperial Dragon Knight being hunted down, and asked some do not understand. The lead plane also somewhat puzzled by the immediate things, according to the intercom, and said, "You did not see those who did wrong to kill the Dragon Knight, but are they the transboundary so we have to shoot them down?" I have. Hit which side? Wingman pilot pressing the intercom, asked. Which first hit the edge? This is indeed a good question. The other side are attacking each other. It is very particular about which side of the fight. Attack hit many people over there. That was the attack of Dragon Knight to put the past. Chang'e slight hesitation. Opening gave the attack order. In his view, many people hit aside choices in line with the tactical arrangements. Anyway, many people hit the clean side, remaining one lone Dragon Knight. I could not turn any tricks here. Dive. With a command, the two fighters accelerated and began to dive. At this time, the fighting Dragon Knights realized that they might have caused a huge trouble. With the roar of the engines, the two fighters joined the battle circle. But only one face, flaming fighter jet broke the Dragon Knights formation, and shot down the two poor Dragon Knights. Many people potential minority party hesitation back, and all of a sudden the Dragon Knight Huang Buzilu apart. Seeing that they could no longer chase them, these Dragon Knights did not dare to stay here, and immediately turned and fled in embarrassment. Seeing this, the Dragon Knights of the Holy Demon Empire did not intend to actually invade Alan Hill. After seeing Alan Hill's air force, they decisively chose to retreat. The Dragon Knight, who was panicking, continued to fly towards the inland of Alan Hill, seemingly without any intention of turning back. A short exchange of fire so gently tuck. In addition to two ground units falling, Dragon Knight needs to confirm beyond. There does not seem anything like that happen. The two fighters followed the dragon one after the other. and then the surrounding fighters slowly became more and more. From the weaker round and scrambled fighter came in droves. This lone night dragon surrounded in the center. The Dragon Knight gestured to the fighter that was close to him, as if he wanted to find a place to land. The other party does not have radio communication equipment, so the Eren Hill Air Force here has no way to communicate. The two sides were gesturing with each other, and finally reached a consensus. Under the leadership of the fighter, the Dragon Knight found an airport and landed on the ground. Giant after Dragon Knight back when landing very embarrassed, because all the way to fight the sake of his armor bleak, magic supplement was also exhausted. Fortunately, he survived. At the most critical juncture, Alan Hill's fighter force found him on the ground, has been well prepared for airport guard troops surrounded the dragon. Countless Chenkiangduanbao ready for the battle. In order to prevent sudden changes, all the fighter jets in this airport even moved in advance, and the other planes that followed the dragon arrived here did not leave immediately. Dozens of planes hovered in the sky, and as long as the Dragon Knight had any unruly attempts, he would be attacked by these troops. Fortunately, although this Dragon Knight was a little embarrassed, he had no intention of conspiracy. He raised his hands high, lost his saber and bag, and even took off his armor, indicating that he had no intention to continue fighting. The officer in charge of negotiations to go up, according to the pistol around his waist, opening and asked, "You, why cross the border?" "My name is Yi Faldo." "A big night long." "I have something important to tell you." Iraq Faldo panicked chaos with his hands up, he said loudly. "High Trinity Empire level officers? Do you have anything to say?" That officer surprised a moment, then asked, "Trinity Empire and Empire Puppet an alliance. They have launched a war on you. Dragon Knight our countless railway attack you." "I came to the messenger." Iraq Faldo, her face bruised, it looked quite embarrassed. "What are you talking about?" The officer heard Ildo's words, his eyes widened in disbelief, and asked subconsciously, "Trinity Empire has been at war with you. I am a messenger to come. Your railway finished. I want to die, so I surrender." Iraq Faldo anxious to redouble their words. What a joke. The officer still didn't believe it, and the war broke out. "I'm not kidding. Trinity Empire crazy." "I'm not crazy." Iraq Faldo swallow a mouthful of saliva, opening solution, Buddhism and Taoism. Him up. Search about the body. To ban closed room to go. Guard to the office of the Special Task Unit call. Fast. The officer turned round, and several guards behind him ordered. Immediately the news sent says go. Trinity Empire and I have started the war. Fast. Telegraph for it. Let him use the fastest speed message. Fast. He does not care. All shouting behind him. A soldier froze for a moment, then immediately started to act, turned and staggered, and ran towards the telegraph room with his foot raised. Prologue of 200 War. A telegrapher who was guarding the telegraph bureau in the city of Ellen Hills was holding the headset with one hand and recording the contents of the telegram on a notebook with the other. Halfway through the recording, his eyes suddenly widened. IX. He tore off the message, handed it to his chief, and said, "The big thing is not good. Send this message to your majesty immediately." Probably a small half later, the defense minister of the Grand Duchy of Kastna car parked in Ass's castle door, a look of shock at the same Alenxia just arrived Home Secretary Dean C. "Something urgent, not here." Greeting. "Go ahead." Custer Carolina made a gesture to let go Dean C. Dean C. also let Kastner made a gesture to go with two people. They walked side by side and walked into the castle with their respective secretaries. The Chief of Staff of the General Staff, Rokai, who is closest to the castle, is already standing in front of the huge map in the conference room, and he is debating for Chris the possible strategic countermeasures of Allen Hill. Will be meeting also did not wait for people to begin a whole, desire Charduosan to the south, as the regional business development to go. Chris went to Manchester to read on behalf of grassland areas inspected. Norin says some of the remaining official members should be on the road. Came, Chris soon to know wage long, immediately told, "I have to vary them." The meeting. All people have a kind of sense of surprise felt. The first opening is Kastner, His face strangely looked at the map. Open asked, "Puppet Empire? Why is it offensive Eternal Empire?" "I do not know. Also promised them crazy. Maybe they were the devil bewitched." Dean C shook his head, face some ugly look to Chris. Chris finally knew why he had been feeling anxious for the past 2 days. Now he knew that the attitude of the Puppet Empire was actually the root cause of his constant anxiety. Custer satisfied looked to the Luokai, for it is asked, "Why not a little intelligence? Do you think we can plant spies in the Puppet Empire?" Luokai responded, "Tit for tat seems to increase after a strong guard." "Me." "Puppet Empire spies were here. There is not much." The Dean C waved. "Open explains, the two sides of love. Reported harvest is very limited." Luokai nodded and continued to explain. "Frankly speaking, it's like two different races. It's really not easy to get into each other's country. However, compared to the mixed our side, Puppet Empire has a natural advantage. No matter how control our side, there will always be some ideas. Stupid fool, a puppet can execute the command is not expected to play any discount." Deans agreed with Luokai's statement. "Indeed real, on this piece of intelligence. Magic is just the empire than the rise of Aelanxia. It has a natural advantage. Although Aelan Hill attaches great importance to the work of spying, it cannot compensate for birth defects. On the one hand is the empire of magic in the mortal world situation report. There has been penetration. Spokesman for the wizarding world. Many are hidden in the mortal world. This short period of time is no way to change the facts. On the other hand, it is the die-hard spies cultivated by Aelan Hill, but they are all fresh faces on the Magic Empire. As long as the other party strictly checks the personnel who have entered the Magic Empire in the past 2 or 3 years, you can easily find Alanshai intelligence personnel. This kind of unequal intelligence warfare has caused Alan Hill to suffer a lot. Although some intelligence can be obtained from Grikin and the Eternal Empire, in general, Alan Hill is at a disadvantage in spy warfare. Chris interrupted their words, put the conversation back to the right direction. "Now this has nothing to discuss with the Eternal Empire is being invaded. At the same time we have to help." I can send a telegram. Actually, compared to a few years ago, our reaction speed is already very fast. If we put it 3 years ago, we might not get the news of the Puppet Empire invading the Eternal Empire in a month. Luokai laughed self-deprecatingly. "Open," she explains, They have mobilization plan, there are assistance programs. It is good to develop a few months ago. Hope that these plans will not be in the course of implementation. Any trouble occurs." Custer Carolina looked Luokai, opening for Chris said, "Ministry of Defense here, or that we should immediately mobilize troops. Combat readiness alert was issued." "Good. Agree." Deans nodded. Gulola, who had just walked into the room, pulled out a chair and nodded to Chris as he spoke. "Agree." Due to being worried about the Puppet Empire have any adverse move, so Aelanxia aspects are doing a lot of preparatory work. Many contingency plans are related to the Puppet Empire. The most radical even uses the Normu Empire to use long-range strategic bombers to carry out strategic nuclear strikes on the Puppet Empire. Of course, this plan itself has too many shortcomings, and it is not a last resort. The Air Force of Aelan Hill still does not recommend the use of this attack method. After all, the Puppet Empire is a super magic empire that can be confronted with Grukin. This empire is too mysterious, and the use of nuclear weapons to attack may not have much effect. In the unlikely event that the nuclear weapons were taken away by a senior magician as powerful as Vivienne in the opponent's hands, wouldn't Aelan Hill be a wedding dress for others? In addition, transport the bomb into the Normu Empire is not a good plan, so this plan is treated as a means to fight back, a last resort. The pressure in the bottom of all programs. Puppet Empire had been standing on the other side of the devil, which is beyond doubt. The question now is, Chris wanted to sum up, then release some reinforcements Eternal Empire, as well as strategies for the Puppet 4 Empire. Dang dang dang. Report. But before he could say this, he was interrupted by a knock on the door of an officer at the door. coming. Chris had a bad feeling and ordered, "Your Majesty, the news just received, a news from a Holy Demon Empire Dragon Knight who ventured across the border. The Holy Demon Empire is already on the side of the Puppet Empire." The officer handed the message to Chris and reported it at the salute. Just now, his colleague passed the news of the Puppet Empire's declaration of war on the Eternal Empire to Chris' hands. Now, he has reported the news of the Holy Demon Empire's declaration of war on Alan Hill. What? Hearing this news, Kastner stood up from his seat in shock. The Holy Demon Empire declared war on Alan Hill at this time, but it was really worse. His body sighed. "Girl, you also think this thing is too bizarre? How is this possible?" In him they view that since the Trinity Railway across the Empire so that their territory is to say that there is a standing Alan Xiadru icon this side. How would mutiny at this time? Dean C is also very reluctant to believe that the situation they now face, Trinity doing his empire work crazy, right? Custer satisfied look to Dean C. Opening Road is very reluctant to confirm, "I have not finished the Westward Railroad." The whole railway has a risk of being attacked. Dean C's sense of feel the whole person is not good, and he can even feel, what kind of Chris mood. The first 9 set group of military supplies how to do? Liu Kai-pei looked to the same ugly face of Chris, subconsciously asked. He also has no masters now. That is a group army that hangs alone. The hundreds of thousands of troops have no logistical supplies. For Alan Hill, that is hundreds of thousands of lambs to be slaughtered. This is the first time they have time to worry about 9 sets regiment army the whole railway, road maintenance at least tens of thousands of troops. Personnel management all over. Has been no Minister Smith spoke bitterly of the technology sector. It can be they are all talents who have been trained and accumulated. Want to know what is most lacking in Alan Hill now? It's talent. Every position needs a lot of talents. Even with the help of the magic ball of knowledge, the talent gap is difficult to fill in a short time. But this time, only the first day of the war, Alan Xia will lose about 5 one-man professionals railways. This is the real heartbreak place. Danged and when Chris fist head, in the thick of solid wood conference table about what's tapping, let the whole room immediately fell silent. He stood up, boxing head down against the table, leaned slightly forward, glanced everyone, spoke and said, "Trinity Empire now to confirm to us the war is not really want to do my orders. Command on a set group of military and 2 sets regiment army ready to do battle immediately. Let Walter waiting for my command. If war breaks out, he needs immediate attack along the railway line. Hit that reach far. Be sure to rescue. There are still people to drop the supplies." Chris first gave the order to prepare for the war. Then he continued opening command said, "Once the war started, let the first 2 sets regiment military cover first 1 sets southwest flank of the advancing army regiment." Then, he gave the third command. At the same time the war began, Wilkes General's first 3 sets regiment army attacked north from the southern region of the first 2 sets group army encirclement Trinity Empire border all the defenders. Don't let go of one. Finally, he looked up as not spoken Air Force Commander Elijah Bhutto. Opening ordered, out. Move all strategic air bombing could find Trinity Empire hinterland. To the first 9 sets regiment military telegram. Let them save ammo. Contraction line of defense as much as possible. While it is known the first 9 sets regiment army is estimated to be fraught with grim possibilities, but Chris still feel, you can then try to make them stick a bit. If the first 1 set of groups within the army can retake dozens of days of the Westward Railroad, lonely out of 9 sets regiment army, almost able to rescue it back. And as long as the first 1 set group military offensive goes well, the first 2 and 3 set group Trinity Imperial Army invaded the hinterland, the first 9 sets regiment army can successfully ride out the storm. Then this war come to an end. The final say is Chris. Mr. R. Get ready. Enduring a war. About to begin. Chris stared in front of his men who said a single word of the meaning of words. This is the end of the first volume, today's 6th update, and there will be additional updates later. Everyone will wait for this time, asking for monthly tickets for rewards. subscriptions and collections. Isn't it too much? 10 more in 2 days. Long live Alan Hill.